What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6LF 193. The Call with Sengoku? Provocation from Luo Xiu? Scared. Totally scared. These marine officers and soldiers who had some confidence in themselves. They thought Luo Xiu, Whitebeard and others were the remnants of the Roger pirates behind their hidden faces. They also have the ability to catch them all, however, when the disguise on the face is removed. The moment when the appearance that was exactly the same as that on the world government's 10 billion reward warrant was exposed. All the marine officers and soldiers present had only one thought in mind. It's over. I really didn't expect that what appeared in front of them now was not the remnants of the so-called Roger pirates. In fact, Roger is the only member of the Roger pirates. There are only a few of them, the officers and soldiers, who are really afraid. Deputy Captain Pluton Rayleigh and Copper Jabba, known as Bronze. And the rest of the ship's doctor and so on. In the eyes of these people, it is completely like miscellaneous hair, and it is not a problem to deal with it. It is also for this reason. This caused these marine soldiers to eat their hearts and courage, so they came together at 18 and surrounded Luo Xiu's group who did not know their identities. But now with the exposure of the truth, the people who had disguised their true faces surrounded in front of them lifted their disguise. Even if Luo Xiu didn't show a fierce look, it was enough to scare all the marine soldiers present. Trembling, some marine soldiers even picked up the phone bugs, trying to make a phone call with naval headquarters. Scorching Tiger Luo Xiu, and the Whitebeard pirates, Bullet, and Kaido of the Beasts, Golden Lion. These characters are almost equivalent to the legendary existence now. Compared with the non-combat members of the Roger pirates, the combat power is absolutely explosive. With their strength, there is absolutely no possibility except death. Reporting. Is this necessary? Seeing this, Luo Xiu's eyes immediately narrowed slightly. Although I am a pirate, I don't mean it. Advertisement: he likes to kill innocent people. This kind of activity that tyrannical pirates like to do has nothing to do with Luo Xiu himself. In the final analysis, these marine soldiers are just to support their families, and they are all poor people. But they can't just let them succeed so easily. Luo Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. An invisible terrifying Conqueror's Haki was released directly from Luo Xiu's eyes. Afterwards, under the cover of the Conqueror's Haki, all the marine soldiers around just turned their eyes up suddenly, and they fell into a coma. In just a split second, thousands of marine soldiers with certain combat effectiveness were instantly killed. Naval Headquarters. Through the phone bug, I just heard the emergency call from the phone bug, and then there was no news in an instant. This weird situation made Marshal Sengoku feel anxious. After all, Naval Headquarters knew about Logue Town's execution. He verbally agreed to Roger that if he surrendered, he would not pursue the responsibility of the rest of the Roger pirates. But the order of the world government directly made this possibility impossible. After all, except for the two trainee crew members Shanks and Buggy. And Bullet, the son of the devil who got off the ship halfway. These three never knew Raftel's secret. Therefore, for the world government, the priority of being eliminated is naturally lower than that of the real cadres of Roger's regiment such as Kuroka's, Pluton Rayleigh, and Copper, Jabba. To prevent Raftel, the secrets of the Great Kingdom fell into the hands of others. It is understandable that Naval Headquarters broke their promise with Roger. In fact, Chief Klein would do this without his own means, and he was naturally taken over by Marshal Sengoku. However, the sudden interruption of the phone bug made Sengoku faintly feel that the situation is not as simple as he imagined. Hey, Clay. What's the situation? Roger's execution is over, and I saw it through the live video. Why are you suddenly not answering? Is someone here? Marshal Sengoku has been questioning and has not received any response. In desperation, Sengoku directly transferred the permission of the live camera. Advertisement starting from Chief Clerk's body, it spread to other places. As a result, as soon as it spread, he saw a scene that made him terrified. This is. Appearing in front of Sengoku were the figures of Marine Branch soldiers who were almost completely collapsed on the ground. Clay himself rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. But the foaming at the mouth made Sengoku relax slightly. This is a sign of Conqueror's Haki stun. It is conceivable that after the execution of Logue Town, someone seems to have suddenly invaded. Invasion? Moses. Sengoku, Marshal, long time no see. A familiar face instantly appeared in front of Sengoku. Through two-way phone bugs, Luo Xiu came face to face with Sengoku directly. Luo Xiu took the phone bug from Clay's hand, and after thinking about it, he decided to say hello to Sengoku. With 250 at the same time. Since Luo Xiu appeared from the live video, people all over the world saw this frightening scene. This turned out to be Jihu, Luo Xiu. He also came to Logue Town? What are you here for? Are you here to rescue Roger? Impossible. Roger is dead now. It seems that maybe Luo Xiu planned to marry Roger again, but I didn't expect it to be too late. No, Luo Xiu's thoughts are meticulous. Since he has made a plan, he will never be late. This time, it is very likely that the reason for repairing is not because he wants to save Roger. If he wants to save Roger, why bother to show up so arrogantly now? In front of everyone? Look, who is Luo Xiu calling? Sengoku, it's Marshal Sengoku. Luo Xiu is indeed extremely powerful. He took the initiative to call Marshal Sengoku at this time. This is a naked provocation. Can you hear what they're saying? I don't know, Luo Xiu seems to have unilaterally cut off the voice of the world live broadcast, leaving only the screen. It seems that the call with Sengoku is top secret. If it wasn't to rescue Roger, then why did Luo Xiu come here? It's not really just to witness this historic moment? 194. Sengoku shocked. Didn't Luo Xiu come to ask for trouble? With the arrival of the scorching tiger Luo Xiu, all the onlookers who had not left Logue Town with Roger's execution completed. And the officials of naval headquarters are also nervously guessing one by one. What kind of purpose did Luo Xiu come here suddenly? However, even if these people think about it, they can't think of it at all. Luo Xiu and Whitebeard, Kaido and so on seemed to fall from the sky. Just stood aside and silently watched the completion of Roger's execution. Even the fact that they didn't even intervene in it made everyone confused. If he didn't make a move, why would Luo Xiu come here? Really just to find out, to witness Roger's death? And the phone bug. The appearance of Luo Xiu was also predictable to the shock in Marshal Sengoku's heart. As soon as he saw Luo Xiu's face, Sengoku confirmed the news directly and decisively with other Marines who had been following the live broadcast. That is now, Roger is literally dead. The execution was not disturbed. Hearing this news, Sengoku's expression became slightly better. However, since Luo Xiu has come, and is waiting to talk to himself on the other end of the phone. Naturally, Sengoku just made a phone call and asked by the way. Ask Luo Xiu what is the purpose of coming here this time. Luo Xiu, what are you planning to do this time? Shouldn't it be purely to witness Roger's death? Or did you come late and intend to interfere with Roger's execution? Marshal Sengoku asked Luo Xiu directly through the phone bug. The same is true for the rest of Marine's high-level cadres, including everyone who was watching on the big screen. He looked at the current Luo Xiu without blinking. Questioning like a soul. Hearing what Sengoku and others said, Luo Xiu smiled lightly. Your observations are very keen. Indeed, I did not come here this time to interfere with Roger's execution. You can rest assured about this. Advertisement Luo Xiu said while waving his hands. If I really want to interfere with Roger's execution, it shouldn't be possible for you to achieve this goal logically. After all, you should also remember the lesson from the past. Luo Xiu smiled, and directly changed the topic to what happened in Marlene Vander and Roger's rescue some time ago. Originally, with the start of Roger's execution, not many people mentioned this past. Unexpectedly, with Luo Xiu appearing in front of the big screen projected in Logue Town this time. Bringing up the past events again made the complexions of Marshal Sengoku and others change suddenly. This time Luo Xiu came here with bad intentions. Answer the question, Luo Xiu. Why did you come to Logue Town this time? Tell me the reason. Otherwise, you shouldn't be able to stand the army's pressure. Don't be so impatient, Marshal Sengoku. I'm not here to fight against you this time. I just want to witness Roger's surrender, that's all. If you are planning to attack us at this time, I have no objection. However, I cannot guarantee what the consequences will be. You guys should know the difference in strength between naval headquarters and me. I won't say more, shall I? Facing Sengoku's questioning, Luo Xiu didn't care at all, and continued to speak arrogantly. Seeing the indifferent expression on Luo Xiu's face, Sengoku became angry. This is simply too hateful, this is stepping on their heads. Is it really just like this? Luo Xiu. But hearing Luo Xiu didn't seem to have any particularly hostile feelings. Sengoku looked somewhat relaxed when he came here. It seems to be exactly what Luo Xiu said. This time he came here without any extra thoughts. But they didn't believe that Luo Xiu really just witnessed Roger's death. Believe it or not. Besides, we're leaving right now. Don't send extra troops after us if there's nothing else to do. So as not to cause misunderstanding. Also, let's all calm down. What's worse than a stable and stable development? You naval headquarters and world government should also hope to live a stable life for a period of time, right? Luo Xiu continued to speak calmly. All over the world, people who watched Luo Xiu's words through the projection screen were dumbfounded when they heard this. What does Luo Xiu mean by this? Advertisement is this announcing Roger's death and they're going to retire? We will consider your proposal. However, we have to pass the news to the 5 elders. The real decision is still in the hands of the 5 elders, and I am just to blame. Marshal Sengoku had a sullen face, and he had to say that Luo Xiu's topic really moved his heart. If they get Luo Xiu's promise, they will live in peace with each other for a period of time. Isn't this a different kind of victory? Although I don't know if Luo Xiu has such a plan for doing this. But, fundamentally speaking, the naval headquarters and Luo Xiu reached such a decision. Absolutely no problems. Please wait a moment, we will contact 5 elders to see the situation. Although not as good as Vegapunk, but in order to gain enough strength to fight against Luo Xiu. The expression on his face was shocked, but it didn't take long for Marshal Sengoku to call and the 5 elders were slightly surprised. Well, if this is the case, then the situation is still under control. When the time is up, go and eliminate Luo Xiu in one fell swoop. At the same time, it also revealed some news about the core technology of the Giant Kingdom. Now it takes time to digest these forces. The 5 elders strictly control the Vinsmoke family, Gai Sakurong. It is possible to wait for an opportunity. Sengoku also didn't decide right away. Although some don't believe it, but Luo Xiu's strength, the development of non-world government strength can't compete. Between powers. Wu Lao, the purpose of Luo Xiu's visit to Logue Town, I figured it out. He said that he just wanted to see Roger's last side. It can be said that Luo Xiu's proposal coincides with Five Elders' plan. Also notice that Luo Xiu appeared in the execution of Logue Town. Instead, talk to the Five Elders first to see how they choose. After Vegapunk left, the world government stepped up the technological cooperation with the Vinsmoke family and Gai Sakurong. Marshal Sengoku hurriedly called Five Elders to inquire about the situation. After getting the news, Five Elders breathed a sigh of relief amidst his doubts. 195. Reach a consensus? Brief peace? If Luo Xiu's words are believable, there is no problem. Indeed, perhaps for Luo Xiu, the reason why they propose this truce agreement is because they want to gain time for development. However, is it not the case for our world government? It is very difficult for our world government to confront Luo Xiu in terms of military strength now. It is only possible if Lord I.M. personally takes action. However, we are also very clear that Lord I.M. cannot just casually shot. The Great Elder, who sat on the sofa in the main seat, spoke to everyone with a hesitant and dignified expression. The expression on his face was also solemn, and after hearing that Luo Xiu actually planned to temporarily truce, a relieved expression also emerged. So, I agreed to Luo Xiu's request? On the opposite side, Marshal Sengoku probably guessed what was going on through the tone of Five Elders' words. Also slightly relieved. Fortunately, Five Elders was not so confused after all. No problem, will you agree to Luo Xiu's request? The Five Elders reached a consensus after discussion. Luo Xiu, you heard it too. This 537 is the opinion of the Five Elders. If this is the case, everyone will live in peace in the future. Including you should also restrain yourself. If something illegal happens, it will not be good for our side. It's over. Marshal Sengoku spoke to Luo Xiu on the other end of the phone bug. Of course, everyone is safe and sound, that's the best. Luo Xiu also smiled. Now it will indeed take a period of development before that turning point is reached. And in the past 20 years, there will be many powerful people on the sea. Luo Xiu can also rely on his impressions to recruit these pirates into his command. Prepare for the war 20 years later. Then hang up, you should go back quickly. Logue Town means a small town. Marshal Sengoku hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu, the world government agreed to our request for a temporary truce so easily? Kaido of the Beasts wanted a war very much, but Luo Xiu said everything. Then he has no opinion. In the final analysis, these pirates are only working under Luo Xiu's hands. This is a good thing. In 20 years, with the Vegapunk method, sooner or later we will be able to develop the best inventions. 20 years later, when we are at war with the world government, it is time for us to show our talents. Golden Lion Shiki was still thinking about the scene where Roger was executed by Marine just now. Advertisement. There was also a sad look on his face. Okay, since we've finished talking here, let's all go. Luo Xiu waved his hand. Also, Whitebeard, farewell, you guys go back too. By the way, I warn you, pay more attention to that man named Teach on your boat in the future. Luo Xiu and the crew are ready to set sail. Saying goodbye to Whitebeard is also very interesting to say goodbye to Whitebeard. Gu la la la. Are you talking about Marshal D. Teach? He is very good, he is my son. Whitebeard is confused. Teach is usually very honest, why did Luo Xiu suddenly say that? However, I have said that I will take it to my heart first. Luo Xiu's strength and friendship will never harm him. And the Blackbeard bottom Teach who followed, heard Luo Xiu's words, his forehead was full of cold sweat. Luo Xiu found out about his hidden plan. Impossible. My performance during this time can be said to be flawless, how could I be discovered? With the departure of the Whitebeard pirates and Luo Xiu, everyone in Logue Town watched the battleship leave and they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, there are different opinions on Luo Xiu's sudden appearance. Can't figure out why the strongest man in the world just, BIFH, is here. And he didn't even intend to fight Marine. It looks like he has already arrived in Logue Town. In the end, he acted completely differently from Marlene Fondo. Did not rescue Roger, just watched him off. When leaving, even naval headquarters didn't even send anyone, so Luo Xiu and the Whitebeard pirates all left. What kind of operation is this? World Press. The young President Morgans got the report from the insider. As the new president of the news agency, Morgans has a unique network of intelligence and news at his disposal. When the story came out, Morgans immediately smelled big news. This matter has undoubtedly begun to ferment around the world. Advertisement. Everyone is deeply curious. Take the hatred between Luo Xiu and naval headquarters, world government. How could it be possible to allow Luo Xiu, Whitebeard and others to come and go freely in Logue Town? It was not even 10 minutes after Luo Xiu and the others left. Then naval headquarters came and followed Roger on board. During this time, I must have met Luo Xiu face to face. The result was that the two sides had a tacit understanding and did not make a move. All is well. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that some kind of truce was reached between naval headquarters, world government and Luo Xiu? Such a big hatred. If you say a truce, it will be a truce. Is it because the world government is too afraid of Luo Xiu, or is it because Luo Xiu has too much face? In short, all kinds of speculation in the world broke out accordingly. Blue. The President Morgans is thinking about how to write this news in the newspaper to attract the most people's attention. It didn't take long, however, for the phone bug to ring in, and then the insider came with a look of consternation and Morgans reported the situation. My Lord Morgans, this is quite extraordinary news. There was a nervous and anxious voice on the other end of the line, which caught Morgan's mind right away. What's going on? Tell me. Morgan's knew the inside line was getting good stuff. Hastily took out the paper and pen and prepared to record it. As a journalist, he is unwilling to divulge any important news. It's like this. Just now Marshal Sengoku gave the order. From now on, the two sides will not interfere with each other, and if they see it on the road, they will not deliberately catch it. The insider spoke excitedly about the news he overheard just now. Morgan's face also changed. Guessing turned out to be true? World government and the scorching tiger Luo Xiu. Between these two forces, has really reached a consensus message of mutual non-aggression? Point 196. Take the opportunity to develop Wano-kuni. However, that's what it says. However, it is still a mystery how credible this statement from the insider is. After all, there was such a big hatred between Luo Xiu and naval headquarters before. Say no and be gone. No matter who it is, how many people will believe it if it is put outside? So first of all, for Morgans, the most important thing is to confirm the accuracy of the message. With an extremely trembling heart, Morgans immediately turned a serious face, and directly asked the inside line on the other end of the phone bug. How credible are your words? Is this really the case? And faced with the questioning of the big news Morgans. The emotion on the inside line is also extremely exciting. That's the truth. Master Morgans, I really listened. I recorded the entire conversation between Marshal Sengoku and the 5 elders. I will send the entire recording to you later side. The insiders also hurriedly revealed a key piece of evidence. When Morgans heard it, there was evidence, which can indeed prove the accuracy of the insider's words. After hanging up the phone, before the evidence from the inside line came, Morgans simply wrote down what he had just heard with paper and pen. Then make modifications. Later, the evidence from the inside line was also passed on. Morgans listened carefully, and it was indeed a message between Marshal Sengoku and the 5 elders. The personal responsibility of this insider is still very heavy. Morgans listened, making sure of the specifics. On the one hand, they hurriedly got the news on the newspaper news. As a result, along with the stagnation of the movement of the pen and paper in his hand, a piece of news also began to appear in the newspaper. Because of the world news, the bird fluttered and sent to all parts of the world. As the news spread, people in countries around the world learned about this situation almost immediately. They were also shocked, and various discussions also appeared. Folks of the Sabaldi archipelago. Advertisement is a place where pirates meet. The words that popped into my mind the moment I heard the news are impossible. You must know that these ordinary pirates have committed far less crimes than Luo Xiu, but the world government and marine chose to let Luo Xiu and his party go, and reached a non-interference agreement. But it was the starting point of the era of great navigation, and these emerging pirates sought to obliterate them. This shocked them, and at the same time felt that the news in the newspaper had almost no credibility. I said, Tiger, have you seen the latest Morgan's news? The news on it is really strange. How is it possible? The world government saw Luo Xiu's influential people as if they hadn't seen it? Isn't it nonsense? The newcomer pirate Grice looked at the newspaper in his hand, and was also talking to his friend Yasha Tiger beside him with a look of misunderstanding. It is also pointing at the news in the newspaper news. I see. But I think it's better for you to believe in this matter, because this matter is very likely to be true. However, for Grice's question, Yasha Tiger looked too serious. Just shook his head directly, denying Grice's question. On the contrary, I am certain in my heart that the truth of this matter is almost as high as 100%. Moreover, the world government seems to have indeed said so. What? I said, Tiger, you be ***************** D. Are you joking with me? How can such unbelievable news be true? Are you kidding me? The expression on Grice's face was directly looking at Luo Xiu in shock. How can it be? Isn't this incredible? Just bowing down to the most vicious group in the world. I never meant to tease you, Grace, because I happened to be at the scene when Logue Town launched the execution of One Piece King Gold D. Roger, and I saw that scene with my own eyes. When facing Luo Xiu and his party, the officers and soldiers of naval headquarters not only did not pursue them, but put down their weapons and watched from afar. Moreover, the elites from naval headquarters arrived suddenly. The first time I just checked the situation of the Marines, but I didn't care about Luo Xiu's group who had already left. Doesn't that explain anything? Ask for flowers? Hearing Tiger swearing, Grice was a little confused. Is this really the case? Advertisement except for Sabadi who begged for help, the pirates were all talking about it. Even the pirate members in other places were also deeply shocked by this news. There are more pirates today than there were a few years ago. These are people who have been inspired by One Piece King Gold D. Roger and choose to temporarily embark on the road of pirates. That being the case, they are naturally full of admiration for Roger. As for being able to single-handedly enter naval headquarters, exit gracefully, and even successfully rescue Roger after that. In the end, he became one of the founders of the era of great navigation. Also grateful, after all, if there is no Battle of Marlene Fando. Today's One Piece Roger is definitely not as simple as One Piece. It is very likely to give up the title of One Piece to someone else. But it is what it is. No matter what the final result is, it will not affect Roger's position in their hearts at all. Luo Xiu's power is still number one in their hearts. Wano-kuni, after temporarily reaching a consensus with naval headquarters. Luo Xiu's subordinates also began to prepare for the battle. Begin to frequently develop weapons of mass destruction, specifically to wait for the arrival of the real war 20 years later. Thus, under the efforts of Vegapunk and others, the whole Wano Kuni began to fall into the oral stage of rapid development. Although many citizens are locked in the country is now completely open. Then naturally, various ships began to appear near here. The whole world seems to be caught in a row of peaceful scenes of you. On the road, if you meet pirates with good influence, you will directly win them over. And become part of the pirate team. In other words, the forces on Luo Xiu's side are already extremely terrifying. Without the interference and investigation from naval headquarters, the forces on Luo Xiu's side are discovering Qi at an almost unimaginable speed. 197. Times change. Shichibukai of world government. In a blink of an eye, time flies. Unknowingly, more than 2 years have passed since the armistice agreement between Luo Xiu and the world government. In the past 2 years, the agreement between the two forces is also working. Although sometimes the recruiting actions of both sides are seen by everyone. However, due to the agreement that had been settled a long time ago, the people on both sides also glanced at each other tacitly, and then they left each other directly. I didn't say anything about deliberately preparing for it. All in all, after the past 2 years, the complete silence of Wanakuna's side also made people in the world begin to forget the rumored name of Scorching Tiger Luo Xiu. But this is also a normal thing. It is impossible for Luo Xiu himself to do basic work such as recruiting troops. Just relying on those people under his hands to arrange to do it. 347 can also save some big things. In the past 2 years, many old people from the old era have also passed away. There are also emerging pirates that continue to rise. Occasionally, the Whitebeard pirates will also come to Wano Kuni to discuss with Luo Xiu how Gold D. Roger was rescued by them 2 years ago. Luo Xiu just smiled at this. During these 2 years, on the Wano Kuni camp side, Monkey D. Drago successfully found a wife, and then the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy was born. Considering that he has already eaten the devil fruit, it is impossible to say that he has found the devil fruit of Joey Boy. I have to eat it myself. After all, even if the fruit falls into his own hands, it must never fall into the hands of others. Therefore, Luo Xiu felt that, combined with a time node, find out the legendary devil fruit that CP9 rhymes with and snatch it away. This kind of operation should not be a big problem for Luo Xiu. However, due to the agreement between the two parties, the provincial world government suddenly said something. Luo Xiu also arranged for his subordinates, and the red-haired Shanks men headed towards East Blue. Then he snatched the human fruit phantom beast, Nika form. Advertisement. The world government, who has suffered a dumb loss, knows how important this devil fruit is, but it just has no way to say it. Perhaps this fruit escaped by itself, and no one took action to snatch it. Considering these reasons, 5 elders can only suppress their anger and don't think about who took this devil fruit away for the time being. After all, after 2 years of growth, Shanks has become a lot more mature. It is impossible to say that the world government can easily recognize Shanks by dressing up, knowing that this is the trainee crew member who escaped from the Roger pirates back then. The process of getting the fruit went well. After getting the fruit, Luo Xiu didn't give it to anyone to eat. Instead, it was collected. After that, it was a full 20 years of waiting. Time flies, and 20 years have passed almost in the blink of an eye. 20 years is enough to make people forget most of the things in this world. Including Luo Xiu pirates. In the past 20 years, I don't know how many talented heroes and horror figures of the old era died, and the rise of new pirates. The time is coming. Shouldn't it be time for us to leave the mountain? Sit in Wanakuna's wide shogun's chair. Luo Xiu looked at the sky and said lightly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The rest of the cadres of the Luo Xiu pirates were also moved when they saw Luo Xiu doing this. It is now more than 20 years since the big event of that year. The baby that Monkey D. Drago gave birth to is now an adult, noisy to go to see. Moreover, under Monkey D. Drago's personal training, although Luffy does not have any fruit ability in terms of physical skills, Haki is not weak at all. Is it finally time to make a move? Luo Xiu? Seeing Luo Xiu's current appearance, all the cadres were also shocked. For 20 years, it has maintained peace with the world government for more than 20 years. Finally, is it going to wait until today? Will this peace be completely broken? Luo Xiu, if you want to go out, it's of course no problem. But, I just don't know, the time you said has come. Advertisement. So, what should we do after the comeback? Crocodile was also completely smoothed out, and sat on the side and asked curiously. Correspondingly, there are Doflamingo, Moonlight Mariah and so on. The original veteran Shichibukai were subdued by some cadres under Luo Xiu during the past 20 years, and then they did not follow the world government, but became Luo Xiu's own combat power. What? To recruit new partners, of course. However, for Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Moonlight Mariah, these were supposed to develop according to the plot and become Shichibukai-level existences under the world government. Now it has already been included in the hands. Even this time, Luo Xiu still planned to instigate rebellion and headed over there. Recruiting partners. Luo Xiu, I don't know what kind of partners you want to recruit. Monkey D. Luffy also looked curious. It is still the character in the original work, because he is careless and doesn't care about his own image. Luffy, I'll arrange a few places for you, and you go to these places to pull people. Bring them here and give you meat to eat. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Nami, Usopp, Nanoroya Zoro, Vinsmoke Sanji. And Frankie, the Skull. Although the plot did not develop as in the original book, there is no doubt that the character of Luffy recruited them in the past, and the success rate must be the greatest. As for the people mentioned by Luo Xiu just now, regardless of their strength, their background is still relatively strong. And the talent is huge. It is naturally impossible for Luo Xiu to give up. Even including Nami, the mastery of the weather en route has reached the level that even Golden Lion Shiki praise. 1.9 If this is the case, then if you get it, you must be the first batch of Luo Xiu's recruited partners. It's up to Luffy to do that. As for the others, it was Luo Xiu who planned to recruit those people himself. According to the news from the world government, the list of the new batch of Shichibukai has also come out. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Iron Axe Ochaku, Devil's Son Douglas, Bullet, Edward Wable. This old whitebeard is really not serious. Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, and the last. Speaking of the last one, Luo Xiu even looked at Luffy. Something to do with Luffy. This Shichibukai is even Luffy's older brother if he doesn't show up by himself. However, with the change of the timeline, these plots have also changed naturally. 198. Battle of the Three Kingdoms, Luo Xiu open black lens bracket end of One Piece volume close black lens bracket. Luo Xiu looked at Luffy's face, then put away the newspaper. You do your thing first, and then I will deal with it myself. Luffy left here carelessly. I saw Luo Xiu coming to the steps of the stairs. Walked 2 steps up and stood on the top of a tall building. After staying here for a long time, I feel a little bored in my heart. Perhaps this is the loneliness that comes from the invincibility of the strong. Just as he was looking at the sea and looking into the distance, he suddenly found that in the southeast direction, dark clouds were billowing. Luo Xiu frowned slightly and instantly became interested. Luo Xiu, with the corner of his mouth raised, instantly felt the aura of a strong man. 18 In the next second, Luo Xiu stepped hard, and the tower was crushed instantly. Luo Xiu, who floated into the air, looked under the dark cloud from a distance. Came to the sea in an instant. Before getting close, a powerful haki was sensed. Interesting, and this haki is not from the same person. Luo Xiu sensed through his conqueror's haki that there were at least 3 strong men in the distance. In the next second, Luo Xiu dodges, and the sea is calm. Immediately afterwards, it came under the dark clouds in an instant. 3 pirate ships stayed on the sea. Advertisement. Boom. The thunder in the air kept ringing to the surroundings. Under the thundercloud, Whitebeard the Redhead and Bullet. These 3 guys got together, but looking at their faces, it doesn't look like they are simply drinking and eating meat. In an instant, the 3 of them jumped into the air. Sparks flew in an instant, and the collision between weapons was particularly domineering. These 3 old guys fought, the 2 sides did not touch each other, and the air in the center had already been compressed to ultimate. After Luo Xiu saw it, he couldn't help smiling. Ahahaha. Add me. In an instant, the toes touched the surface of the sea lightly. The surface of the sea is calm as before, but the waves below the sea are rough. Floating into the air in an instant, the appearance of Luo Xiu startled the 3 of them. What? For a while, the 3 guys were sweating coldly. Immediately afterwards, 4 people used Conqueror's haki at the same time. In an instant, under the thundercloud, everyone on the 3 pirate ships passed out. Without exception. Ahaha. Add me. For a moment, the red-haired Whitebeard Bullet and the 3 looked at each other. Advertisement. After jumping into the air, the 2 people collided with their fists and raised their heads at the same time. One after another, Conqueror's haki soared into the sky. Just when Luo Xiu felt strange, suddenly, the surrounding blankness disappeared. Luo Xiu didn't panic in any way, but looked at the surrounding environment instead. Luo Xiu looked down and saw that it was no longer an ocean, but a mountain range. Boom. Come. Luo Xiu looked at the collapsed rocks all around, took 2 steps, and found a foot behind the rock. As Luo Xiu landed from the sky, the sound of a short and violent collision spread around. What's going on with 937? For a moment, Conqueror's haki seemed to form a circular barrier in the air. The Conqueror's haki of these 4 pervert guys is still being released. He actually appeared in midair out of thin air, circles. The sea surface under his feet has already been pierced hundreds of meters. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly split in 2. Just when he felt strange, his body fell instantly. Wrap the 4 of them in an instant. What's going on here? Where's the dark cloud? Where's Whitebeard, the red-haired Bullet? Luo Xiu was playing happily, and the surroundings became blank in an instant. 199. 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi Luo Xiu stepped forward and took 2 steps. All I saw behind this rock was a corpse. After squatting down, he pulled the corpse out of the rock. All I saw was the corpse, which was completely mutilated. Luo Xiu saw that this guy's face had already been smashed. Clapping his hands, he stood up and looked around. Where is this place? Why have I never seen it before? Just as Luo Xiu felt strange and was pacing left and right, he suddenly found an iron body next to the corpse. Under the sunlight, some reflective glare. After Luo Xiu squatted down and tore off the cloth, he found that it was just an iron board. After turning the iron board around, I found that there was a pattern on it. Here is an Uzumaki. Luo Xiu frowned, his eyes widened. Is this a ninja? I remember that there are no such ninjas on the sailing continent. Just when Luo Xiu felt strange, he wanted to examine the corpse carefully. Suddenly there was the sound of fighting from behind. Luo Xiu didn't choose to dodge, turned around and took 2 steps forward. Fire style. Great fireball technique, advertisement. Water style. Water dragon bomb. This one after another ninjutsu fell from the sky in different ways. Luo Xiu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, looked up. Could it be that this is Hokage's world? Facing Luo Xiu's curiosity, I saw these ninjas using ninjutsu one after another. Immediately rush forward, and after going out, fight each other with the weapons in their hands. Luo Xiu looked at these ninjas. One side is a ninja from the land of fire, and the other side is a ninja from the land of water. Luo Xiu looked at the crowd carefully, only to see that among the ninjas of the land of fire, there was actually a child. However, this child is not simple, the reaction speed is extremely sensitive. The few kunai who flew over escaped. Throwing a few kunai smoothly changed direction by colliding with each other. So precise. Just when Luo Xiu sighed, he found that the child's eyes were different. This is Sharingan. Luo Xiu shook his head at this moment, sorting out all the current signs. This kid in front of me, is it Uchiha Itachi? At this moment, Luo Xiu began to sort out his heart slowly. Nowadays, Uchiha Itachi is still a child, which means this should be the third ninja war. Advertisement. When Luo Xiu was analyzing, he found that the battle of Uchiha Itachi was over. Uchiha Itachi killed 37 Water Kingdom ninjas by himself. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was looking down at the corpse with his back to the bow and arrow. Careful. All of a sudden, it began to rain slowly in the sky. In an instant, a bow and arrow shot out instantly. After looking at Luo Xiu for a while, I quickly thanked him. This shouldn't be the expression of a 6 or 7-year-old child. And the arrow of this bow is directed towards Uchiha Itachi. Immediately after throwing it backhand, the arrow directly pierced the head of the ninja of the water country who had just sneaked up. Thank you for your shot. Uchiha Itachi's eyes are very pure, but it seems that he has experienced many things. Turning his head, he looked at the tall man in front of him. Just when Luo Xiu was sighing, he suddenly felt a bright spot coming from the left rear. Uchiha Itachi, right order. Luo Xiu looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him. At this time, Uchiha Itachi reacted. Luo Xiu stepped forward in an instant, feeling that his speed was not as fast as before, but he managed to catch up. Several other elders of the Uchiha family came after seeing it. In an instant, the left hand grasped the bow and arrow. 200. The Third Ninja World War. Hearing his name called out, Uchiha Itachi was a little shocked. Uchiha Itachi has been less talkative since childhood. He only uses facial expressions to express his feelings. Luo Xiu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have no hostility towards you, and you should be able to feel it too. After speaking, Luo Xiu turned around and left slowly. The rain in the sky is getting denser. The drizzle washed the battlefield. Strips of blood flowed in the center of the stone crevice. Uchiha Itachi blinked, unable to tell whether it was tears or rain for a moment. Looking at the tall man in front of him, he left here with his father after he left. Luo Xiu swaggered down the street. Some scattered villages around 387 have long been devastated. It is commonplace to see a corpse on the road from time to time. After walking for a while, the night slowly fell. Luo Xiu's stomach was a little hungry. Standing here and looking around, apart from the woods, there are mountains. Gululu, advertisement, well, sure enough, war brings only death. Luo Xiu took 2 steps forward and found a rabbit in the grass not far away. A shunpo ran forward, pinching the rabbit's neck tightly with his right hand. With a slight force, the rabbit immediately became silent. Luo Xiu took care of the rabbit briefly and lit a bonfire. Let the rabbit roast slowly here. I came to the cave by myself to avoid the night rain. At this moment, Luo Xiu slowly reacted. He wanted to release the previous power, but it didn't work anyway. Nowadays, Luo Xiu seems to be just an ordinary person. It's just taller, stronger, and faster than ordinary people. Luo Xiu wants to try his own Conqueror's Haki, but it can't be released anyway, let alone Armament Haki. But Observation Haki seems to exist some. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discover the stab in the back when he saved Uchiha Itachi just now. Hey, what should I do? It just happened to be the Third Ninja World War. Maybe I'm going to die here. Just as Luo Xiu laughed at himself, the rabbit meat was already cooked. After smelling the aroma of rabbits, now I don't care whether it tastes good or not. Advertisement. He ate a piece of rabbit meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Oh, it's a bit dry, if only there was wine. Luo Xiu stuffed the rabbit meat into his mouth bit by bit. Although it is not very tasty, the aroma of rabbit is still there. The more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes, and a smoky taste enters the taste. Under the blessing of rabbit meat, the saliva is constantly secreted. The excitement in his brain made Luo Xiu feel a little bit happy. The night rain outside was still falling sporadically. Luo Xiu sat here, at a loss for a while. According to the current situation, I have to join Konoha village. That place is Dixie village. If you hang out in Konoha village, you will definitely be able to mix well, and it is not a problem to have a Hokage for fun. After thinking about it, Luo Xiu fell asleep. The night rain became more and more intense, and with the wind, it slowly extinguished the campfire in front of it. Luo Xiu lay in the cave and fell asleep carefree. But at this moment, the Third Ninja World War is no longer going on. Uchiha Itachi is still on an assassination mission. As a child, experienced so much blood and rain. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin act as a team. On the other side, Might Guy and other ninja teams were also on their way overnight. 201. The 7 ninjas of the Water Country. Although at night, the battle in this ninja world is even more cruel. If you rest, you may die in the next second. If you don't rest, you may lose your energy during the day's battle and be killed by others. The night passed slowly like this. In the early morning of the next day, it finally stopped. The surrounding air is fresh all night. Some insects came out early in the morning to drink the dew. From time to time, a few ninjas ran across the tree. The leaves trembled. Luo Xiu hadn't woken up naturally, only heard the sound of beating, fighting and killing coming from outside the cave. Clang clang clang, boom, boom. These successive voices woke Luo Xiu up smoothly. Luo Xiu frowned and sat up immediately. Which blind guy disturbed my sleep? Luo Xiu stood above the cave and fell smoothly. After arriving in the grass, he walked forward slowly, listening to the direction of the sound, and hurried forward. Push aside the grass and branches. Advertisement. Seeing this, the two teams fought each other again. One of them was dressed in a new way. What's the matter with this guy? Wearing green, why does he look like a bee ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Movement is also extremely fast. The fists and feet are played in a very orderly manner. Oh, thinking of it, isn't this kid a might guy? A guy who likes to talk about his youth. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the current battle situation. The team that only received might guy is down to 3 people. And the ninjas in the country of water on the opposite side have more than a dozen people. And among these dozen or so people, there are guys called the Ninja Sword 7 ninjas of the water country. Luo Xiu looked at these 7 guys, and it was obvious that their strength was not simple. It can be seen from the 7 unique weapons in their hands, and the attack method is also very unique. Obviously, the 3 of them were ambushed and surrounded by others. Now the 3 of them wanted to run, but it was too late. This is my chance to get in Konoha village. If I save them here, I'll be able to get into Konoha village. Luo Xiu pushed through the grass and prepared to go out. Suddenly a person jumped down from the air. Advertisement. This guy is dressed like might guy. The sudden appearance of this tall man made both sides dumbfounded. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost standing in the center. Ha ha ha, Genin from Konoha also wants to stop us. Loquat Tenzang frowned. Oh, only then did Luo Xiu recall that this was when Might Dai opened the 8 inner gates and kicked the 7 ninjas into Sanin. Every step seemed extremely heavy. After speaking, Might Guy left here with the 2 people beside him. Huh? Who is this guy? I'm actually sweating. No, it should be the dew on the tree. Although the hockey that appeared on the stage was not surrounded by Conqueror's hockey, it still made the surrounding people sweat. Before Luo Xiu made a move, this kind of hockey's aura shocked them to zero. I saw Might Guy's father, Might Dai, standing in front of him. Guy, you go with them first, leave it to me to finish it, remember, control yourself. Just when Might Dai was about to speak, Luo Xiu swaggered out from the grass. Only Might Dai and the ninja from the land of water in front of him are left. Dad, why are you here? Run quickly. The 7 ninjas of the land of water stood on the treetops, dripping sweat dripping from their foreheads. 202. 8 inner gates. Luo Xiu looked at Might Dai in front of him. But Might Dai didn't have the slightest fear. Sure enough, the strong will always be the strong. Luo Xiu was talking to himself. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost in the center smiled triumphantly. Who are you? Hurry up and get out. Kneel down if you don't want to be our sword ghost. Luo Xiu turned around and looked at the dozens of people in front of him. I advise you not to shoot. 040. See this guy in green in front of you? He'll beat you to pieces in the end. Might Dai's pupils trembled. Might Dai frowned and looked at Luo Xiu, muttering to himself. Who the hell is this guy? Why would he say so with certainty? Does she know the secret of my 8 inner gates? Facing Luo Xiu, these ninjas with poor water quality will naturally not look down on them. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost waved its weapon. You are not even a ninja. What qualifications do you have to speak to us? You're just taller. After finishing speaking, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gave an order. Advertisement. The ninjas of the surrounding water kingdom rushed forward quickly. I saw Luo Xiu start to do it. Facing the attacks of these ninjas, Luo Xiu only used his body to defend. Ordinary blows have no effect on him at all, and Luo Xiu directly kicked the group of ninjas from the water kingdom away with 1 punch and 1 kick. Might Dai on the side also looked at the tall guy in front of him. What a strong physique, such a body, if... While Might Dai was thinking, he eliminated the ninjas from the surrounding water kingdom. Thank you for your help, but you'd better get out of here quickly. If you don't know ninjutsu, it's hard to survive here, so leave it to me to deal with it. Luo Xiu blinked and looked at Might Dai. Looking at his hands, there is indeed no strong strength. I saw the 7 ninjas from the land of water jumping down from the treetops. I can't see that you, the genin of Konoha village, still have some strength. You big guy, you just want to grow stronger. How long can you live under my knife? In an instant, the broadsword Samahata in the hand of Ziguishan Puffer Ghost struck instantly. And Luo Xiu was not only burly, he dodged all the successive slashes. When Luo Xiu fought back, suddenly, the shark muscle in Ziguishan Puffer Ghost's hand became bigger. Advertisement, open. He slashed at Luo Xiu one after another. The speed and strength have been raised by a notch. In an instant, 1.1 green gas spread around the body. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also became angry, and instantly attacked even more ferociously. 8 Inner Gates. First gate, open the gate. At this moment, Might Dai is not sitting still. The surrounding spikes are extremely sharp. Feel carefully the flow of chakra in your body. First of all, focus on the left half of your brain. Stranger, although I don't know who you are, I will teach you a ninjutsu temporarily. 8 Inner Gates. Second gate, Hue Gate. I only saw the 2 of them, talking and communicating with the 7 people while dealing with them. While Might Dai was still explaining, Luo Xiu saw the right opportunity and jumped down in an instant. Second, instill chakra in the whole brain and open the door of Hue. Luo Xiu dodged the attack of the big sword shark muscle while listening. Open. While Might Dai was talking, he also opened his own 8 gate. With an uppercut, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was repelled directly. 203, Might Dai vs 7 ninjas. In an instant, Might Dai's body became stronger again. The 7 ninjas in front of them obviously felt more and more strenuous. Third, gather chakra in the chest position, Shengmen. Fourth, gather chakra in your lower abdomen, hurt the door. Immediately afterwards, Might Dai also drove the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate. These 7 ninjas obviously couldn't hold on. The strong oppressive force caught them off guard. Hey, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, come back and help stop fighting those 18 guys. Forced to be helpless, I saw the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost quickly return and attack behind Might Dai. 5th, gather the chakra at your navel, and so on down. 8 inner gates, 5th gate, Du Gate, 6th gate. Open. In an instant, a powerful steam overflowed to the surroundings in an instant. Luo Xiu frowned at the side, nervous about the memory. After sitting cross-legged, carefully feel the chakra in the body. After Might Dai's explanation, Luo Ping felt a slight change in his blood. Advertisement, this is chakra, I have chakra too. Luo Xiu frowned immediately and slowly gathered chakra on top of his head. At this moment, he must be faster, otherwise Might Dai Ruo will drive the 8 inner gates to the 8th gate in a while. This dead door is deadly. If he learns the 8 inner gates as soon as possible, it can also help Might wear a hand. Only saw Luo Xiu gather the chakra right above his forehead. Although it is a bit difficult, the process is still going on. Luo Xiu's forehead was tightly locked, and drops of sweat dripped down his cheeks and onto his legs. In an instant, the sweat on the surface of the body slowly flowed out. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu's strength obviously felt stronger. Okay, I must open the second door. I saw Luo Xiu slowly transfer chakra to the whole brain. This operation is extremely difficult. You know, there are not many, and chakra has to be transferred, which is really more difficult. Might Dai on the other side is still explaining. Finally, transfer chakra to the bottom of your lower abdomen, and you will be shocked. Advertisement. In an instant, the steam around Might Dai's body turned blue. The 7 ninjas were instantly frightened. There's something wrong with this guy, we can't go any further, too much time has been spent on him. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked at the Might in front of him, who was so weak but so powerful. I don't believe this guy can hold it. The 7 of us attacked at the same time. His strength is definitely temporary. As long as he persists, he will definitely fall before us. I saw the 7 ninjas rushing forward again. In an instant, Might wearing 140 and a shunpo disappeared in front of them. On the other side, Luo Xiu nervously gathered chakra to the front of his brain. Just felt a little bit of chakra. All gathered directly above the brain, but the Hue door did not open smoothly. Why? Why didn't it open? Isn't chakra enough? Luo Xiu frowned, and the doubts in his heart kept popping out. Time is running out. Might Dai is about to open the last door. The surface of Luo Xiu's body slowly and faintly reveals green smoke. Might Dai, who was in the battle, looked back and saw the change in Luo Xiu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Boy, you are a genius. 204, Might Dai's dead door. The chakra in Luo Xiu's body is slowly produced from the heart. Slowly, along the blood vessels and nerves, it flowed into his own brain. On the other side, Might Dai is still struggling. It was really troublesome to see the 7 ninjas of the water country going up at the same time. The big knives in the hands of these 7 people each have their own unique power. Might be difficult for a person to rely on his first 7th gauge shock to resist. At this moment, Might Dai murmured in his heart, and at the same time shifted his gaze to Luo Xiu. Looks like we're running out of time, Might Dai said while defending. Listen well, the last gate of the 8 inner gates is the gate of death. Gather all your chakra in the center of your heart. 8 gate must be careful, don't use it casually, must learn to restrain yourself. As soon as Might Dai finished speaking, he instantly opened the last gate of the 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates, gates of death, open. In an instant, the gas around Might Dai's body turned red. This bright red color kept spreading to the surroundings. In an instant, that powerful murderous aura overflowed. Might Dai, the whole person has changed, and the hair is floating around. His eyes turned white, and blood vessels all over his body burst out. Advertisement. Black yo-yo skin, plus this layer of blood red gas outside. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu finally completed the second gate. After opening his eyes, Luo Xiu obviously felt his strength double. Immediately afterwards, the surface of the body slowly emitted a green light. The veins on his forehead popped. Luo Xiu, who was already tough and ferocious, became even more terrifying. I made it. Just after Luo Xiu opened his eyes and said these 4 words, he saw Might Die in front of him. Blood-red light radiated from his whole body, and Luo Xiu's eyes couldn't help but enlarge. Might Die looked at Luo Xiu with a side face. When you open the dead gate in 8 inner gates, you must completely let go of yourself. From now on, you pull back far. The 7 ninjas of the water country felt something was wrong. This guy looks a little weird, I can't fight him anymore. The 7 ninjas jumped onto the branches one after another and prepared to leave. But in the next second, Might Die stepped on his feet for an instant. In an instant, the ground was trampled to pieces. Advertisement: whoever opens the last of the 8 inner gates cannot survive. Luo Xiu frowned, carefully memorizing all the movements of Might Die. It's too fast to see clearly. I saw that Luo Xiu was not willing to run forward 2 steps, just ready to help. Directly behind them, Might Die's attack was still going on, and in an instant with each punch, countless air columns were shot out in the air. Today, this power is still in the unborn Zhao Ming, OK Zhao. Sunset. I only saw that 2 of the 7 ninjas in the country of water had lost consciousness. For a moment, he was blocked by Might Die's powerful airflow. At this moment, Luo Xiu's face was full of shock. He already knew that Might Die would definitely die. These pillars of air firmly nailed the 7 ninjas in midair. With both arms in front of him, Luo Xiu struggled forward step by step. In an instant, Might Die threw out his fists one after another. Immediately afterwards, Might Die punched out. This gas forms an air column that directly penetrates the entire space. A gust of high-pressure gas instantly pinned the 7 of them in midair. If Luo Xiu holds the power of Indra, maybe he can save his life. 205. Respect for the strong. Again and again, only the 7 ninjas of the country of water could no longer hold on. And Might Die's body is almost unable to hold on. All the bones in the arms and legs were turned into slag. The skin on the face has long been rotten. Just as Might Die delivered his final punch, suddenly the bones shattered instantly. As for the 7 ninjas of the land of water, 2 of them saw something was wrong and immediately fell from the sky. Only 2 of the 7 ninjas in the country of water escaped slowly. Might Die, who was in the air, couldn't hold on any longer. His body was weak, and he slowly fell down. Luo Xiu jumped forward when he saw it. He caught Might Die in midair and held Might Die in 930's arms. Slowly descend to the ground. At this moment, Might Die's body has turned into scorched black, without consciousness. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the man in front of him. Put it on the ground slowly, and stood there for a long time. This is Luo Xiu's respect for the strong. From the very beginning, Luo Xiu had great respect for the strong. Now, Luo Xiu has just arrived here, and Might Die handed over all of its 8 inner gates technique to him. This is undoubtedly infinitely helpful to Luo Xiu. Advertisement: I saw one of the 7 ninjas who fell from the sky still struggling hard. A big knife flew towards Luo Xiu in an instant, and Luo Xiu raised his head instantly, his eyes fixed on the big knife in front of him. Immediately afterwards, an uppercut. He directly smashed the knife in front of him into pieces. The powerful force directly vented out the anger that had accumulated in Luo Xiu's body for a long time. And the next second, Luo Xiu made a shunpo. As if in a flash, he came to the face of one of the ninjas in front of him. In an instant, his right hand firmly grasped his head, and it hit the ground heavily. With the addition of 8 inner gates, Luo Xiu's already strong physique became even more domineering. Every punch, every palm, the power of hitting is extremely fierce. Boom boom boom. I don't know how many punches have been punched, the 20 ninjas have already changed beyond recognition. At this moment, Might Die also slowly brought reinforcements over, Bia. I saw that when the ninjas from Konoha village rushed here, they were already in a mess. There were dead bodies all around, trees and rocks have been shattered. Might Die's face was full of shock. Advertisement. I ran a few steps forward and found a dark guy lying on the ground in the center. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this was his father. Might Die couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Looking in the direction of the voice, Luo Xiu completely eliminated the group of 7. Standing up, Luo Xiu looked at these people in Konoha village seriously. The ninjas from Konoha village who came in a hurry surrounded Luo Xiu. Who are you? Why are you here? Luo Xiu didn't pay attention to the doubts of these people. After seeing Luo Xiu, Might Die was full of tears. Luo Xiu stepped forward and took 2 steps, and the ninjas from Konoha village did not stop him. Your father is the strongest ninja in the world. After finishing speaking, Might Die burst into tears. And Luo Xiu turned around and left here slowly. Looking at the mess around him, Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. In this way, Luo Xiu walked forward along the path in the woods, walking non-stop. At this moment, Luo Xiu's head was empty, he didn't think about anything, and walked aimlessly. At the same time, Namikaze Minato was also rushing towards the battlefield here. He was previously blocked by Killer Bee and I from the Kingdom of Thunder, and he ran out with Flying Thunder God. 206. Luo Xiu vs. Luo Xiu walked slowly on the street, and several figures slowly appeared in the distance. Luo Xiu didn't respond, but walked forward slowly. The line of sight is getting closer and closer, and it turns out that these ninjas from the land of thunder of Killer Bee. Luo Xiu rubbed shoulders with them and passed by. However, Killer Bee and I stopped. They vaguely felt that walking past them, this tall and mighty man was extremely powerful. He stopped, stood on the treetop and turned his head, looking at Luo Xiu's back. Hello. Who are you? Faced with doubts, Luo Xiu didn't look back and thought he wasn't talking to him. Suddenly, a bitterness flew towards the back of Luo Xiu's head. Luo Xiu tilted his neck lightly, passing it easily. Turning his head slowly, the murderous look in his eyes instantly spread to the entire battlefield. Killer Bee and I, as well as the ninjas from the Land of Thunder, shuddered after seeing them. What's the matter with you? I slowly took 2 steps forward. Now you can walk freely in this place, either a ninja from the Land of Water, or a ninja from the Land of Fire. Who are you? Luo Xiu looked at the muscular guy in white in front of him. Luo Xiu was silent for a few seconds. Advertisement. Your battle has nothing to do with me, I'm just passing by. Killer Bee instantly became interested and rushed towards Luo Xiu. With his back to Killer Bee, Luo Xiu turned his head instantly. The whole body turned around, the right hand clenched into a fist, and with great momentum, he swung in the direction of Killer Bee in an instant. Seeing that the situation was wrong, I immediately used chakra to move at a high speed and arrived in front of Killer Bee, forcibly using chakra's shield to block Luo Xiu's attack. Luo Xiu's fist is full of power, and its deterrent effect is extremely strong. After Killer Bee saw it, a cold bed ran down his forehead. Even I from the Kingdom of Thunder couldn't help but bend his legs after receiving this punch. The soil under his feet was punched out a hole. I frowned, looking at Luo Xiu in front of him. This guy is not a ninja, and he doesn't know how to do ninjutsu. Why is this fist so powerful? Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu's left fist went directly in front of I. The fist directly shattered the chakra armor on the surface of I. In an instant, Luo Xiu's punch flew backwards, knocking him dozens of meters away. I don't know how many tree poles I broke before I stopped. Seeking flowers, 0, this guy, advertisement. Killer Bee also went crazy and rushed forward. Luo Xiu instantly opened the 8 inner gates. Although it can only be opened to the second gate now, it is enough. The soil directly flew up under his feet, and he left here in an instant. He turned around and punched Killer Bee directly in the head. The surrounding ninjas from the Kingdom of Thunder rushed over in groups. -0 Luo Xiu, on the other hand, used his movement speed. Instantly disappeared in front of them. The ninjas of the Land of Thunder were surprised when they saw it. This guy, with such a large volume, can move so fast? After Luo Xiu appeared in front of them, a tall shadow directly covered them. Immediately afterwards, he punched them in the middle. Dozens of cracks were directly punched on the ground, and it collapsed instantly. At the same time, these ninjas from the Kingdom of Thunder fell instantly. On the other side, I, who came out of the ruins, patted the dirt on his body. How can this guy's physical skills be so strong? His strength is dozens of times stronger than mine, and there are still such people. I walked slowly from the dust to the front of Luo Xiu. 207. Arm wrestling, boy. Your strength is very strong. Do you dare to compete with me for an arm wrestling? Luo Xiu frowned and looked at I in front of him. I can see that you don't know ninjutsu. The tricks just now are basically physical skills. You have a body that is different from ordinary people. Compare with me once to see how strong you are. Luo Xiu didn't reply and only saw the next second, the two of them came to a wooden stake. The two sides stared at 770, each other covetously. Luo Xiu moved his shoulders. 2 men propped the elbows of their right hands on wooden stakes. The two sides began to wrestle wrists, and the hands were tightly held together. Luo Xiu tightly grasped the stake next to him. I from the Land of Thunder also had a serious face. Ready, go. After the Killer Bee next to him shouted the slogan, the two of them used their strength instantly. All he saw was the muscle lines on Luo Xiu's arm, and he was instantly strangled to death. The muscles in Ai's arms were about to tear his clothes. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and the powerful aura in an instant forced the surrounding ninjas from the Kingdom of Thunder to retreat a few steps. The two stared at each other grimly. Advertisement. Yeah. In an instant, I took the lead using the chakra wrap around his arm. The strength increased instantly. Luo Xiu refused to admit defeat, and instantly opened the second gate in the 8 inner gates. Veins popped up on his forehead and his skin turned black. The surface of the body slowly glowed with green light. From a distance, only a mass of green and a mass of blue can be seen colliding with each other. The strength of these two guys is evenly matched. Luo Xiu's arms are extraordinarily thick. The two sides slowly returned to the center. Those who were watching the battle were almost dumbfounded. You know, there are not many people in the current ninja world who can match Ai's strength. This Luo Xiu was able to tie just using the second gate of the 8 inner gates. It can be seen that his physical strength has extremely high resilience. Just as the two of them exploded their strength and prepared for a final fight. Suddenly, the wooden stake under the elbow cracked instantly. All I saw was this wooden pier, which was directly turned into pieces. Advertisement. It seems that this wooden block can't bear the strength of these two terrifying guys. Directly crushed into pieces. Both Luo Xiu and I were dumbfounded. At this time, the two of them were still holding hands and let go immediately after realizing it. Boy, you are amazing. If we can meet again in the future, come to my country of thunder and become a ninja. Luo Xiu ignored him, turned around and continued to walk slowly. Killer Bee and Amu watched Luo Xiu's back and slowly left. They also turned and left here. What a scary guy. Just now I used nearly 80% of my strength, even chakra. Continuously stimulating my muscles with chakra just barely keeps my balance. This guy named Luo Xiu, if he can be recruited in the future, it is best to let him be in the same camp as us. If it's a human being, cut the weeds and root them out, such a guy must not be our opponent. Luo Xiu left the forest slowly. There is a large piece of rock that comes into view. Looking around, 5.9 is vast and boundless, except for stones, they're still stones. The sun was shining in the sky, and it was extremely hot at 12 o'clock. Luo Xiu found a stream, washed his face, and drank a few sips of water. At this moment Luo Xiu frowned. How should we start now? Konoha village is good, but it feels a little boring. After much deliberation, Luo Xiu still felt that it would be better to go to Konoha. 208. Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Luo Xiu stood on the spot and turned around. You have to find a good opportunity, and you have to prove yourself. At this moment, Luo Xiu roughly thought about the timing. Counting, the time for the Third Ninja World War. Hiss. The war is about to end. Luo Xiu frowned, thinking about the direction in which those ninjas from the Land of Thunder fled just now. In addition, the 7 ninjas of the previous Country of Water have been resolved. So what should it be now? Let me think about it. Luo Xiu thought about it, and suddenly his pupils dilated 18 times. It can't be Obito and Kakashi, can it? Luo Xiu roughly judged the direction and ran towards the south quickly. While running, I muttered to myself. This Obito should next be crushed by the stone, giving the eye to Kakashi as a gift. Immediately afterwards, Lin will be killed by Kakashi himself, and Obito will also be involved in Uchiha Madara's plan. No, I have to stop this, or I won't be able to play my role. Luo Xiu ran fast. His weight is too big, and he can't move quickly on the treetops like a ninja. Advertisement running quickly on the ground step by step, the sound was like a boulder rolling down. At the same time, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato on the other side quickly shuttled through the woods. Along the way, run fast along the marks made by Kakashi and the others. But Kakashi and Uchiha Obito came to the depths of the forest and were surrounded by ninjas from the Land of Water. So the strength of the two of them is not weak, but the ninjas of the Country of Water are extremely good at sneak attacks. After a while, the surrounding fog slowly floated up. There was a fog in the air, and it was impossible to see clearly. Uchiha Obito opens the Sharingan, and barely finds the ninja from the Land of Water. Throwing kunai conveniently saved Kakashi's life. The two of them stood back to back and stared at each other around. At this moment, the two of them have already fallen into a desperate situation. Lin has also been captured by the ninjas of the Water Kingdom to serve as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Luo Xiu frowned and ran forward quickly. According to the situation at the time, it should be in this direction, and we will arrive after a short distance. Luo Xiu's heart was extremely tense. You must hold on. I saw Luo Xiu running forward for nearly an hour. Advertisement finally came to this familiar bridge. But the scene made Luo Xiu's heart go cold. One after another boulders were surrounded by traces of explosions. It was evident that there had been heavy fighting here. Luo Xiu ran forward, looked at this huge rock, and frowned. Immediately afterwards, I watched blood flow out from the cracks in the stone from time to time. In the next second, repair a circle and break the stone. Then he threw the gravel out, only to find that there was only a pool of bloodline under the stone, and there were no corpses. It's over, it's still too late. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at bloodline on the ground. Apparently, this was the case when Obito was injured and crushed under a rock. Looking at the surrounding scene, it should be that Kakashi ran away with Lin. But what about Obito? Why is it missing? Could it be that he was rescued by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? Luo Xiu squatted down, thinking carefully. It was only at this time that I remembered that the appearance of Black Zetsu rescued Obito and brought him to Uchiha Madara's side. Only then did Uchiha Madara's plan proceed smoothly. Yes, it must still be at Uchiha Madara's place. 209. Kakashi and Rin's escape. Luo Xiu stood where he was, lost in thought. He didn't know exactly where this place of Uchiha Madara was. All that can be done now is to follow the trail quickly. Then go to find Kakashi and Lin's place. After finding them, just protect the two of them and ensure Lin's safety. Luo Xiu looked at the blood on the ground. Obviously, the footprints of two people were running towards the depths of the woods not far away. While sneaking away, there are some bloodlines on the surrounding leaves and branches. Luo Xiu put his hand on the bloodline and twisted it lightly. The bloodline hasn't completely dried yet, which means that the time is not very long. Certainly catch up. The sun above the head is slowly falling, and the time of the day passes so quickly. On the battlefield, time is lost as quickly as water. Luo Xiu clenched his fists tightly and ran forward quickly. At the same time, Kakashi kept running with the injured Lin, and the ninjas behind him chased after him one after another. Kakashi ran while making a trap, slowly opening the distance between them. Advertisement, but Kakashi has been carrying the injured Lin, and the speed will eventually slow down. Kakashi put me down, I will only drag you down. There are 3 tails in my body now, they dare not do anything to me, you hurry back to the village now. Facing Lin's words, Kakashi couldn't hear his heart at all. If Kakashi wants to take Lin back, there must be a way to get the tail beast out of his body. Meanwhile, Obito, rescued from the cave, is covered in bandages. The right half of his body had been smashed to pieces. Fortunately, White Zetsu used his body to slowly heal Obito's body. The sun slowly descended, and the setting sun shone on the earth with the remaining light. The moon on the other side slowly rises. However, Kakashi's way of escape is not over yet, and the ninjas from the land of water immediately catch up. The detonator in Kakashi's hand was gone. Nowadays, we can only rely on fighting to delay time. There is still hope if Namikaze Minato arrives. Luo Xiu's running speed became slower and slower. After a day of exhaustion, Luo Xiu's speed gradually slowed down. After Kakashi stopped, the ninjas from the country of water immediately surrounded him. Suddenly it began to rain in the sky. Advertisement. Only Kakashi's chakra was left. At the same time, Luo Xiu finally arrived at the crowd looking at Wuyang, Nuo Qian Zhao. White Zetsu slowly opened the way, and after Obito ran out, he quickly ran towards Kakashi and them with a mask on. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's eyes jumped out of some images from time to time. After talking with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito doesn't believe Uchiha Madara's words. Facing Lin's words, Kakashi couldn't listen at all. Kakashi, run, don't waste time here. You can see Lin, and you can also see the ninja decoration of the country of water. At the same time, Uchiha Obito also woke up from the dream. Catch up, finally catch up. The next second, suddenly the dark clouds in the sky sounded, and a blue lightning flashed across the sky. After rounds of attrition wars, Luo Xiu wiped away vigorously and rushed forward. There are still many ninjas in the land of water, but Kakashi has only one Chidori left. Uchiha Obito is also struggling to come here. Impossible, Lin will never have an accident, I will definitely save him. Raindrops fell on the corners of Luo Xiu's eyes. Advertisement 210. It's too late after all. In Obito's eyes, some pictures appeared from time to time. For a while, I can see Lin, and for a while, I can see the ninjas of the water country around me. Obito wondered why he was able to see these things. Luo Xiu finally arrived at the battlefield, and there were dark clouds in the sky. Thunder and lightning spread non-stop towards the surroundings. The raindrops kept dripping, hitting the leaves and grass, rattling. The sound made people feel particularly irritated. Luo Xiu looked ahead at Kakashi's Chidori, who hadn't pierced Lin's heart yet. There is still help, there is still help. Luo Xiu ran forward and ran 687. Just when Luo Xiu was about to punch the ninjas from the land of water flying in front of him. In the next second, Lin took the initiative to run in the direction of Kakashi. In the next second, lightning flashed across the air. Boom! A piercing thunder sounded instantly. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu saw the Chidori in Kakashi's hand piercing Lin's heart. For a moment, everyone present was shocked. Advertisement. Luo Xiu, who stood there, stared blankly at Kakashi. Kakashi's face was full of fear, and his pierced right hand kept shaking. Lin, Bichi. Ah, Lin, why did you come here? For a while, Kakashi didn't know what was going on. The next second, Kakashi quickly pulled out his right hand, only to see that his hand was covered in blood. And this blood was left from Lin's body. Kakashi took a few steps back with sobs, and hugged Lin tightly again. On the other side, Obito's eyes kept showing Lin's appearance. I saw Lin's chest was punched with a big hole, and saw the blood on the corner of Lin's mouth, and this scene was all caused by Kakashi. Lin. Obito ran even faster, and only saw one step after another, with extremely strong strength, rushing towards this battlefield. After the ninja of the country of water saw Lin dead, he said helplessly for a while. It's really troublesome. Three Tails Jinchuriki is dead. It seems that I can only take the corpse back to the business. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the ninjas of the water kingdom. Step by step through these bushes, slowly appear behind these guys. As the lightning in the sky kept falling, the electric light shone on the ground. Seeing an extremely tall shadow on the ground, everyone immediately turned their heads. Advertisement. And at this moment, Uchiha Obito also felt here. Lin. For a split second, Uchiha Obito's eyes were full of disbelief. I do not believe. For a moment, the ninja of the country of water felt that something was wrong, and there was a huge monster behind him. These words reached the ears of Uchiha Obito. On the other side, there are some ninjas from the land of water making sarcastic remarks. The ninjas of the water country immediately took a few steps back in fright. Since he's dead, hurry up and take the body back. The person he tried his best to protect was killed by his companions. Obito clearly saw Lin's death and Kakashi's location. I saw Luo Xiu, whose eyes were full of scarlet, staring at these people like a ghost descending on this dark night. This Three Tails Jinchuriki is really troublesome. Just a few kids are going to make us fight. Damn it. Who is this guy? When did he appear behind us? The lightning in the air kept striking down behind Luo Xiu. The fluffy long hair is blown by the strong wind, like the tentacles of the devil. Seeing a monster like Luo Xiu, who cannot be afraid. 211. From Ergoyu to Mangekyo. For a split second, Obito growled angrily. I do not believe. In the next second, the only remaining right eye, Sharingan, instantly changed from Ergoyu to Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, Hitaki Kakashi was already weak, plus his eyes became Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly lost the support of chakra and fainted on the ground. After Luo Xiu heard the voice, he looked in the direction of Dai Wang. Seeing only Obito, he ran forward like crazy. The ninjas from the Water Kingdom in front of them looked at Obito with disdain. How powerful can a mere little furry boy be? Let's get together and get rid of him. In an instant, 5 or 6 ninjas from the Water Kingdom attacked in the direction of Obito. But Obito didn't waver, and ran forward quickly. Every step is extremely heavy and the ground is directly stepped on, huge footprints. Luo Xiu didn't stay idle either, and immediately slapped a ninja from the Land of Water with a slap. Just as the ninja from the Country of Water was slashing towards Luo Xiu disappeared in front of him in an instant. In the next second, Luo Xiu, who was exuding green gas, appeared behind the ninja of the Water Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, a heavy punch came down from right above the guy's head. Advertisement: the whole person was directly crushed and beaten. Now Luo Xiu is extremely angry. After running all day, everything didn't catch up. For a time, the battlefield was divided into 2 parts. Luo Xiu was handling some of the ninjas, and Uchiha Obito was madly attacking these ninjas. I saw the ninjas from the Land of Water constantly slashing at Obito. They cut empty one after another, passing through Obito's body. Immediately afterwards Obito turned his head, grabbed their heads, and instantly burst wood from his palms. These logs exploded directly from the ninja's body. One after another, the ninjas of the Country of Water all turned into bombs. In an instant, wood grew out of the body and was stabbed to death in midair. On the other hand, Luo Xiu eliminated several ninjas from the Land of Water. The picture on the other side has gone crazy. Dark clouds and thunderstorms in the sky kept dripping. Obito's hands were trembling constantly, touching Lin's face and wiping the blood. Ask for flowers. Advertisement: tears flowed from Obito's eyes, and raindrops streaked across the sky. Obito, don't keep wallowing in pain. Small. Luo Xiu looked for a good opportunity, turned his head to the left, and at the same time tightly clamped Obito's arm with both hands. Obito still ran forward, looking down at Lin, who was lying on the ground. Luo Xiu frowned and put on a pose, ready to fight against the king at any time. Then gently stroked Lin's chest. Such a big pothole. If I ran over to help Obito, I never thought that Obito would not be recognized by anyone now. Luo Xiu stood where he was, watching Luo Wang quietly. In an instant, Obito turned his head and ran towards Luo Xiu's direction quickly. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu's hand went right through Obito's body. Hey, Obito, he's dead, stop being so persistent. For a moment, on this pitch-black battlefield, the water on the ground did not know whether it was blood or rain. I saw a wooden thorn growing out of Obito's hand in an instant, and rushed towards Luo Xiu's direction. Obito just wanted to stare at Lin in front of him, just go over and take another look at Lin. Hey, Obito, don't go. Knowing that Luo Xiu rushed over, he raised his right hand and wanted to grab Obito. 212. Luo Xiu versus Obito. At this moment, Obito couldn't listen to anyone's words. Luo Xiu stared into Obito's eyes. Sure enough, it became Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next second, Obito hollowed his body through Luo Xiu's body, then turned around and waved the wooden spike in his hand. Luo Xiu immediately reacted, and at the same time squatted down and jumped vigorously. This escaped a catastrophe. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at Uchiha Odai in front of him. True, 553, is a simple and invincible pupil technique. Fortunately, I know how to solve you. I saw Luo Xiu picking up a few stones from the ground, throwing towards Obito one after another. Obito didn't dodge, but used his pupil technique to pass through the stone. Luo Xiu kept throwing stones like this, keeping the distance between them. In the next second, Luo Xiu also ran towards Obito. The two rushed towards each other quickly at the same time. The distance between the two is getting closer. At this moment, Luo Xiu instantly threw 4 or 5 stones in the direction of Obito. Advertisement: Obito swayed, and after dodging a few stones, he also used Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique to pass through the stones. Luo Xiu made full use of Obito's pupil technique, and after using it, he couldn't immediately enter the state of nothingness again. In the next second, Luo Xiu jumped into the air with his right foot. Immediately afterwards, the big fist smashed down from the air in an instant. It hit Uchiha Obito hard on the back. In an instant, potholes were smashed out of the ground. Although I don't know Rasengan yet, you shouldn't be able to bear this punch, right? Fortunately, Uchiha Obito can't fully use his pupil technique now, otherwise he wouldn't hit this move. After being hit hard by this punch, Obito instantly fell to the ground, unable to move. The injured body was slowly wrapped by the white Zetsu on his body. Seeing that the situation is not good, White Zetsu immediately took Obito into the ground. Luo Xiu frowned and rushed forward, but it was still a step too late. After this White Zetsu came to the ground, the speed was extremely fast, and there was no shadow at all. Luo Xiu had no choice but to stand where he was, when Namikaze Minato had already arrived. I saw this battlefield, and then I looked at Kakashi and Lin on the ground. Namikaze Minato couldn't accept this fact for a while. Advertisement: what happened here just now? I need you to tell me carefully. First go back to Konoha village with me. Luo Xiu, a behemoth, walked in the direction of Namikaze Minato. In this rainy night, it is somewhat uneasy. Sensing someone coming, Namikaze Minato immediately put on a fighting pose. Luo Xiu walked slowly in the direction of Namikaze Minato. Luo Xiu turned his back to Namikaze Minato, 4.7 the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Just as Luo Xiu turned to leave, Namikaze Minato asked, "Who?" In this way, they ran all night, and the night rain slowly stopped. Namikaze Minato frowned, looking at the tall man in front of him. This can be regarded as a matter of course, mixed in Konoha village. Namikaze Minato checked Kakashi's body but passed out, and Lin had no signs of life. After seeing 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Kakashi was on his back and Lin was in his arms. Uchiha Obito ran away, seemed to be taken away by some inexplicable force, and I couldn't stop it. Luo Xiu turned around slowly. Let's go. The two quickened their pace, shuttled through the woods, and ran quickly towards Konoha village. 213. The Third Ninja World War ends. The morning sun shines on the earth again, and the rainwater last night dried up on the ground. And on that battlefield, it had already been washed clean by the rain. Those blood sneaked into the earth along the soil. After White Zetsu rescued Obito, he told Uchiha Madara about the matter. And Uchiha Ban turned around meaningfully, looking at Obito. Luo Xiu. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato returned to the entrance of Konoha village. There were also a large number of wounded at the gate, and they walked slowly back to the village. Everyone is wrapped in different gauze, walking bit by bit. Luo 18 Xiu looked at them, and couldn't help but frown for a while. Follow Namikaze Minato to the village and arrive at the hospital first. The hospital in Konoha village was full, and a large number of wounded people crowded into the hospital. People without beds can only lie down on the ground. After a short treatment, the medical ninja hurried to help other ninjas. Luo Xiu frowned, looking around privately. After Namikaze Minato put Kakashi in the hospital, Kakashi's body was brought to the cemetery behind Konoha village. Too many people have died here. Everywhere you look, all the heroes of Konoha village are buried here. Advertisement. Everyone has a lot of reluctance and discomfort in their hearts. I saw my relatives and friends buried here. Namikaze Minato buried Rin in one of the locations. After lowering his head and putting down a bouquet of flowers, he left here helplessly. Too many people were lost in this battle. Walking on the street, Namikaze Minato looked at Luo Xiu. Why were you there then? Luo Xiu was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. By chance. Might guy on the street saw Luo Xiu from the crowd and hurried over to say hello. Luo Xiu, why did you come to Konoha village? Might guy asked curiously, but Luo Xiu nodded silently without replying. Namikaze Minato was surprised to see that Might guy also knew Luo Xiu. Do you two know each other? Might guy thought for a while and said. There is a fate. Namikaze Minato brought Luo Xiu slowly into the house. And Luo Xiu told Namikaze Minato about the battle situation at that time in detail. Advertisements and things about Uchiha Obito were kept secret by Luo Xiu. After all, it is better not to expose Obito's identity now. So far, the Third Ninja World War has finally been declared to be over. All the ninjas gathered in the center of the square. Luo Xiu's body is tall and mighty, standing out from the crowd. After the surrounding ninjas saw it, they couldn't help nodding and commenting. On the other side of the crowd, Uchiha Itachi looked up at Luo Xiu. After listening to Third Hokage's speech, everyone dispersed slowly. After everyone left 343 one after another, Luo Xiu stood there in a daze. Third Hokage ran down a few steps after seeing that Luo Xiu hadn't left. Since you don't have a place to live yet, stay in Konoha village first. There are a few places to live behind the village, you can go and have a look. Luo Xiu nodded, followed Third Hokage's instructions, and slowly came to the back of the village. There are few people here, next to the woods, next to the creek, the environment is very good. And Luo Xiu likes this environment very much. Luo Xiu looked at the directions on the map and looked at the surrounding houses. Looking at the first wooden house, as soon as he walked in, the roof hit his head. Obviously, the house was too small for Luo Xiu. 214, underground housing. I just went in and knocked a piece of wood off the roof without taking 2 steps. The house was almost demolished by Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu walked out of the room with difficulty, looked at the map and staggered to the next location. I only saw this house, which seemed to be a 2-story building. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. The moment Luo Xiu opened the door, he saw the building collapse in an instant. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at his hands. I have never felt so powerful before. Embarrassed, Luo Xiu hurriedly left here, followed Third Hokage's instructions, and came to the last room. At that time, Third Hokage also said that try not to come to this house. Luo Xiu looked around and found a semicircle protruding from the ground not far away. Luo Xiu circled around the raised semicircle, suddenly found a staircase on the other side. After walking down 2 steps, I found that it was an underground room. It took a lot of effort to pull the door open, and a large cloud of dust fell down in an instant. What came into view turned out to be a step leading directly to the ground. Looking around, there is no bottom to see. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the darkness inside. Advertisement: go up to find a log and light a bonfire. Luo Xiu walked down the steps step by step. The torch in his hand looked extremely weak in this passage. Luo Xiu looked at the surrounding steps that had been eroded. From time to time some plague cockroaches crawled by, and there was some moss next to it. With scattered water droplets on the ground, Luo Xiu looked at the harsh environment around him. Oh, this place is probably not a good house, is it? Walked along the steps for a while and finally reached the end. After walking down, Luo Xiu saw a wooden door appear in front of him. The wooden door was slowly pulled open, making an annoying sound. In an instant, what caught the eye turned out to be an extremely wide space. The torch in Luo Xiu's hand was not enough to illuminate the room. But along the wall Luo Xiu, you can see that the room is big enough. Sure enough, The underground housing space is still very sufficient. Luo Xiu stroked his chin and carefully observed his surroundings. From time to time, some strange things appeared under his feet, which almost tripped him. Holding a torch, Luo Xiu walked around the room. From time to time some special instruments appear. Advertisement: there are also occasional terrariums. This made Luo Xiu puzzled, frowning for a while. By the way, what is this place? Not long after walking, Yinsho suddenly saw an iron sign on the wall. Go forward and walk slowly, and open the door on the surface of the tin box. There is a circuit inside. Luo Xiu frowned and carefully looked at the wiring inside. Put the torch aside, and the faint light of the fire shines on the surrounding walls. The circuits have been aged, and some have even been chewed off by rats. Luo Xiu frowned and muttered with his thick fingers inside. Remove the aging wires and reconnect them, good king ones. Then install some new fuses next to it. After changing everything, Luo Xiu firmly grasped the gate with his right hand. Push upwards hard. Hiss. Suddenly, a lot of sparks splashed out from the switch circuit inside the tin box. My god, it's not the wrong line, is it? Luo Xiu frowned and stared at the case folder. In the next second, scattered lights in the room began to light up. 215. Orochimaru's laboratory. The lights in the house were scattered and illuminated the empty house. I only saw some lights in this room, which can still be used normally, although the light is not particularly clear. But these things around can be regarded as being able to see clearly. After the light was turned on, Luo Xiu could see clearly how big the place was. Luo Xiu's eyes looked around, one after another pale walls. Such a large space is equivalent to 6 or 7 houses, so big. And the height is extremely wide. This reassured Luo Xiu, who was already tall. Luo Xiu looked at the underground room. 383. Immediately afterwards, he looked around in the wreckage on the ground. There were some pieces of broken machinery, some glass shards, probably broken containers. What is this place? Is it a laboratory? Luo Xiu frowned and looked around. Look at the situation, as if you have suffered a strong blow before. Either there was an earthquake and the whole place was shattered. Luo Xiu walked the path among these broken instruments. Advertisement. As he walked, he looked around. This place should be an extremely spacious underground laboratory, but what happened later became what it is today. Suddenly, Luo Xiu found some broken marks on a large stone pillar. The marks on the stone pillar are obviously scratches. It has been attacked by some kind of special animal. Luo Xiu frowned, touching the claw marks. The claw marks are extremely huge, many times bigger than Luo Xiu's palm. It seems that this underground laboratory is not simple. I don't know what kind of experiment it is. Luo Xiu continued walking along this road. I saw one door after another, and after opening the doors, they were all separate experimental areas. There should be some practical experiments here. Just when Luo Xiu felt strange, after turning around, Namikaze Minato was beside him. This frightened Luo Xiu quite a bit. After subconsciously taking a few steps back, frowning, Bibi stared at Namikaze Minato. Why are you here? Namikaze Minato smiled slightly with the corners of his mouth upturned. I saw you were so serious just now, and I didn't bother you. I'm just here to see if your house has been selected. Advertisement. Luo Xiu frowned. For the time being, only this room is usable, the others are too small and dilapidated. Namikaze Minato nodded, then looked around at the ruins. Then you have come down now. Do you have any doubts about this situation? Luo Xiu looked around and nodded silently. It's actually an underground laboratory called Orochimaru. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru? At this moment, Luo Xiu understood that in such a large laboratory, coupled with the situation inside, there is probably no one else except Orochimaru. In this Hokage world, apart from Orochimaru, I am afraid that there is no second similar scientist. What happened to those claw marks just now? Namikaze Minato was silent for a while, then spoke slowly. Orochimaru was here to study summoning beasts at the time, and wanted to create an unprecedented summoning beast. The Japanese species was comparable to the existence of tailed beasts. Luo Xiu frowned, his pupils dilated, and his face paled in shock. A summoning beast comparable to a tailed beast? Then this kind of thought is indeed a bit scary? No wonder I saw a lot of claw marks on the road just now. Namikaze Minato asked Luo Xiu at this moment, so you still have to choose to live here? 216. Big punch 80, small punch 40. Luo Xiu nodded silently. Looking around, the room is big enough. This space is enough for him to show his talents, as long as he throws out the messy pieces of equipment. It seems that this room is a little bigger, and you know my size. Namikaze Minato nodded silently. Okay then, you stay here, and if there's anything strange, just let us know. Luo Xiu nodded silently, watching Namikaze Minato leave here slowly. Luo Xiu looked at the surrounding houses. This small house after another looks like too much trouble. Luo Xiu patted the surrounding walls with his hand. Just open up all of this and turn it into a huge underground space, now I can do whatever I want. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, he punched the wall in front of him. Boom. The underground space is limited, even this punch hits, and the sound echoes around. Immediately afterwards, the wall shook violently. Dust was everywhere, but there were only some cracks and a huge fist mark on the wall. Looks like we'll have to open 8 inner gates. Advertisement. Luo Xiu instantly opened the 8 inner gates and gathered chakra at the brain. Open the second gate. Hue door. In time, green chakra gas appeared around the body. Immediately afterwards, the hair floated in midair. The skin also became black and greasy, and the blood vessels on the forehead were exposed. All I saw was that Luo Xiu got off his horse and punched the wall just now with all his strength. With a bang, a huge hole was punched out of the entire wall in an instant. But the wall hasn't come down yet. Such a big hole has not yet collapsed. Luo Xiu went up to the wall to check carefully. Only then did I discover that the walls were inlaid with steel bars and many iron bodies. This greatly increases the bearing capacity and firmness of the wall. It seems that destroying this place is not enough. These steel bars and iron body must be interrupted. I saw that Luo Xiu instantly became serious. Fist slams quickly against these walls. Huge potholes appeared one after another. After a few blows, the wall finally collapsed completely. Crunch. Boom. Advertisement with the sound of collapse. The entire wall instantly turned into bricks and fell down one after another. Ask for flowers. Loud noises were heard throughout Konoha village near the back hill. The nearby villagers were all frightened when they heard this, and fled here in a hurry. Luo Xiu spent a lot of effort and finally removed the wall. Then it took nearly an hour for the ruins to be dealt with. Luo Xiu sat here, looking up at the surroundings. Asterisk 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 this will be the house he lives in from now on, and it needs to be changed more or less. At this moment, Luo Xiu looked at the other side, the remaining instruments and equipment on the ground. Luo Xiu walked forward, observing left and right. It seems that these things can still be used. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the numbers and special symbols on the electronic screen. After throwing away the rubbish around him, he sat down and looked at it carefully. Hiss, what exactly is recorded here? Luo Xiu curiously pointed at the keyboard and other buttons. Although he couldn't understand it, it didn't affect his blindness here. After a while, suddenly there was movement from the next house. Luo Xiu frowned, thinking that someone broke into the work. 217. Basement study. After turning his head, he discovered that a secret underground passage had appeared. Luo Xiu rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe it was real. I didn't see such an underground corridor when I cleaned it up. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at it for a long time. After slowly standing up from the side of the instrument, he walked towards a corner not far away. After coming to the trapdoor, Luo Xiu lowered his head and looked at what was below. 407 is a spiral staircase. Luo Xiu looked at the spiral staircase leading directly to the ground. Frowning, touching his chin, and the space is very small. If he goes down, he might have to bend his waist and lower his head. Luo Xiu looked around and found no one else, so he walked down the stairs slowly. The space was extremely narrow. Luo Xiu bent his waist and lowered his head, as if he was a thief stealing something. Candles were burning on the surrounding walls. I don't know how he can keep burning in this kind of place. After walking down the spiral staircase for about a minute, I finally saw the end. After Luo Xiu walked down, he saw that the space here was a little narrow. Looking carefully at the past, I found that the surrounding walls were full of books. Advertisement. Take 2 steps. A bookshelf is full of all kinds of books. Looking at the dust on the bookshelf, it seems that I haven't been here for a while. Luo Xiu took a book casually and patted the dust on it. He almost choked himself if he blew it away with his mouth. Looking at the contents on the book cover, there are some strange tongue girls. Luo Xiu frowned and flipped through the catalog. I only saw that the content recorded here is also extremely old. But there are patterns on every page. Although the pattern was drawn by hand, Luo Xiu could understand the general meaning. There should be some ninjutsu recorded in it. Looking at these patterns, it should be the way of not printing. Luo Xiu frowned, flipping through one after another. Looking at his head, he threw the book aside casually. Luo Xiu walked in the middle of the underground library, looking back and forth. After looking around, it seems that there is nothing special here. Except for some books, there is nothing else. Advertisement. She thought that there could be some treasure hidden here, but it seems that she was thinking too much. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, then he went back the same way and walked up. When he came to the laboratory, according to the operation just now, he closed the underground passage, and then Luo Xiu walked out of the room slowly. After tidying up everything, Yao Shou came to the stream. Here, Luo Xiu looks at his surroundings with ease. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time. Light up the surroundings, and it seems that there is nothing strange. I used to look forward to the world of Hokage so much, but now that I come here, it seems that there is nothing special about it. At this moment, Luo Xiu realized through the reflection of the creek that his 8 inner gates had not been closed. Hiss. Now, I can only open to the 2nd gate. How can I enter the 3rd gate? Luo Xiu frowned at 3.8, closed his eyes, and recalled the process that Might Dai told him at that time. Gather the chakra in the chest position to open the life door. Luo Xiu closed his eyes and sat here with his legs crossed together. At this moment, the surroundings are extremely quiet, with the sound of running water in the creek, and the chirping of birds on the nearby branches. The sound of crickets in the nearby grass. At this moment, Luo Xiu is concentrating on training his 8 inner gates technique. 218. Difficult to tame at this moment, chakra slowly condensed in Luo Xiu's body. For Luo Xiu, these chakra were a bit difficult to tame at first. Like a wild horse, chakra went up and down in Luo Xiu's body for a while, scurrying around here and there. Luo Xiu frowned, trying to catch these chakras running around. But these chakra in the body do not obey Luo Xiu's control at all. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth, his forehead was covered with layers of sweat. But these chakras are still flowing in all directions. To unleash a ninjutsu or a forbidden technique like 8 inner gates, it is necessary to gather the chakra in one place. Luo Xiu frowned, and slowly gathered the chakra of the body's 18 limbs. Following his own meridians, he slowly pushed towards the position of his chest. At this moment, Luo Xiu is in his body, as if he is fighting these chakra. After a lot of effort, this chakra finally gathered apart. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth nervously and muttered to himself. Advertisement, okay, finally half of the success, next. Luo Xiu didn't finish what was going on in his heart, only to see a stone suddenly coming from an unknown place from the side stream. After the stone fell into the stream, the water splashed everywhere. Luo Xiu didn't pay attention at first, thinking it fell down accidentally. But the stones hit the creek one after another, and the splash became bigger and bigger. After a while, Luo Xiu's head was soaked, and the chakra that Luo Xiu gathered together with great difficulty was lost in his body bit by bit. In an instant, it turned into a headless fly again, scurrying around. After the angry Luo Xiu opened his eyes, he punched the ground. Ah, who is it? Who is making trouble here? Luo Xiu frowned and looked around. I saw a child not far away, holding a stone in his hand and still throwing it into the stream. After Luo Xiu saw it, his face was filled with anger and murderous intent, and he walked step by step towards the child. No matter how turbulent the creek in front of him was, Luo Xiu stepped into it. Even though it was below his knees, it didn't affect his walking. Seeing such a tall and mighty person walking towards him, the child was startled with snot bubbles. Advertisement immediately afterwards, several men in black walked slowly around the child's body. These people are the child's bodyguards, wearing sunglasses and suits, standing in front of the child. Luo Xiu stretched out his finger angrily, pointing at the child. Little kid, didn't your adults teach you to be polite? Luo Xiu stared at the child with gritted teeth. He was about to successfully open the third gate in 8 inner gates. But I didn't expect to be interrupted halfway by this kid to 470. At this moment, Luo Xiu wanted to kill the child. After walking in front of these people, Luo Xiu blinked, watching the child spit out a mouthful of disdain. He murmured in his heart, "It's just a kid, why are you so angry with him?" Luo Xiu turned his head and went back to the other side of the creek again. After sitting cross-legged, do it all over again. With the lessons from the previous one, I should be more proficient this time. Sure enough, Luo Xiu, who had never learned any ninjutsu, found the feeling of chakra so quickly. Chakra also slowly has a regular flow direction in the body. 219. Repair saplings while they're young. Just when Luo Xiu was about to slowly accumulate these chakra to his chest, the boy threw a stone. This time it didn't fall into the creek. The stone just landed on Luo Xiu's forehead. This made Luo very angry. Luo Xiu ignored it and continued to practice, condensing the chakra in his body. Moreover, the brat with a snot bubble picked it up and threw the stone towards Luo Xiu. The successive stones were thrown on Luo Xiu's head. Although it didn't hurt, it was annoying. Every time the connection is about to be successful, but it is always interrupted by this child. Luo Xiu couldn't bear it this time, and instantly stood up on the spot, and after exerting force on his feet, he leapt into the air. Ah, I'm going to teach you a good lesson for your family. I only saw this child, and saw Luo Xiu jumping so high all of a sudden, like a big monster. In an instant, he took a few steps back in fright, and then cursed loudly. Do you know who I am? I am the son of Daimyo. If you dare to hurt a single hair of my hair, the whole Konoha village will be gone. Advertisement. At this moment, Luo Xiu landed from the sky and hit the ground in an instant. The dust was flying, and the sand and rocks were flying, which frightened the child. And this brat quickly looked at the bodyguards around him. I only saw these bodyguards, and Luo Xiu's legs were so weak that he looked like a monster. Look, I have so much money, everyone go up to me and teach this big monster a lesson. Seeing this brat, he threw a lot of money out of his pocket in an instant. After these bodyguards picked up the money, it was like taking hormones for an instant. Directly and courageously rushed in the direction of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu didn't pay attention to them either. He punched them left and kicked them right, and knocked them all down. What kind of ruthless character, I thought. All the fuss for a long time was the work of a three-legged cat. All the bodyguards around were dealt with, and the brat cried out of fright. Ah, Dad. Ah, someone bullied me. When the child cried, Luo Xiu was startled instead. Luo Xiu blinked in place. Obviously he hasn't touched a single hair of the child. Seeing that something was wrong, Luo Xiu immediately hugged his head. Slowly sit beside the creek, and continue to practice the 8 inner gates technique according to the method just now. Advertisement leading the child on the treetops. They ran towards the distance continuously. In the next second, Luo Xiu turned his head and saw that the child behind him was gone. Luo Xiu watched the child cry, thinking he had taught him a lesson, turned his head and prepared to leave. The man in black didn't speak, and his actions were extremely sensitive. Chakra flows slowly in Luo Xiu's body. In an instant, a pit exploded here. Immediately afterwards, on the tree branch in front, a guy in black, good money Zhao, hugged the child around his waist. Luo Xiu has always been annoyed by the sound of these children crying. Please, I haven't touched you yet, why are you crying? But who would have thought that a kunai suddenly appeared in front of him? withdrew 2 steps back, and the detonator exploded in the next second. Seeing the child, he immediately started crying, sitting on the ground and making a fuss. He likes quiet places, so he never likes children. Immediately afterwards, after the breeze blew by, the tail of this kunai was actually covered with a detonating talisman. Luo Xiu didn't respond either. Seeing the child being taken away, he felt relieved instead. It seems that you are a bodyguard who knows Kung Fu. Advertisement 220. The hero saves the beauty. The blue chakra flows faster and faster in the body. After Luo Xiu found the trick, he successfully brought chakra to his chest. Immediately afterwards, these chakras formed a ball-like shape on the chest. As the sphere keeps getting bigger, at the same time, Luo Xiu slowly compressed the chakra again. The compression is getting smaller and smaller, converging to a point. This chakra is continuously compressed and the concentration is getting higher and higher. Luo Xiu gathered this high concentration of chakra directly on this point of the chest at the same time. It's going to happen. This time Luo Xiu was extremely excited and was about to succeed. But at this moment, suddenly screams came from the woods behind him. Ah! The sound frightened Luo Xiu's body, originally concentrating on cultivating, suddenly shouting, everyone will be afraid. At this moment, Luo Xiu's head seemed to be on fire, and every time he succeeded immediately, he was interrupted by others. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and frowned. This time, he wanted to take a good look at who was yelling in the woods. Advertisement. After Luo Xiu stood up, he pushed aside the grass angrily. Go into the grass, through the trees, and around a huge rock. The birds in the bee forest were all frightened by Luo Xiu, and they flew around one after another. At this moment, Luo Xiu had to vent his anger. After walking behind the rock, I suddenly saw a group of people surrounding a little girl. Luo Xiu frowned. Looking at these guys, they didn't look like good people. The little girl was obviously bullied by these guys. If you guys fight, go and have fun, don't make trouble here. Luo Xiu spoke suddenly, attracting the attention of these people. When the girl saw someone coming, she quickly ran towards Luo Xiu. Hiding behind Luo Xiu's tall body, this is my boyfriend, you should be afraid. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the woman hiding behind him, and at the same time, looking at the 5 crooked melons in front of him. Who do you think it is? What's wrong with being a bit tall? I guess it's a big stupid guy. Just pay back your boyfriend, even if your father comes today, it won't work. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at these guys, although it has nothing to do with him. But Luo Xiu was interrupted to practice, this is a fact. Advertisement. Now he just wanted to find a few punching bags to vent his anger. These cheap guys in front of me can just give it a try. I only saw these 4 or 5 crooked melons and cracked dates pacing forward slowly. We are all ninjas, ordinary people can't resist our ninjutsu. Come over to me quickly. One of the men with big teeth came forward and grabbed the woman's arm. And the other hand of this woman was holding onto the corner of Luo Xiu's clothes tightly. Luo Xiu is the most annoying when people touch him. I saw Luo Xiushun's big palm directly grabbing the big toothy head. With a firm pinch, a paw print appeared directly on the head. With all his strength, he threw it directly onto the boulder next to him. The men next to them were taken aback when they saw it. I thought that Luo Xiu was just a bit tall, but I didn't expect that he really had some strength. The 4 of them took a few steps back one after another. There are so many of us, are we afraid that he will be alone? Brothers, greet him together at the same time. I don't believe it can be solved with ninjutsu, this big guy. I only saw these 4 people making seals with both hands at the same time. 221. Play and play, earth style, mud flow, fire style, great fireball technique. Look at my detonator. I saw these 4 people using ninjutsu one after another, attacking in the direction of Luo Xiu at the same time. In an instant, Luo Xiu's legs were pinned. This soil seems to have an inexplicable absorption force. He firmly glued Luo Xiu's legs to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a huge fireball rushed towards Luo Xiu's face in front of him. The detonating talismans flying over one after another exploded at the same time. Another person uses the clone technique to hit Luo Xiu's in all directions. After a while, there will be sand and stones flying here and dust will fly. Ha ha ha, let me just say that this is a big stupid guy who can't sustain the attacks of us. It's really boring and I'm still thinking about playing for a while. I saw this woman walking slowly in front of these men. Hey, the fish took the bait too fast this time, right? It turned out that this woman turned out to be the boss of these men. Deceive other people by using this hero to save the beauty. After deceiving people, deal with them together, so that you can rob other people's money. Advertisement, hurry up and see if he has anything valuable to take away. After the woman finished speaking, she saw only one of the men walking forward slowly. The surrounding dust was flying everywhere, and the man was groping in the dust. Suddenly, a shadow passed by. With a scream, the few people outside were terrified. Frowning, staring at the situation inside the dust. What's the matter? Tell me something. The woman kept asking questions, but the man in the dust didn't respond. In the next second, a black shadow suddenly threw out. All I saw was that the body was twisted to pieces. Every joint has been broken, and the head is about to be dislocated. After seeing the corpse, these people panicked, and then slowly appeared behind them, a tall black shadow. Under the sunlight, it looks extraordinarily tall and mighty. These people slowly turned their heads. I saw Luo Xiu walking out of the dust, staring at the people in front of him with anger on his face. Taking a deep breath in the mouth, the breath that comes out makes people feel extremely frightened. Ghost. In the next second, these people quickly retreated. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The woman trembled all over, pointing at Luo Xiu and shouting. How is it possible? Can you still survive after being hit by such ninjutsu? The green gas on the surface of Luo Xiu's body became more and more obvious. It turned out that after Luo Xiu was controlled just now, the 8 inner gates were opened instantly. Immediately afterwards, in this urgent situation, they broke through the 3rd gate directly. The door of life was opened, and chakra poured into the door in an instant. The defense of Luo Xiu's body instantly became stronger. At this moment, Luo Xiu's blood vessels were exposed. You guys did a great job. These guys didn't give up and threw kunai at Luo Xiu one after another. Luo Xiu seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared in front of these guys in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he appeared behind them and punched one of them heavily on the back. The fist pierced directly through the chest, bloody, flying directly. In the next second, a sweeping kick kicked the other 2 people away. One of them was directly broken by the waist and kicked in half. At this moment, only this woman was left standing there, with fear and despair on her face. Point 222. The bear kid was kidnapped. In an instant, Luo Xiu swung his fist towards the woman. The strength of the fist is great. Even if you haven't reached a woman yet, you already feel the extremely powerful fist style. The woman's hair was blown to pieces, and she watched Luo Xiu's pumpkin-sized fist hit her. Boom. Following a violent sound, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the dust all around, but his body is intact. 320. Luo Xiu Gonggong's fist hit a towering tree nearby. This tree trunk has a diameter of more than 1 meter. It was directly cut off by Luo Xiu's punch. The woman trembled and burst into tears when she saw it. After throwing this punch, Luo Xiu took 2 steps forward and passed the woman. Finally, he turned to stare at the woman sideways. After snorting, he slowly left here. After the fight, Luo Xiu lifted the 8 inner gates and felt no discomfort in his body. These 8 inner gates have great side effects on the body, but there is no reaction on Luo Xiu. Advertisement. Luo Xiu also felt strange, perhaps because of his relatively strong body. As a result, he didn't fall to the ground instantly every time he used 8 inner gates like others. Luo Xiu frowned, staring at his own reflection in the stream. Just as Luo Xiu was about to return to the house, a figure suddenly appeared from the woods not far away. The figure jumped up and down on the branches of the tree, obviously heading towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked around and stopped. I only saw this figure becoming more and more obvious. When I got closer, I realized that it was Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's expression seemed very anxious. Luo Xiu has something to ask you. Luo Xiu blinked, facing Namikaze Minato. Did you see a child around here? Luo Xiu frowned, recalling the brat who was by the stream just now. Speaking of children, I met one, but it was taken away later, and the brat said he was a child of daimyo. Namikaze Minato frowned and asked hastily, that's him, where is he? Luo Xiu frowned and looked around. Advertisement, that child was so naughty, I beat her up, and then a man in black appeared. I thought it was his bodyguard, and that man in black took her away. Namikaze Minato's pupils dilated when he heard this. Then where was he taken? Luo Xiu frowned, as if feeling that this matter was not that simple. Go, I'll take you there. Luo Xiu led the way, and the 2 of them ran at high speed in the forest behind the mountain. After a while, I came to the side of the creek. Luo Xiu pointed to the side and said slowly. The bear kid was here at the time, and then a man appeared from the tree branch over there, and then ran to the east. Namikaze Minato's heart was full of various anxieties. It's broken, this child has been kidnapped, the father of this child is next to 3rd Hokage, just received the kidnapping letter. Hearing this, Luo Xiu's 2.8 pupils dilated and choked up. No way, what a coincidence, I thought it was his bodyguard. Luo Xiu frowned, feeling guilty for a moment. The child was kidnapped and he had something to do with himself. After all, he was the one who knocked out the bodyguard next to the child, which gave the kidnappers a chance. Take me, I can help you, I will go find this child with you. 223. The tricky kidnapper Namikaze Minato looked at Luo Xiu's expression and firm eyes, and quickly agreed. I saw the 2 of them following the route of the previous kidnapper, slowly searching. No trace was found along the way. This guy is cautious enough to have no clues at all. Luo Xiu watched guiltily, for fear of ignoring any clues. Namikaze Minato looked around, but there was also no result, so he could only continue along this road. Just when they were feeling helpless, they suddenly found a piece of paper on the ground not far away. Luo Xiu frowned, and hurried forward a few steps. When I got closer, I realized that it was actually a piece of money. At this time, Luo Xiu suddenly realized that this brat likes to send people away with money. Obviously, the money fell from him. Namikaze Minato, come and see, here is a piece of money, this is what fell from that child. The direction of the 2 of them was not wrong, and after they met each other's eyes, they continued to rush along this road. Sure enough, there were bits and pieces along the way, and there was always some money falling in the corner. On the other side, 3rd Hokage took the ninja and the daimyo and hurriedly searched around. Advertisement at the same time, according to the agreement, 10 million came to the designated forest. Third Hokage followed the daimyo to a broken house in the forest. This is an old dilapidated log cabin. The surrounding grass is overgrown, and no one has been here for a long time. According to the requirements of the kidnapping letter, he took 10 million and put it in the cabin, then turned around and left. No one is allowed to approach in the middle, otherwise the ticket will be torn. This daimyo didn't dare to act rashly, but Third Hokage wanted to catch these kidnappers with his own hands. I saw them quietly hiding in the bushes after they walked away. After waiting for a long time, no one came. Slowly at noon, suddenly there was an old man with a shovel on his shoulder. Walk slowly towards the direction of the wooden house. It doesn't look like a kidnapper either. Seeing the old man open the door of the cabin, Third Hokage immediately ordered the ninja to come forward. Third Hokage squatted down, pulled the arrow out of the ground and opened the note. After the daimyo saw it, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Advertisement in an instant, the cabin was wrapped, and at the same time rushed in, pressing the old man to the ground. You have broken the contract, now there are only two, one I will kill your son, two give me 100 million. Seeing this, Third Hokage frowned. After Third Hokage and the daimyo walked out slowly, they looked at the old man in front of them. Third Hokage immediately looked around. Faced with the daimyo's questioning, the old man didn't know what happened, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. Always be ready to start a fight using ninjutsu. When Third Hokage was worried, suddenly an arrow shot down from the sky. I don't know what happened. A stranger asked me to come here to pick up something to hand over, and when it was done, he gave me 1,000 yuan. No matter what, Third Hokage never expected that the kidnapper this time would be so smart. The surrounding ninjas also quickly started to defend. Tell me, where did you hide my son? Originally I was farming, but then I met this man in black, so I came here. It seems that the 287 kidnappers were much smarter than they thought. Third Hokage frowned, looking at the old man. It didn't look like he was lying. This arrow has a piece of paper tied to .224, abandoned arsenal. Third Hokage's plan was not successfully implemented. Everyone in the room discussed what to do next. The daimyo, who was slowly waking up at this moment, angrily walked in the direction of Third Hokage. In the next second, the daimyo grabbed Third Hokage's clothes tightly. With an angry face, he said aggressively, "It's all your fault for being so patient. If it weren't for you giving him the money, my son would have returned." Everyone has the habit of being arrogant and unreasonable. The other ninjas rushed forward to stop them, and wanted to defend Third Hokage. Seeing that Third Hokage immediately raised his hand, motioning for them not to come over. This kind of matter can only be resolved by himself. Now saving his son is the most important thing, and there should be no internal conflicts because of this matter. Third Hokage stood up slowly, with guilt all over his face. It's my fault. I shouldn't let those ninjas act without authorization. But let's not quarrel now. The time we delay is the best time to rescue the children. If we fight internally here, then it's just a matter of making those kidnappers laugh. Advertisement. The daimyo seemed to have listened to some words, and slowly let go of his hands. Then what do you say? My son has already been taken away by them, now they want 100 million. I just notified my family to sell all my property. I found relatives and friends again, and I managed to scrape together 100 million yuan. The daimyo felt helpless in his heart, and he regretted it deeply. I'll be a pauper from now on. Seeing what daimyo looks like now, Third Hokage couldn't bear to continue talking. At the same time, Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu slowly approached along the trail. There are coins dropped by bear children everywhere along the way. One left, one right. After a while, Luo Xiu's pockets were full. However, the money slowly disappeared. This brat is very likely to be inside. At this moment, Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu saw the abandoned factory. Unknowingly, in the middle of the forest, an abandoned factory slowly appeared. Advertisement. The two of them nestled quietly in the grass, motionless. Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu also thought of getting together. What is this for? Why is there still a place? The ninjas from the country of water destroyed this place first, so this place is no longer used. At this moment, Namikaze Minato uses an exclusive eagle to write down the content of the journey on paper, and slowly brings it back to Third Hokage with this eagle. It's not easy. Knowing that this kind of arsenal is used as a cover, Zhao Hao, this group of people should not be just ordinary kidnappers. Namikaze Minato said slowly. This was originally an arsenal, specializing in the manufacture of ninja weapons, and later due to the outbreak of the Third Ninja War. This group of people should be those rebels at the end of the Third Ninja World War. Luo Xiu raised his mouth slightly and nodded, followed by Namikaze Minato's words and said yes. Luo Xiu frowned and nodded his head slowly. This guy wants to take advantage of the fact that the Third Ninja World War has just ended, and a few traitorous ninjas get together and want to take advantage of the opportunity. Luo Xiu frowned and looked around the abandoned factory. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's eagle flew to Third Hokage's side. It may be that Luo Xiu's body is a bit tall, and he has to hide beside a tree to block it. 225. Third Hokage himself. After seeing Namikaze Minato's eagle, Third Hokage immediately stepped forward to observe. Take off the piece of paper on the eagle's leg, and carefully read the above content. We followed the clues and went all the way to the depths of the mountain behind Konoha. There is a high degree of suspicion in the abandoned arsenal. Luo Xiu and I are ambushed here. A few sentences are simple and clear, and after Third Hokage reads it, there is hope in an instant. Everyone thought this was hopeless, but now, the news from Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu instantly ignited hope. Everyone follow the instructions step by step, don't move around, and then I will go to the abandoned arsenal in person. Third Hokage frowned instantly, his face full of seriousness. Because of the first mistake, he completely lost face. Having lost such a 183 opportunity in front of the daimyo, it was clear that Third Hokage wanted to get back his face. I only saw Third Hokage put on this armor of his own. After pushing open the door with a serious and angry face, he followed the eagle of Namikaze Minato and ran fast all the way. And Namikaze Minato didn't dare to act rashly. If you want to sneak in, you can only go in by Namikaze Minato. Advertisement Luo Xiu's volume is really too big, you have to bend your head when you walk in from the main entrance. Luo Xiu frowned, looking helplessly at the arsenal. It seems that I can only rush in when you fail to sneak in. Luo Xiu helplessly hid beside the big tree, but he was very angry in his heart, and couldn't help but want to rush in. He always felt at a loss if he didn't get involved in such an important matter. Luo Xiu frowned and said quietly, "How about we rush in? It shouldn't be a problem to solve these traitors with our strength." Namikaze Minato blinked helplessly. "If it's just money, it's okay. There's a child in the key. If the child is safe and all right, I'll go with you." Luo Xiu frowned and patted himself on the forehead. "I really forgot about this brat, what a troublesome guy." Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly, then continued to squat beside the tree trunk. Summoning Beast. I saw Namikaze Minato using the summoning technique, Biffy, to call out a little toad. Advertisement This little toad is very small, about the size of a mouse. Then I can only rely on you, first go in and help me see what's going on inside. After the little toad jumped, he turned around and jumped in the direction of the abandoned arsenal. Luo Xiu looked at the cute little toad, and found it quite interesting. At the same time, Third Hokage, who was fully armed and followed Namikaze Minato, also rushed over. After hearing footsteps, Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato turned their heads at the same time. I saw Third Hokage appearing behind the two of them in an instant. Suddenly Luo Xiu was startled and almost knocked down the tree. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato pulled a hand, which avoided embarrassment. "Third Hokage, why are you here? We only need the two of us here." Third Hokage looked at Namikaze Minato, then frowned with a serious look on his face. "Can you confirm that those guys are here?" Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. "My summoning beast has just entered, and I don't know what's going on, now I can only wait temporarily. I saw this little toad jumping along the ventilation duct, and jumped directly into the abandoned ice factory." 226. Luo Xiu's plan at this moment, Namikaze Minato's sight can be shared with the little frog at the same time. I saw that Namikaze Minato zoomed in and let the three of them watch together. Luo Xiu carefully looked at the sight of this little frog and everything inside. The terrain here is extremely complex, old machines are everywhere. Ruins and ruins, every place has been dilapidated. As the little frog jumped to the depths. The arsenal is divided into 2 floors. Now, the frog looked around on the first floor and saw nothing strange. Luo Xiu frowned, carefully observing all the details. "Stop, look here." Namikaze Minato immediately controlled the frog to stop, and jumped to the left according to Luo Xiu's instructions. Sure enough, a piece of money was found on the ground. Seeing that this piece of money is the same as what they picked up along the way, it shows that this is indeed the place where they kidnapped the bear child. Third Hokage looked at Luo Xiu and muttered to himself. Advertisement. This guy looks tall and mighty, but he is actually thoughtful enough, and his observations are really detailed enough. The frog continued to walk, and after a while, the floor had turned around again, without any clues. Slowly along the old and abandoned stairs, jumping up bit by bit. Suddenly I heard the sound of laughing upstairs. At this time, the Yin family was even more convinced that the kidnappers must be hiding on the 2nd floor. The frog jumped up little by little, and after changing the perspective, it slowly came inside. Through a window, he looked around carefully. Not far away, there are 4 people next to a weapon-making machine. These guys are dressed differently, and they should be rebels from various places mixed together. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money after the 3rd Ninja World War ended. And the frog observed carefully that the brat was tied in the middle of the huge machine. The weapon-making machine was suspended in the air, and the child was strapped to it. Namikaze Minato and Third Hokage frowned. It seems that the child is in danger. This plan sounds fine. If you are in danger, the two of us can't help you right away. Advertisement. Ask for flowers, Luo Xiu said suddenly. After Luo Xiu's plan was finished, Namikaze Minato and Third Hokage looked at each other. Self-preservation is not a problem, the main thing is to save children. Hearing this, they cursed people did understand Luo Xiu's words. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Then let me try, I'll just walk in through the front door and make a little noise on purpose. They certainly don't want to initiate trouble, so I just get their main attention. As long as the two of them show up, the 4 kidnappers will definitely become cautious immediately. That's not necessary, you two don't worry, I already know 8 inner gates. Fortunately, they are on the 2nd floor. We just need to sneak in slowly along the roof of the 2nd floor, and the children will go down alone to attract attention. At this time, the two of you touch down from the roof, and the child alone can move organically. The plan needs someone to attract their target, neither Namikaze Minato, the Golden Flash, nor you as third Hokage. Third Hokage's plan does sound like a seamless one. But with your current strength, you may not be those opponents who are rebellious. 227. Showtime for Luo Xiu. After hearing Luo Xiu say 8 inner gates, Namikaze Minato and third Hokage were shocked. I know that 8 inner gates is itself a forbidden technique. Most people can't try it at all, and after learning it, it will have great side effects on their bodies. As far as I know, only the Might Guy family learned this forbidden technique. How do you? Luo Xiu frowned, recalling the scene before Might Guy died. Relying on the strength of 977 alone, all the 7 ninjas on the opposite side were eliminated. Luo Xiu took a deep breath and said slowly, I learned it by chance. Now, this tense situation is too late to explain too much. After third Hokage and Namikaze Minato looked at each other, they slowly started to move. The two sides came to each other's position. First came to the treetops and then came to the roof with a light jump. When they are ready, they each make gestures. Luo Xiu was also about to walk out from the branch. Finally, there is no need to hide and hide. Luo Xiu walked out swaggeringly, step by step extremely heavy. Advertisement. After arriving at the gate, the 4 people on the top of the building found someone at the gate. Luo Xiu was tall and mighty, which made the 4 people feel a little puzzled. And one of the masked men in black frowned when he saw that it was Luo Xiu. This guy has some strength. He was the one who helped me bring down the bodyguard next to the kid. Why did he come here? These 4 people were suspicious of each other, and couldn't tell for a while, what exactly was this guy trying to do. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised, which should have attracted their attention at this moment. Pushing the door hard, the sound was very loud, and this happens to be a signal to third Hokage Namikaze Minato and the others. After Luo Xiu came in, he didn't go straight up to the second floor. Slowly came to the center of the first floor, picked up the discarded weapons, all kinds of knives, and nothing on the ground. Gather them together and put them in one pocket, only then did the people upstairs react. It turned out to be a weapon dealer. Pick up these scraps and resell them. Sure enough, Luo Xiu slowly walked in front of these weapons. In order to attract the attention of the kidnappers, Luo Xiu slowly started to walk towards the second floor. But Luo Xiu didn't think so. Advertisement after all, at this time, one more thing is worse than one less thing. This way 1.7 will leave enough time for Namikaze Minato and third Hokage on the roof. And the bear kid also saw the 2 of them in a tense atmosphere. Luo Xiu also pretended not to see them walking slowly into the next room. Collect all kinds of weapons left over from previous battles. Flying can be achieved by letting chakra solidify on the feet. Let these people mistake it for a guy who picks up rags. Afraid that Luo Xiu would see them when he came up. Now these people are frightened. They kept their distance all the time, which made the kidnappers feel a little nervous. I saw these kidnappers hiding separately. They must be kept on the alert and always in shock of themselves. Dispel their doubts. Just like that, third Hokage and Namikaze Minato quietly came directly above these people. Seeing that Luo Xiu did not make any other moves, these people gradually became less vigilant. The 2 of them came to the roof smoothly and then slowly descended. 228. Frontal War. Seeing the children of Namikaze Minato and third Hokage was extremely excited, as if there was hope. In an instant, she was so moved that she burst into tears, and her body kept shaking. Namikaze Minato immediately gestured with one finger, telling him to be quiet. At this time, it will succeed soon, and it would be a pity if it is discovered. The brat also understood, immediately stabilized his emotions, and slowly calmed down. And Luo Xiu's attention was strong enough to make some noises from time to numb the hearing of these enemies. After collecting these weapons almost together, slowly prepared to go downstairs. Now, the kidnappers finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, third Hokage and Namikaze 18 Minato are working together at the same time. A person untied the rope behind the bear child. Another person watched the kidnappers vigilantly from the side. After the rope was untied, Luo Xiu also walked slowly from the second floor to the first floor. At this moment, a crucial problem suddenly appeared. Although the rope was untied, there was a sudden noise. Advertisement. The sound instantly spread to every corner of the entire abandoned arsenal. After Luo Xiu heard the sound, his heart beat violently instantly, and the cold sweat on his forehead kept coming out. However, the 4 kidnappers below also slowly turned their heads in the direction of the voice. I only saw this sound, which turned out to be from the weapon-making machine tied to the bear boy on the second floor. The kidnappers looked up at Namikaze Minato and third Hokage. At the same time, I saw that the bear boy had been rescued. For a moment, as if the air had frozen, several people were stunned, looking at each other. Damn it, they are a gang, deliberately using Tiahu Lishan to deceive us. Only one of them was seen yelling loudly. In an instant, the 4 immediately ran in the direction of Namikaze Minato third Hokage. After hearing the sound, Luo Xiu also felt that something was wrong, so he immediately turned around and ran quickly to the second floor. He also dropped all the weapons in his hand, turned around, and ran towards the abandoned machinery on the second floor. 2 against Luo Xiu and 2 against Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato saw that something was wrong, and immediately shouted. Suddenly sparks flew. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he started fighting with these few people with Kanui in his hand. Seeing that something was going wrong, Luo Xiu immediately came to the crowd and began to join the battle. The floor of the second floor was almost trampled by him. Third Hokage, you will take the child out first to ensure the safety of the child, and I will deal with it here. After third Hokage nodded, he immediately jumped out from the window beside him. I only saw these 4 people, and they were divided into 2 parts. After all, they didn't want to procrastinate, the child was about to be taken away, and the 100 million was like a duck flying away. And Namikaze Minato rolled from the roof and fell to the ground. After seeing them make a move, they began to attack quickly. Luo Xiu watched the 2 men press hard, and took a big step back in the next second and leapt in the air. Facing the crazy offensive of these 2 people, Luo Xiu retreated while defending. By the way, pick up a piece of iron next to it to resist their weapons. The 3 kidnappers were frightened instantly, and they turned their heads quickly. In an instant, Luo Xiu jumped into the sky and fell heavily. What are you afraid of? There are only 2 of them, and the golden flash wave 150 wind Minato is no more than that. The 4 of us make a quick fight and snatch the child. 229. Luo Xiu vs Rebellion. After jumping into the air, Luo Xiu directly smashed the heads of these 2 people with the iron sheet in his hand. In an instant, the 2 were blinded. Luo Xiu stepped straight towards the iron sheet in the air. As the iron sheet fell to the ground, it missed. Luo Xiu frowned, only to see that these 2 people had already hid aside. And under the iron sheet turned out to be 2 clone technique. This guy is so big and so flexible, trap him first. I only saw one of the traitorous ninja quickly form seals with both hands. Earth-style crust. Suddenly, the ground began to fluctuate. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to be choppy, like sea level. In the next second, the stones on the ground and various things directly wrapped Luo Xiu up. Suddenly, Luo Xiu was trapped in a semicircular crust. At this moment, another rebellious hand is also quickly condensing chakra. Lightning-style lightning rod. In an instant, many blue objects, like needlepoints, quickly fell from the air. Advertisement: the sharp needle quickly fell from the sky, and directly pierced the earth's crust that trapped Luo Xiu into ants' nests. After Luo Xiu was trapped inside, he looked around in the darkness and couldn't find a way out. Immediately afterwards, a needle fell from above in an instant. Fortunately, Luo Xiu's observation hockey is still there. After sensing it in advance, he immediately turned his head and avoided the song. This needle is extremely tiny, but it has strong penetrating power. Such a thick crust was pierced directly. Luo Xiu's right hand was almost pierced directly. Fortunately, he shrank his hands quickly and quickly dodged. Immediately afterwards, many such needles fell one after another from above. Luo Xiu twisted left and right in the earth's crust, hastily dodged. It lasted for almost a minute. Finally, the stitches didn't last. Just when Luo Xiu thought it was over, these things that suddenly fell from above were at Luo Xiu's feet, suddenly emitting a blue light. Luo Xiu frowned, and immediately covered his chest with his hands. Arms crossed in an instant, blue light emerged from the earth's crust. Immediately afterwards, these needles continuously emitted blue lightning on the ground. Advertisement: in an instant, it shot out to the surroundings. The lightning that shot out, shattering the dead, produced a violent sound in the earth's crust in an instant. Boom! Namikaze Minato, who was fighting on the other side, immediately looked out of the corner of his eye when he heard the voice. It was found that Luo Xiu was trapped inside, and the movement just now was not like an ordinary explosion. Luo Xiu. Namikaze Minato anxiously called out Luo Xiu's name. And the other 2 rebels were holding strange weapons in their hands at the same time. Rather than caring about others, it's better to take care of yourself. The 2 traitors didn't give Namikaze Minato any time to react. And Luo Xiu's 2 rebels smiled triumphantly. Ha ha ha, it really is just a rough-looking guy, it's useless. Nuomas, even if you don't die with this set of ninjutsu, you still have to peel off the skin. If you want to continue fighting, isn't that impossible? There's no movement here, I guess he's dead, nephew? At this moment, the inside of the earth's crust was extremely quiet, and following the explosion just now, wisps of black smoke slowly drifted outward. You can see that there is smoke all over the place. I guess this guy has been blown up to the point where there is not even a bone scum left. Looks like we can take on the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato together. Point 230. Demon Luo Xiu. Seeing this battlefield, it instantly became quiet. The battle moment that was originally divided into 2 parts merged into one. These 2 rebels walked towards Namikaze Minato triumphantly. For a while, Namikaze Minato was surrounded by enemies and watched. The right hand is ready to put in the pocket and take out the marked kunai at any time. In the worst case, you can only use the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if you die, bring out Luo Xiu's body. Just when these rebels were smiling complacently, suddenly, there was a loud noise from behind them. Boom! Immediately after 420, everyone turned their eyes to the direction where the voice came from. The crust was actually shattered. The 2 traitors didn't panic too much. It may be that the ninjutsu power of the 2 of us just now was too strong, and it was directly shattered. But when he finished cursing, a black shadow slowly appeared behind them. This black shadow sees through the clear glass above the skylight. The sunlight outside is getting more and more dazzling. The shadow cast obliquely was tall and big. Advertisement. I saw Luo Xiu slowly coming out of the ruins, covered in black smoke. Big. The clothes are almost burnt to pieces. It seems that the thunder and lightning just now were quite fierce. But Luo Xiu didn't have any trauma on his body, except for some burnt black hair. There is no other danger. However, at this moment Luo Xiu has already opened the third gate, Shu Gate, in the 8 inner gates. The surface of Luo Xiu's body was covered in black smoke, slowly revealing a puff of green gas. Like a messenger from hell, Luo Xiu's face looked like a ghostly ghost. The 4 rebels turned their heads and were instantly shocked when they saw Luo Xiu's expression. How is it possible? This guy is not dead, damn it, why is he so fleshy? There's not even a single wound on his body. Luo Xiu's performance shocked everyone present. Not only these rebels were scared, but even Namikaze Minato, who was on the side, was surprised. Even if this kind of ninjutsu doesn't hurt, it will still hurt some. But Luo Xiu's body is like steel. There were no signs of any injuries. Namikaze Minato looked at Luo Xiu in surprise, only saw these 4 people, and immediately shifted his target to Luo Xiu. Advertisement: if Luo Xiu opens it now, I'm afraid he won't be able to move himself after these 4 people are dealt with. Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato were trapped in the center of the formation. Now Luo Xiu may be able to open the 4th gate at any time, but the 8 inner gates that open the 4th gate will cause extremely high damage to his body. Look, walk from above. This purple barrier directly sealed Luo Xiu and others inside. These 4 people immediately stood in 4 directions. No matter how they resist, this formation is extremely strong. Everyone's seal is the same. It's really a troublesome big monster, get rid of him first. I only saw these 4 people and quickly closed their seals. It seems to use a special combination of ninjutsu. And Namikaze Minato was looking at Luo Xiu's current state. Namikaze Minato just jumped out after speaking, only seeing the top, and the top was sealed in an instant. Namikaze Minato immediately came to Luo Xiu's side, as if to share some troubles for him. All 4 directions around are trapped. Sealing technique, 4 purple smoke formation. For a while, some purple barriers slowly floated out from around their bodies. 231. Troublesome sealing technique. This purple formation is surprisingly strange. No matter how much the 2 of them resisted, it was useless. This is troublesome. If this continues, the 2 of us will be suffocated to death. Luo Xiu looked at the slowly shrinking space around him. Namikaze Minato also looked around nervously. No matter what kind of ninjutsu, there are bound to be shortcomings. Any ninjutsu will have a weakness. This is what Luo Xiu remembered from Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Minato took the lead in throwing around, marking kunai. After seeing these kunais scattered for 4 weeks, Namikaze Minato strikes quickly. Although the speed is very fast, this sealing technique is extremely hard. But you'd better stop doing unnecessary struggles. It's better to lie peacefully inside. The famous golden flash, I'm afraid it will be solved by the 4 of us alive today. The 4 rebels outside were smiling triumphantly, but Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato inside really had no choice. With their current strength, this ninjutsu is indeed impossible to break through. Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato opened his right hand and Rasengan kept gathering in the center. Advertisement: seeing Namikaze Minato, he immediately hit the surrounding purple walls. This Rasengan's damage is very high, but facing this layer of defense, there is no wavering. Luo Xiu frowned, looked around, looked up at the sky, and then stared at his feet. I saw Luo Xiu lift his foot and lightly stepped on the ground. There is a way. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly and he smiled, and then he opened the 8th gate in an instant. After the 3rd gate was opened, the power suddenly became abundant in his body. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu bent down, and instantly his fists were like raindrops, smashing towards the ground. A big hole was smashed out on the ground in a short while. The 4 rebels stared at Luo Xiu in the middle with dumbfounded expressions. I didn't expect this big guy to have such a powerful explosive power. If you hit the ground, you can make a hole. The hateful weakness was found out by them. What should we do? I want to see how hard his fist is. Is it his fist faster, or our seal faster? I saw the 4 of them increase their chakra usage, and then speed up the sealing speed of the sealing technique. Suddenly, the surrounding purple walls quickly shrank together, forming a wall. Advertisement: ask for flowers. The purple wall rushed down along the hole Luo Xiu made. Luo Xiu's fist swung quickly, but the chakra in his body was almost used up. If you want to continue to fight, you must keep yourself from opening the 3rd gate. Nowadays, Luo Xiu has just mastered 8 inner gates as not very grand master for chakra. All I saw was the green smoke around Luo Xiu's body dissipating slowly. After seeing Namikaze Minato on the side, it was obvious that Luo Xiu seemed a little tired. At the same time, the purple seal above was still pressing towards them quickly. Namikaze Minato took a leap and jumped into the air. Immediately afterwards, he forcibly resisted the pressure of the sealing technique with the kunai in his hand. Although it is slightly effective, the speed of this sealing technique is still extremely fast. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and frowned, staring at the ground under his feet. Must be faster, faster. Luo Xiu's heart beat more and more violently, as if it was about to explode. But at this moment, Luo Xiu's fist was as heavy as if it had been filled with lead. 232. Open the 4th gate of Luo Xiu. Due to the strenuous exercise, Luo Xiu's lungs were about to explode. Luo Xiu, who was breathing extremely fast, had an inexplicable blood type in his throat. But at this moment, Luo Xiu swung his fist completely relying on his own consciousness. Punch after punch hit the bottom of the hole. the surrounding mud was covered with blood, flying towards the surroundings non-stop. One more punch. At this moment, in Luo Xiu's mind, it was constantly flooding. In the end, 897, the beating speed of the heart doubled in an instant. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable chakra surged out of his body. These chakras extend a few centimeters down along the acupuncture points of Schumann. And Luo Xiu also felt the changes in his body and instantly roared furiously. 8 Inner Gates Technique Number 4 Gate, Hurt Gate, Open. In an instant, Luo Xiu's body became stronger. As soon as the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates was opened, Luo Xiu's body was already strong, and every punch he punched out exceeded the speed of sound. In an instant, a huge pit was directly punched out on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu changed the direction of his fist. Take advantage of the trend and quickly hit upwards to the other side. Advertisement almost in the blink of an eye. He punched countless times directly from the ground to the ground, and he broke through in an instant. Namikaze Minato on the side was almost dumbfounded. After Luo Xiu took advantage of the trend and jumped out towards another opening, his speed was astonishing, and he came directly to the side of these 4 people. Immediately afterwards, it smashed towards the body of one of them in an instant. With a left punch and a right punch, the bones have been smashed into pieces. Chichao bleeding body has no signs of life. The other 3 rebels on the side were dumbfounded. At this moment, they have no time to review the so-called sealing technique. And Namikaze Minato finally relaxed a lot here and ran upwards. He only saw Luo Xiu was like a demon from hell with red murderous aura in his eyes. The 3 traitors turned around and ran away, and Luo Xiu came to them in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he quickly jumped into the air and gave a flying kick. After kicking them into midair, they came to the wall on the other side in an instant, and then kicked them out with strength. Seeing something wrong, the 3 ninjas immediately used ninjutsu. Earth style. Earth flow wall. At this moment, dust was everywhere in the air, and Namikaze Minato, who was watching the battle below, was dumbfounded. Advertisement, not good. I'm afraid if Luo Xiu continues to fight like this, these 3 guys will die. These walls surround them layer by layer. The 3 rebels who were huddled inside were frightened stupid. Okay, let's go, we're 0.600. And Namikaze Minato below saw Luo Xiu's status. Luo Xiu looked as if he could eat them up in a second. We were wrong, we knew we were wrong, please spare my life. With the combination of fists and kicks, the outer layer after layer of walls was directly shattered. The 3 rebels regretted it now, and hid in the walls layer after layer, hurriedly ran away, crying loudly. They didn't know that the person in front of them had such strength. In an instant, thick and high walls rose up one after another. The strength has long surpassed that of ordinary people. At this moment, Luo Xiu's speed is on par with Namikaze Minato. Immediately afterwards, special runes appeared on the face. And Luo Xiu's current state is unstoppable. Namikaze Minato immediately formed a mudra with both hands to quickly condense his own chakra. The 3 traitors inside were begging for mercy one by one. Luo Xiu couldn't listen to any words at the moment. 233. The battle is over. Namikaze Minato clasped his hands together and slowly gathered them together. The surrounding air quickly gathered towards him. Immediately afterwards, these chakra from nature slowly merged into Namikaze Minato's body. I saw that Namikaze Minato inhaled a large amount of natural chakra instantly. These chakras surged in the air, and after entering Namikaze Minato's body, special marks appeared on his face. Sage mode. In an instant, Namikaze Minato's speed and power also went up a notch. With a vigorous leap, he jumped into the air and came in front of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu, stop, these 3 guys have already begged for mercy, if you keep fighting like this, you will kill them. From the corner of Luo Xiu's eyes, he noticed the current appearance of Namikaze Minato. However, he didn't pay attention to 18 and Namikaze Minato, and continued to hit the walls one after another. They are all traitors, they are all capital crimes, and it is the same if they are beaten to death by me. When Luo Xiu said this, Namikaze Minato choked up. Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato held out his palm to block Luo Xiu's punch. Luo Xiu's strong punching wind directly rushed Namikaze Minato tens of meters away. Advertisement, he slammed into a thick wall. After knocking Namikaze Minato into the air, Luo Xiu continued to destroy the earth flow wall created by the 3 rebels. The 3 rebels inside were almost stunned by Luo Xiu's fist. Blood slowly flowed from the 7 orifices, and the consciousness became weaker and weaker. These 3 rebels are on the verge of death, and Luo Xiu is about to smash these rock walls into pieces. Seeing this situation, Namikaze Minato frowned and immediately stepped forward to block it. Luo Xiu, you can't continue now. Namikaze Minato stepped forward to block Luo Xiu's fist, but he couldn't stop it at all. Luo Xiu's current speed has reached unprecedented heights. Namikaze Minato's right hand condenses the Rasengan and infuses the natural chakra into it. Luo Xiu, if you don't stop, don't blame me for killing me. Finally, Luo Xiu smashed the last wall with his fist, and these 3 people appeared in front of Luo Xiu. All I saw was that Luo Xiu's eyes were red, and he was about to take the last round to end the lives of these 3 people. And Namikaze Minato maximized the Rasengan in his hand, and directly hit Luo Xiu's body. Ah! Advertisement, as this gigantic celestial Rasengan explodes, the surrounding walls instantly collapse and rocks keep falling. The dust scattered in the air, and no one knew how the battle was going for a while. Namikaze Minato also took the hit and was kicked aside hard. After standing up slowly, he looked at the situation in the dust. As the surrounding rocks slowly fall, the dust slowly drifts away. There was nothing unusual about Luo Xiu's body, just a few scratches, but nothing major. However, Luo Xiu's fist just now killed the three of them instantly. The 157 three rebels were beaten to the wall by Luo Xiu, and they were crushed to a pulp. After the fight, Luo Xiu finally relieved his anger. Luo Xiu looked at Namikaze Minato, who was rushed aside, and then slowly released his 8 inner gates. At this moment, Namikaze Minato is full of doubts. What the hell is going on? Why doesn't the Rasengan work? The 8 inner gates itself has caused great damage to itself, plus my Rasengan, Luo Xiu's body has not suffered any damage. Seeing Namikaze Minato here, I can't believe that Luo Xiu in front of me is not human. It's impossible. Advertisement 234. Luo Xiu's going and staying. The battle ended slowly, and Luo Xiu did not continue to fight Namikaze Minato. Third Hokage, who sent the bear child back, hurried over. After rushing over with other ninjas, they found that the place was in a mess. Those traitors have been beaten to death. Namikaze Minato was still staring at Luo Xiu. After Luo Xiu finished beating, his eyes were a little dull, and he walked slowly into the distance. When I came to the side of the stream, I squatted down and looked down at myself in the water. Namikaze Minato told Third Hokage everything about the fight just now. Third Hokage was also extremely shocked after hearing this. The 8 inner gates technique originally invented by Second Hokage is listed as forbidden technique because it hurts the body too much. Nowadays, all the situations that Luo Xiu uses prove that the 8 inner gates technique is not simple. I've already made it clear, go back to the village and explain everything carefully. After returning to the village, they were the first to send the daimyo and the brat back together. Luo Xiu watched quietly from the side. Advertisement. The brat was looking at Luo Xiu all the time in the end, and seemed to have a very reluctant feeling. The daimyo left with the brat, and it was finally a farewell. After returning to the underground room, Luo Xiu sat on the dilapidated bench. For a moment, my mind was filled with all the pictures from the battle just now. It's not scary, but it always feels weird. Now, it can open the 4th gate in the 8 inner gates, and its strength has also been significantly improved. After returning to the village, Third Hokage and Namikaze Minato discussed secretly in the house. They were a little uncertain about Luo Xiu's current situation. Luo Xiu's strength is probably already comparable to other strengths at cage level. In the battle just now, Luo Xiu couldn't listen to anyone's words, just like an evil ghost. He didn't give up until he reached his goal, so 4 lives were lost in his hands. Other people in the room rushed over one after another, a little shocked. This Luo Xiu has no formal education and has never learned the knowledge of chakra. Now there is such a strength, it may be a hidden danger in the village. Advertisement, hurry up and drive him out of the village, he will be a troublesome guy if he stays in the village for another day. Yeah, I saw Luo Xiu when he turned on 8 inner gates, like going crazy. 11. It doesn't work for anyone to talk, this guy is simply too dangerous. The other members of Konoha's upper echelons all felt that Luo Xiu was very dangerous. However, Namikaze Minato and Third Hokage on the side didn't think so. There is a reason for what happened to Luo Xiu this time, if it weren't for those traitors, I'm afraid he wouldn't have become like this. In the face of Namikaze Minato's justification, these upper-level personnel did not intend to hear their ears. Let's not talk about where did he learn the 8 inner gates. As far as the current unstable factor is concerned, it must be driven out. In front of everyone in this room, Qian does. You talk to each other one by one. Third Hokage sat in the center, frowning and didn't know how to intervene. At this moment, Luo Xiu is really unable to sleep in this underground Orochimaru's laboratory, wandering around. Suddenly, a burrow mop was found in a corner. The hole is neither deep nor wide. After Luo Xiu got down on the ground, he barely squeezed in, and then came in. Luo Xiu poked his head and looked at the dark cave inside. 235. The cave in the laboratory. Luo Xiu winked and drilled in. Finally, the head was exposed, and after pulling it out slowly, a torch was lit in his hand. I only saw it here, and it feels very humid. From time to time, some water droplets dripped around. This is more like a naturally formed cave. Luo Xiu frowned, feeling a little bit cold during the day. It's a few degrees cooler here than outside. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes and observed the dark cave around him. Good guy. Where is this? Luo Xiu continued to observe inside. Not long after walking, suddenly there was a 547 thing between the feet. Luo Xiu lowered his head and held a torch to light it. Only a human skull appeared here. Then take the torch and shine it on the ground in the distance. Looking around, large areas are all wreckage. There are some human heads, and some are the carcasses of wild animals. Luo Xiu became nervous instantly. It was obvious that this place was a place of right and wrong. Advertisement. Now that I think about it, I actually fell asleep in Orochimaru's laboratory for 2 or 3 days. During this period of time, nothing happened, and I was afraid when I thought about it. Luo Xiu couldn't help shivering, and then slowly groped inside. Luo Xiu walked along the wall bit by bit, finally came to the end. There are more and more bones under the feet. These bony feet hurt. Luo Xiu tiptoed and walked in gently. Coming to this cave, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu frowned, turned around, but found nothing. I thought it was just an illusion, and then a black shadow appeared on Luo Xiu's left. As soon as he took a walk, the smoke jumped over, and the speed was extremely fast. This time, Luo Xiu confirmed that this was not an illusion. I'm afraid this thing should be the owner in the cave. After eating so many wrecks, I'm afraid this should be a huge monster. Luo Xiu frowned, put his hands on his chest, ready to fight, BIDF, at any time. At this moment, Luo Xiu turned his head around and observed carefully. I only saw this black shadow, which was extremely fast, and disappeared after a search. Advertisement then came to the other side. Obviously this was deliberately trying to scare Luo Xiu. And Luo Xiu is not a vegetarian, but when he saw that Luo Xiu felt something was wrong, he immediately opened the 8 inner gates. Although only the second gate was opened, the momentum was so obvious that it scared the guys in the cave. What? Don't scare people here, come out if you have the ability. Facing what Luo Xiu said, there was no reaction. All I saw was the black shadow scurrying back and forth, and suddenly, in the next second, a gust of evil wind blew in the cave. Immediately afterwards, the torch in Luo Xiu was extinguished instantly. At this moment, Luo Xiu understood that in this guy's territory, he could not gain any advantage at all. I saw Luo Xiu throw away the bonfire in his hand. Immediately afterwards, relying on his own senses, he carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, the black thing moved instantly and flew towards Luo Xiu. After Luo Xiu felt it, he immediately leaned to the right to hide. The black thing jumped into the air and flew right past Luo Xiu's left neck. Luo Xiu frowned. The black thing didn't seem that big just now. It feels like it's about the size of an arm, but with such a small amount of things, how could he defeat so many beasts in this cave? Even a human being is not so easy to subdue. At this moment, Xiu is full of doubts. 236. Troublesome little snake in this pitch-black cave, Luo Xiu bowed cautiously. With a wave of monster wind hit, interfering with Luo Xiu's feelings. Suddenly, this black shadow fell from above. Luo Xiu propped his hands on the ground and rolled over easily one by one. This black thing is indeed not heavenly. This time Luo Xiu seemed to have bumped into him. Although I just touched it lightly with my fingertips, it is true that this little thing is not very big. Luo Xiu was more sure now. In such a cave, if there is a huge monster, that would be fine. It is also impossible to use such a large body here, and it will definitely be restricted. However, this little guy is in a bit of trouble. Such a small body, in such a big cave. It is indeed difficult to find, and it is also difficult to take the initiative to attack. At this moment, Luo Xiu has always maintained a passive state. This little black thing moves quickly by relying on geographical advantages. From time to time, there was a strange sound, hiss, hiss. Advertisement. Luo Xiu frowned. Hearing this voice, he was a little familiar and a little strange. What is this thing? How can it make such a sound? Following Luo Xiu's questioning, Wenhei's things attacked again. This guy's attack speed is even fiercer, and every time the strength is very strong. Luo Xiu could clearly feel that after this guy swooped over, he could make a hole in the ground. Most people can't do this kind of strength. This little thing can do it easily, which is really rare. Luo Xiu's body was instantly on the defensive, clasped fists with both hands, and then moved left and right. This little thing is fast enough, bouncing around like a rubber ball in the cave. While dodging, Luo Xiu carefully observed every time he got close to this little thing. Every time it swoops over, it makes a strange sound. Attacking again and again, Luo Xiu gently turned his head, widened his eyes, and observed carefully. White? This time Luo Xiu saw it clearly. This little thing turned out to be completely white. What kind of monster is this? Luo Xiu frowned and kept thinking. I have seen many things, but this is the first time I have seen such a beast. Advertisement *# coiled around Luo Xiu's right leg like a pet. It seemed to be tightly entangled by a very long rope. What the hell is this thing? The strength of this rope is very tight, as if it can strangle Luo Xiu's leg. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu felt an extremely tight right leg. Just when Luo Xiu felt strange, suddenly this little thing came to his feet. Oh, at this moment, Luo Xiu finally figured out that it was a little white snake. Luo Xiu finally got anxious and drove the 8 inner gates to the 3rd gate. Luo Xiu frowned, gritted his teeth, and kicked out in an instant. In an instant, the little thing on Luo Xiu's lap finally came down. I only saw this thing wrapped around Luo Xiu's leg. It was extremely tough. No matter how much Luo Xiu uses or kicks, he will not run. The strength of the legs is even stronger. Unknowingly entangled Luo Xiu's right foot. But he teleported in an instant, following Luo Xiu's back to Luo Xiu's neck. Wrapped tightly around Luo Xiu's neck, Luo Xiu couldn't breathe normally. It's no wonder, as Orochimaru's laboratory, that a little snake inside the cave is also normal. Point 237. The 3-year agreement. Luo Xiu struggled vigorously, finally pulled the snake down and threw it out with all his might. After the little snake hit the rock wall heavily, it immediately disappeared into the cave. The speed of this snake is extremely fast. It looks like a fish in this cave. This snake can be regarded as taking advantage of the geographical advantage. Luo Xiu's body is too huge to use his hands and feet here. With a left punch, Shi-Ri kicked back and forth inside the mountain. Right above the September 43 is this small stream outside Konoha village. There are still some crops around, and the farmers come out to plow the land. From time to time, I felt the ground shake. Those who didn't know thought there was an earthquake and fled here in a hurry. As everyone knows, Luo Xiu is fighting non-stop underground. On the other side, Namikaze Minato and 3rd Hokage, who were having a meeting in the room, stood by Luo Xiu. The two sides began to discuss scolding in dire straits. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato stood up. The room immediately fell silent. Namikaze Minato said slowly. Advertisement, why don't we give Luo Xiu some time? Let her learn from elementary school, learn ninjutsu, learn chakra. Let him master it bit by bit. Always be a qualified ninja. At this time, let's see if he can control himself. I only saw the inside of the room, and other upper-level personnel questioned. Then how long do you decide to give him? Our time is limited, and it is impossible to keep it in a state of unlimited growth. Once it is determined that this guy has a problem, we must kill the grass. Namikaze Minato frowned, not knowing how to respond for a while. 3rd Hokage stood up and spoke. 3 years, 3 years' time, we will change Luo Xiu. He will become a strong ninja in Konoha village. 3rd Hokage spoke, and the surrounding upper echelons began to discuss for a while. They started guessing wildly, whispering about various worries. Okay, then 3 years. After 3 years, if he still can't obey Konoha's management, then he can only be judged as treason. The debate in this room is finally over. The snake couldn't move for a moment, and twisted non-stop on Luo Xiu's wrist. But there are some things that can only be taught slowly from the beginning. Advertisement, these upper-level personnel in Konoha village are slowly leaving. Just when Luo Xiu was complacent, suddenly the snake gradually grew bigger, and Luo Xiu's palm was slowly stretched open. Immediately afterwards, it hit the ground, and for an instant, the underground rocks kept shaking. At this moment, Luo Xiu kept fighting the snake in the cave. Stones fell from the sky one after another, and Luo Xiu immediately rushed up along the hole made by the snake. Sure enough, to catch snakes, you still have to catch 5.5 groups. Alas, it can be considered resolved. After getting up and leaving here, 3rd Hokage and Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Luo Xiu grabbed the snake by the neck with a slap. Go and tell him the news. Let Luo Xiu be prepared. Namikaze Minato nodded, and after walking out the door, he felt something was wrong. What's going on here? 3rd Hokage looked at Namikaze Minato and said slowly. Luo Xiu, a tall and strong man, went to elementary school to study, which made people somewhat uncomfortable. Facing Luo Xiu's questioning, the snake grew bigger and bigger, instantly expanding. During this time, I will handle the admission procedures for him and let him go to school to study as soon as possible. 238. Luo Xiu vs. Giant Python. This little snake, which was originally only as long as an arm, instantly turned into a giant python. It directly breaks the underground cave and grows above the ground in an instant. Instantly frightened the surrounding villagers, seeing a white giant python grow out of the dust in an instant. Luo Xiu didn't admit defeat either. Climbing up along the body of the giant python, to the ground, he finally got a clear look at the snake. I saw his head was like a cobra, with plugs on both sides. From time to time, he spits out letters, his eyes are extremely fierce. The body of this snake is white, and it can emit colorful colors under the sunlight. The snake can be seen from different angles, in different colors. Hey, what kind of rare thing is this? The 18-year-old Xiu was sweating on his forehead as he looked at the giant python in front of him. In an instant, the giant python attacked. He swung his thick tail directly towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu rolled back a few somersaults, and immediately after that, his hands tightly hugged his tail. In the next second, the python directly used its body to ram into Luo Xiu's direction again. Advertisement. Luo Xiu paired 8 inner gates with his brute strength. Instantly threw the giant python into the air. It seems that we can no longer keep it now, we have to get serious. Suddenly, Luo Xiu opened the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate. The 4th gate opened instantly, and the green steam extended even wider. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu's fist was extremely fast, hitting the giant python's body one after another. The speed exceeds the speed of sound, and it is impossible to see where Luo Xiu's fist is. As Luo Xiu punched out punch after punch, there were many marks of fist punches in various places on the body of this giant python. Namikaze Minato, who was still coming towards Luo Xiu not far away, looked at the panicked expressions of these villagers. Hastily stopped a villager to ask, what happened up front? The villager said while rolling and crawling, there's a snake, there's a huge snake, run. The villager ran away before he finished speaking, and Namikaze Minato also hesitated. Seeing Namikaze Minato frowning, he rushed towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu fought with this giant python for dozens of rounds, and the surrounding area was full of dust. Advertisement. Flying sand, walking stones and forests were all destroyed. Luo Xiu used his fists on the giant python, and his tail on both sides, just like this, hitting each other one by one. It seems that it is a contest, whoever is stronger will be able to bear the blow more. In the end, whoever falls down means whoever loses. Luo Xiu instantly became excited. No matter how tired his body was, he would continue to fight. I haven't felt this happy feeling for a long time. Fist to flesh, this kind of hardy fighting style is simply a battle between real men. The more Luo Xiu fought, the more excited he became. After a few punches in an instant, the 290 giant python took a few steps back, spat out a mouthful and then moved its tail. This huge tail waved towards Luo Xiu. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth were raised, his face was full of excitement, and he didn't have any intention of avoiding it. As the tail moved towards Luo Xiu's body, Luo Xiu only took a few steps back. Immediately afterwards, he launched an attack again with his feet. In this way, the two sides fought back and forth, and finally got tired of beating each other. Both sides were panting heavily. The giant boa constrictor was covered in cuts and bruises. And Luo Xiu was finally tired from fighting, he didn't have a lot of chakra, and maintaining 8 inner gates was also a bit tiring. 239. Luo Xiu's new pet at this moment, Namikaze Minato also rushed over, looked at Luo Xiu, and then at the huge python. I just haven't come here for a while, how did this happen? Namikaze Minato frowned, and hurried to Luo Xiu's side, wanting to check if he was injured. Immediately afterwards, he took out his weapon and prepared to deal with the giant python in front of him together with Luo Xiu. This saw Luo Xiu dragging Namikaze Minato aside in the next second, shaking his hand slowly. Don't interfere, this is a battle between me and him. Namikaze Minato looked at Luo Xiu and then at the python. Out of respect for Luo Xiu, Namikaze Minato put away his weapon and slowly stood aside. Luo Xiu raised his head, looking at the giant boa constrictor with excitement on his face. Come on, you shouldn't be able to hold on anymore, right? It seems that the winner will be decided soon. In an instant, Luo Xiu stepped forward vigorously and ran quickly, and slowly raised his right hand. And this giant python also grinned at Luo Xiu. The two sides moved quickly in each other's direction. In the next second, Luo Xiu's fist collided with the huge python's tail. The two sides gnashed their teeth at each other, trying to resist each other's strength. Advertisement finally, after holding on for dozens of seconds, Luo Xiu's fist struck out instantly. A powerful fist wind directly knocked the huge python flying tens of meters away. After breaking several trees in a row, it stopped slowly. After slowly getting up, the huge boa constrictor finally lost all strength, and its head drooped slowly. Luo Xiu was also exhausted, hunched over, panting for breath. The two sides are fighting back and forth, it is simply a battle between the strong. Namikaze Minato hurried forward to support Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu stood up slowly, and then walked towards the huge boa constrictor. Luo Xiu looked at the python, and after slowly squatting down, the corner of his mouth suddenly burst into a smile. Namikaze Minato asked slowly from the side, the last punch, is it strong? Namikaze Minato actually noticed that Luo Xiu actually pulled back at the last moment. Luo Xiu suddenly lay down, opened his hands and feet, and screamed to the sky. Actually, I have no strength. This little guy looks very powerful, I can't kill him with my own hands. This boa constrictor seemed to be able to understand human speech, and looking at Luo Xiu in front of him, he suddenly lost his murderous aura. Then slowly surrounded Luo Xiu's side. Advertisement. One person and one snake slowly mixed together like this. Namikaze Minato on the side shook his head helplessly. By the way, where did this snake come from? Just as Luo Xiu was about to speak, he saw that the size of the huge python began to shrink slowly. After taking a walk, he turned into an arm-long snake. Maybe it was too tired, so I shrank into a ball and slowly came into Luo Xiu's palm. Luo Xiu put it into his clothes and then said slowly. There is a cave in the laboratory below, and I found it there. Don't tell me, this little thing has some strength, money is good. Namikaze Minato frowned at the snake. Looking at Namikaze Minato's expression, Luo Xiu seemed to understand. Okay, this snake is innocent, it can't be the same as Orochimaru, uncle? Namikaze Minato blinked, maybe he really thought too much, and then said. Come to Ninja Elementary School with me tomorrow. Luo Xiu frowned and asked curiously. Ninja Elementary School? What are you going to do? 240. Xiaobai's foraging. Namikaze Minato told Luo Xiu all the content of the meeting just now in the room. Luo Xiu lowered his head helplessly. Then I don't have to start learning in elementary school, right? It's good to find a teacher to guide me, and I can learn it too. Namikaze Minato shook his head slowly, then turned around, not forgetting to repeat before leaving. Don't forget, remember to gather at the gate of the primary school in the old days. After speaking, Namikaze Minato left here, and Luo Xiu returned to the house helplessly. It's really embarrassing for such a big person to go to elementary school to attend classes with those children. 013. Night is approaching, and the sky is dotted with stars. Luo Xiu, who was lying on the bed, was just about to fall asleep when suddenly there was something writhing in his arms. Lift the quilt and look inside. It turned out that the little snake from before woke up. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, watching the little guy crawling around on her stomach. Are you awake? He didn't show any hostility when he saw this snake, it seemed to be playing with Luo Xiu casually. It climbed onto Luo Xiu's arm for a while, and danced on Luo Xiu's stomach for a while. By the way, why are you here, little guy? BICF. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the cave before. Advertisement. Thinking about it, the wreckage in the cave instantly felt uncomfortable. Let me tell you first, you won't eat mine, will you? This little snake also understood Luo Xiu's words, and nodded silently. Spit out letters from time to time. It could be seen that this snake must have recognized Luo Xiu as its owner. Since you are my pet, why should I give you a name? Luo Xiu looked at the little white snake and thought about it, his head was about to spin, but he couldn't come up with a result. Oh, I can't figure it out, so I'll call you Xiaobai. And the snake seemed very satisfied with the name, circling around Luo Xiu's body. Unknowingly, Luo Xiu yawned and slowly closed his eyes. Luo Xiu, who fell asleep, drooled along his mouth, and Kakuzu almost flowed out. However, Xiaobai couldn't sleep because snakes are nocturnal animals after all. I saw Xiaobai getting out in a desperate manner. After coming to the ground, I suddenly found a rabbit in the grass. After waiting for the opportunity, he stepped forward and swooped directly. The rabbit was killed in an instant, and Xiaobai's poison was really powerful. Then they could have a full meal, and Luo Xiu slept soundly, not knowing these things at all. Advertisement. It was early the next morning. Luo Xiu woke up and stood up and moved his body, suddenly found that Xiao Zhang was not by his side. Huh? Where's Xiaobai? Why didn't he disappear? Luo Xiu stood up and walked half a circle around but didn't find it. Where did this little guy go to play again? Luo Xiu stepped on the steps, walked up step by step, and came to the ground. He was shocked by what he saw. There were skeletons scattered all over the ground. But what is reassuring is that there are no human bones in it. Luo Xiu knelt down and observed carefully. There are cows, rabbits, and some dogs. The still drums of various domestic animals were scattered on the ground. At this moment, Luo Xiu felt a feeling of unhappiness in his mind. No way, could it be this little guy? Luo Xiu kept running along the bones on the ground. In this way, I came to the urban area of Konoha village. Now, Luo Xiu was worried and frowned and looked around. 241. Xiaobai, who can't eat enough. Luo Xiu looked around, and there seemed to be no commotion. It seems that Xiaobai also avoided the crowd and did not come in openly. Luo Xiu looked at the traces on the ground around him. Suddenly on the ground of the small alley next to it, Luo Xiu saw some twisted lines in the sand on the ground. Don't think about it, this must be Xiaobai who has been here. Luo Xiu bent his waist all the way and quietly walked into the alley. Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Are you there? Facing Luo Xiu's shouting, no one responded. Follow the alley to an intersection. Luo Xiu observed carefully. Just as I was about to open my mouth to continue shouting, suddenly an old man came from the right side of the intersection. With a strange expression on his face, he looked at Luo Xiu as if he was looking at a fool. After seeing someone, Luo Xiu immediately straightened up, pretending nothing happened, and continued walking along the alley. The traces on the ground are getting weaker and weaker. Luo Xiu continued to drive forward along the alley. But the scene at the end made Luo Xiu dumbfounded. There is only a restaurant at the end of this alley. Advertisement. However, at the back of the restaurant is a huge pig pen as well as a chicken pen. However, at this moment Xiaobai is frantically looking for food here. These pigs have all been poisoned to death by him, and these chickens are the same. After Luo Xiu saw it, Xiaobai had already eaten half of it. My god, you can't eat any more. I saw Xiaobai eating meat with big mouthfuls. Perhaps it was because of the battle with Luo Xiu that she was very hungry now. After eating all night, she was only 70% to 80% full now. After Xiaobai saw Luo Xiu, he was also very excited, and flicked his tail directly, throwing a pig in front of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu felt even more helpless after seeing it, and at this moment the door from the back of the restaurant was suddenly opened. After the chef came out, he was stunned when he saw this scene. What the hell are you doing? Luo Xiu felt something was wrong instantly, and grabbed Xiaobai, who was still clinging to a pig tightly in his mouth. In an instant, Luo Xiu led Xiaobai, and Xiaobai led the pig, running along the alley. The cook saw that the animals were all dead, hastily chasing after, roaring at the same time. Don't run, you thieves, stop for me, advertisement. Due to Luo Xiu's strong body and strong speed, he ran out in a short while. *072 quietly came to the grass behind, and at the moment Xiaobai was eating happily, not aware of the danger at all. After seeing the chef couldn't run anymore, he was panting heavily and roaring angrily. You wait for me, I'm going to call the police. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly, looked at Xiaobai in his hand, and after a while, he ate up the pig. Oh, aren't you too good at eating? If I treat you as a pet, I'll probably be poor. Luo Xiu hugged Xiaobai and walked back slowly. The little white pan fell asleep in Luo Xiu's palm. Sleeping after eating, this is really like a pig. Luo Xiu had no choice but to lock Xiaobai in the underground room. At this time, Luo Xiu remembered to promise Namikaze Minato to meet at the elementary school. It's broken, I'm afraid it's too late now. Luo Xiu turned around and ran towards Konoha Village Ninja Elementary School. After spending a lot of effort to rush over, I only saw a group of students surrounded by the gate of the elementary school. Namikaze Minato jumped up and greeted Luo Xiu when he saw Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu is here, come with me. 242. Ninja Elementary School starts. Luo Xiu followed the direction of the sound and saw Namikaze Minato. Surrounded by children going to school, parents escorted them over. After seeing the gigantic Luo Xiu, they stood in place one after another. This guy is really tall and strong. Did you come to school too? God, it's scary to look at him. Luo Xiu ignored the words of these people and came to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato patted his arm. I'm sure you'll be fine. With your learning ability, it won't take you a few days, and you'll basically know everything. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly and walked into the ninja school with these children. The children around were also shocked when they saw it. It was the first time I saw such a tall and strong person, and I came to school together. Even the teacher at the door was dumbfounded. It was also the first time they had seen such a student. The parents outside are even more echoing. Walking into the school, Luo Xiu sat in the last row of the podium in order not to disturb the children. Advertisement at the beginning of class, the teacher stood on the podium, looked around, and observed the students. Suddenly found that there was one more student in the last row, which inevitably made the teacher feel puzzled. You are the new Luo Xiu, right? Luo Xiu nodded silently, but didn't say anything when he saw the teacher. Then let's continue the lecture today and talk about how chakra is formed. Luo Xiu lay helplessly on the table, resting his head on his left hand. I really didn't expect that at this age, I would have to go to elementary school again. In the classroom, Luo Xiu seemed to have nails growing on his buttocks, and he couldn't sit still at all. He swayed to the left and right for a while. The teacher saw that Luo Xiu was not paying attention to the class at all, and walked towards Luo Xiu after he finished speaking. It seems that this student is studying very well. He doesn't even need to attend lectures. He just lies down here and sleeps. Then tell me what I just said? Luo Xiu didn't take this guy seriously either and responded casually. Have no idea. The teacher frowned and looked at Luo Xiu. If you come to ninja elementary school like this, I'm afraid prenatal education is not enough. Students, don't be like him in the future. A man like him must always be just a genin, a scum of a scum. If you frown and stare at this guy out of the corner of your eye. Advertisement. Just this one glance shocked the teacher. Students, Sensei is a chunin who has experienced the Third Ninja World War. A waste like this is the first to die on the battlefield. Luo Xiu ignored this guy and continued to sleep. After class, the students came to the playground. After all, the next class needs to practice shuriken outside. At the same time, a teacher was changed. Here, students line up in front of their teacher, a demonstration. Finally came to the actual shuriken combat class. Luo Xiu no longer dozed off. This is what he dreamed of learning. After queuing up, it was Luo Xiu's turn at 4.5, holding 3 shurikens in his hand. Thinking of the movement skills the teacher taught him just now. With a quick flick of the wrist, throw the shuriken directly. Then the shuriken drew an arc in the air and hit the target. It just so happened that the shuriken hit the center of the target directly. The shuriken stuck on the target. The teacher was also shocked when he saw it. Student Luo Xiu's talent is great, right on target. 243. Meet Uchiha Itachi again. Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. Suddenly 3 kunai flew out from beside him, followed by 3 shurikens. I only saw this thing colliding with each other in the air, changing the path unexpectedly. And one of the shurikens hit the center of the target just in the process of colliding with each other. After Luo Xiu saw this operation, he immediately turned his head and saw that it was Uchiha Itachi's operation. Luo Xiu vaguely remembers seeing Uchiha Itachi in the Third Ninja World War. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi was only 6 years old, and at the age of 18, he had already participated in the battle with his tribe. After Uchiha Itachi threw the shuriken, he turned his head and left slowly. The students next to him were shocked and applauded. Even the teacher can't help it. Uchiha Itachi is just too good. Luo Xiu looked at the back of Uchiha Itachi. Such a boring morning finally passed, and Luo Xiu, who walked out of school, was just about to leave. Suddenly turned around and saw Uchiha Itachi walking alone. However, Uchiha Itachi is not unhappy. After Luo Xiu saw it, he hurried forward. Going home alone? Uchiha Itachi looked up at Luo Xiu, without speaking. Advertisement. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised, looking at the street ahead. Let's go. Let's treat you to a dumpling. After hearing the dango, Uchiha Itachi asked suddenly with his eyes shining. How do you know I like dumplings? Luo Xiu didn't speak, so they walked into the store. Boss, 2 dumplings. After the boss took out 2 dumplings, Luo Xiu handed them to Uchiha Itachi. You are excellent, really excellent. After speaking, the 2 of them walked all the way to Uchiha Itachi's family. Luo Xiu stopped and watched Uchiha Itachi leave slowly. As expected of a strong man, you will always be someone I respect. After watching Uchiha Itachi go back, Luo Xiu turned his head and walked in the village. At this moment, Luo Xiu didn't want to go back to school in the afternoon at all. On the street, turning around as if nothing had happened. While Luo Xiu was playing around, suddenly Namikaze Minato stood in front of him. At this moment, Luo Xiu looked at the time and it was almost time for class. As soon as Luo Xiu saw Namikaze Minato, he knew he was coming to prepare for something. Advertisement. Why don't you go to class? Facing the question, Luo Xiu didn't want to answer. I don't need to listen to those things at all, and I don't need to go to elementary school at all with my strength. 2 people sit on Hokage Rock. The corners of Namikaze Minato's mouth rose slightly. You're strong, I admit, but don't you think you don't have enough chakra when you fight? The words Namikaze Minato said reached Luo Xiu's heart. Looking back on the previous battles, Luo Xiu's chakra was not enough every time when it was approaching the end. So that 8 inner gates could not continue smoothly for 827. Yeah, but what does that have to do with elementary school? Namikaze Minato turned around and looked at Luo Xiu. Chakra is to be produced automatically through the cohesion of one's own body. Everyone's chakra is more or less, this is innate, but it can still be increased with regular exercise. You now try to close your eyes and center yourself in the very center of your body. Luo Xiu closed his eyes helplessly, and slowly felt the chakra in his body after crossing his legs. I found the feeling, then what? The corners of Namikaze Minato's mouth rose slightly. In the next second, I saw chakra condensed in the palm of Namikaze Minato. 244. Luo Xiu, who studied hard immediately afterwards, a palm hit the center of Luo Xiu's stomach. Luo Xiu didn't feel pain, but felt warm. This wonderful feeling is like soaking in a hot spring. In an instant, the chakra in the center of Luo Xiu's stomach seemed to be getting more and more. Luo Xiu felt strange. It was obviously not passed to him by Namikaze Minato. So where did chakra come from? Namikaze Minato raised the corners of his mouth slightly, explaining slowly. If you look at you, you didn't take class well. The teacher said to put pressure on chakra, so that chakra can be divided endlessly. Master this feeling and you'll have endless chakra. Add your 8 inner gates and he'll create more power as well as chakra. Luo Xiu felt the change of chakra in his body. Follow the method Namikaze Minato taught him just now. Indeed, chakra is extremely filling, so there's no harm in letting you go to elementary school to learn. It didn't say that you should learn like a student for several years, and you can learn everything in about a week. Namikaze Minato stood up and bent over. Advertisement. By the way, the Genin exam will be held next month. You have to seize the opportunity. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he jumped off the Hokage rock and left here. And Luo Xiu frowned, thinking about the method Namikaze Minato told him just now. Luo Xiu felt the way chakra surged in his body. This feeling is really unprecedented. It seems that listening to the lectures is also helpful. Luo Xiu returned to the classroom carelessly. After opening the door, the teacher didn't dare to say anything nonsense. Just like that, after swaggering to the last row and sitting down, nothing happened. And these teachers didn't dare to say anything nonsense. After all, Luo Xiu's long appearance was too scary. At this moment, Luo Xiu seemed to be a different person, listening carefully to what the teacher said. Sometimes, although it is nonsense, there are still some content that are useful. Luo Xiu remembered most of what he learned in this class. After returning to the room, he frowned and began to simulate bit by bit according to what the teacher said. First of all, slowly feel the position of your chakra. Then feel where these chakras are flowing in your body. Treat these chakra as your own blood vessels, as your own blood. Advertisement. Finally, Luo Xiu slowly felt this feeling, and chakra was continuously producing it. Luo Xiu was so excited that his mouth Kakuzu was almost grinning to the bottom of his ears. Such a hockey hunk, to be so happy. The feeling of chakra rolling in the body is so comfortable, it seems to be a different person in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu began to recall the clone technique that the teacher taught in class. This thing will also have some effect in actual combat in the future. After all, it is really interesting to be able to create another self. Luo Xiu followed the teacher's instructions on how to seal. Immediately afterwards, place chakra in his own body. Luo Xiu felt this wonderful chakra. With the end of the knot seal, a lot of white smoke suddenly appeared beside him. White smoke instantly filled Luo Xiu's surroundings. Suddenly, a thing that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. Wait for the white smoke to dissipate slowly. All I saw was that it turned out to be a shrunken version of Luo Xiu. It is twice as small as Luo Xiu's body, but the details are well done. Point 245. Disobedient clone. Luo Xiu stood up and looked at the shrunken version of himself in front of him. For a while, I couldn't help laughing. After seeing Luo Xiu's clone appear, he slowly stood up. As if the two of them were enemies. The clone roared suddenly after seeing Luo Xiu. You be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** his avatar, he didn't expect to have his own consciousness. In the next second, Luo Xiu turned around and observed the clone. What's the matter? Could it be that I can't summon you yet? I saw this clone looking at Luo Xiu angrily. It's okay, what did you call me out of 987? I still want to rest for a while. After speaking, the avatar turned into a white mist and dissipated. Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. It was the first time he had a conversation with himself, and it was quite interesting. Luo Xiu felt that going to school was very interesting for the first time. After all, he learned things that he did not know. The night slowly deepened. Luo Xiu intends to try again to see if he can summon another clone. This time Luo Xiu carefully condensed chakra, advertisement. As the white smoke appeared, only a Luo Xiu who looked exactly like him appeared. This clone technique was very successful. Luo Xiu looked at this clone technique, the Luo Xiu produced by this clone technique, staring at each other. Looking at myself and myself, looking at each other, always feels weird. At this time, Xiaobai, who woke up on Luo Xiu's chest, observed the clone. Xiaobai looked at this clone, and then at Luo Xiu. For a moment he couldn't tell which of them was real and who was fake. Xiaobai circled around the avatar twice, then came to Luo Xiu's side and circled twice. Luo Xiu looked at the clone, and then asked, "Can you listen to me?" The avatar looked at Luo Xiu and then asked back, "Then can you listen to me?" For a while, the two almost quarreled. Luo Xiu looked at the clone, as if he was not convinced. The next second they were about to fight. BIBC, Luo Xiu couldn't get enough anger, so he directly cancelled the clone technique. The avatar dissipated immediately and turned into a cloud of white mist. Luo Xiu frowned, his face full of depression. Why doesn't clone technique listen to itself? Advertisement. Luo Xiu was very annoyed at this moment. Luo Xiu drooped his head, trying hard to gather chakra in the palm of his hand. Other ninjutsu seem to be even more difficult. It is not easy for chakra to become spherical. All I saw was that the little white snake shook its head suddenly and then turned around. Luo Xiu frowned, except that the 8 inner gates are very useful to him now. Immediately afterwards, the little white snake walked towards the corner next to it. The Rasengan used by Namikaze Minato has extremely high damage. At this moment, Luo Xiu suddenly remembered the previous Rasengan. It is simply too difficult to make chakra take concrete shape. This is obviously the ninjutsu that he used, but there is no way to make him listen to him. Luo Xiu knelt down, supported his head and stretched out his right hand, slowly feeling chakra. Not to mention this A-level ninjutsu Rasengan. For Luo Xiu, a big B***************, D, it was even more difficult. Aren't there some simple ones like 8 inner gates? Although I know how to use it, but now I can't even control chakra freely. In the end, there is only a trace of chakra. Luo Xiu slowly felt chakra in his palm. 246. Broken wooden box under the leadership of Xiaobai, Luo Xiu came to the entrance of the underground spiral staircase again. Oh, here I know, the underground is full of books. Xiaobai made a detour behind Luo Xiu. Keep using, head against Luo Xiu's leg. Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. Oh, well, I'll go down with you. Luo Xiu huddled and walked down step by step. Go to the end of the spiral staircase and come to the basement study. There can be anything here, except books or books. Xiaobai came out from behind Luo Xiu, running around here. Go to the bookshelf on the north side in a while. After a while, I went to the pile of books in the south. After a while, he came to the roof above again, Luo Xiu said impatiently. Okay, it's time to go up. Luo Xiu turned around and was about to leave and stepped on the steps. In the next second, Xiaobai rushed over in an instant. Then he wrapped around Luo Xiu's legs. Fortunately, Luo Xiu reacted quickly and immediately put his hands on the wall beside him. Advertisement any slower and you'll be shitting. Luo Xiu looked down at Xiaobai at his feet. What? I saw Xiaobai looking up at Luo Xiu, while using his tail to slowly point to a broken wooden box next to the pile of books not far away. Luo Xiu looked at the wooden box on the ground. Hiss, why haven't I seen it when I came here before? Luo Xiu paused, turned around and walked slowly to the wooden box. Luo Xiu knelt down and looked at the surface of the wooden box. Hefty to hold, this stuff should be pretty good. Luo Xiu looked at Xiaobai and then touched the surface texture of the wooden box. These lines are deep, and there is a very comfortable feeling after the fingers are pinned. The grain on the wooden box looks very old, carved with some strange totem patterns. Luo Xiu frowned. For a moment he felt that this box was not simple. What is in this old rosewood wooden box? Luo Xiu's hands trembled slightly. The right hand slowly stroked the surface of the wooden box, and slowly came to the front switch. Thumb moves the switch lock. Click. Following the sound of mechanical gears inside, the box slowly opened the gap. Immediately afterwards, the dazzling light of the pressure path shone around in an instant. Advertisement. This golden light pierced Luo Xiu's eyes. Luo Xiu frowned and rubbed his eyes, then took a break. In the next second, I saw a scroll inside the box. Ask for flowers. Luo Xiu frowned. After picking up the scroll, there is still room under the scroll. I only saw this box, which obviously has a deep pocket. But this scroll is only half the depth. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the box. There must be a trap. Slowly throwing the scroll aside, observed carefully, and tapped the surface of the box with his hand. 0. Boom boom boom. The sound was crisp, and there were some echoes indicating that it was empty. If it is empty, it is likely to hide another mystery. Luo Xiu searched over and over for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly discovered that the wooden board was actually alive under the original scroll. Luo Xiu's eyes widened. It turned out that there was no mechanism here, as long as the wooden board was picked up. Pick up this wooden board, only to see a piece of bright red cloth in the center. In the middle of it, there is a small bottle. The pattern carved on the bottle turned out to be an eye. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at the bottle. It was small and exquisite, and the pattern of eyes on it was also very mysterious and beautiful. 247. 5 big eye wheels. Luo Xiu touched this eye and frowned. Then slowly touched the stopper on the bottle. I only saw the plug, and it fell off with a light flick. Luo Xiu, who opened one eye and closed one eye, looked inside, but didn't know what was inside. Shake it with your hand, and you can hear a sound inside. Hiss. There's water in here. Luo Xiu frowned, and listened carefully with his ear. But 730 is that there is not much water, and Luo Xiu does not dare to spend it indiscriminately. At this moment, Xiaobai next to him swept the scroll away with his tail. After the scroll was opened, runes one after another were reflected in front of Luo Xiu in an instant. Luo Xiu seemed to have come to another world, with golden characters floating in the air. Luo Xiu was startled for a moment. Luo Xiu, who held his breath tightly, looked at the golden symbols floating in the air around his body. My god, what the hell is this? Luo Xiu glanced around, and then read carefully. Air wheel eyes, wind wheel eyes, meat wheel eyes, water wheel eyes, Sharingan. Luo Xiu frowned, staring at these characters. Advertisement. I can't understand the meaning of some words at all, and I can only understand some important articles. Sad, angry, lustful, terrified. Luo Xiu's eyes widened as he stared at the characters. My god, it's actually talking about eye pupils. Luo Xiu frowned, watching over and over again. After reading the whole body, I probably figured it out a bit. Sharingan evolves after reaching ultimate through the panic of the human body. Luo Xiu frowned and thought carefully. Indeed, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan evolved through fear. This is confirmed. This Sharingan did become like this after being terrified according to people's mood swings. And what about these other eye chakras? Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the successive fonts above. In an instant, all his knowledge of the Hokage world was refreshed. He thought he knew enough about Hokage, but I never thought that the real secrets were all buried underground. But who discovered these? Why is it recorded on this? It's just a frog in a well. Advertisement. If that's the case, according to records, there is a special liquid in this bottle. This is about the meaning of the bottle. Funlunyan is anger, and performing mead is lust. After figuring it out, I really understood everything later. Unexpectedly, these have been recorded long ago, and surpassed the general cognition of the ninja world. And this word is very important. If you don't read it clearly, you will not be able to read the following words smoothly. Luo Xiu blinked, and then continued to read. Luo Xiu looked at the bottle in his hand, and then at the golden font floating in the air. Luo Xiu frowned and shook it, then looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand. Luo Xiu frowned, never paying attention to these books seriously before. Looking at the records above, it seems that only Sharingan has been passed on. He didn't seriously stay here. At this moment, Luo Xiu felt like a fish in the ocean. After watching 3.3 for a long time, Xiaobai suddenly ran to Luo Xiu's left hand. Luo Xiu frowned, suddenly unable to understand a word. Luo Xiu held many doubts and continued to read. What exactly does it do? And why hide it? Then, according to this order, Chi chakra is caused by sorrow. 248. Mysterious small porcelain vase. Luo Xiu's eyes widened, staring at the writing in the air. At the same time, he lowered his head from time to time, looking at the small porcelain bottle in his hand. Then according to this meaning, can the liquid in this bottle help me to get different eye circles? Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the small bottle. After getting it in your hand, shake it gently. The liquid in this bottle has very little sound. Luo Xiu frowned and continued to read the last few lines. Pour the liquid into the pupils of the eyes, and then catalyze with different emotions. It seems that this will be successful. Luo Xiu stroked his chin, and then looked at the other fonts beside him. Obviously, this scroll is not complete. He didn't finish half of what he said. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the scroll on the ground. There were indeed no words. This scroll should be divided into upper and lower parts. Now this is only a part, and it seems that there is no way to continue reading the following content. However, according to his previous words, Luo Xiu can generally infer the functions of different eye wheels. And these eye rollers seem to have some side effects. Just like the Sharingan that Luo Xiu knows, excessive use can lead to myopia. Advertisement. You can't see anything in the end, and that's the downside of Sharingan. As for the other eyes, you have to find another scroll. Luo Xiu sighed deeply, then looked at Xiaobai beside him. And at this moment, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. After walking out of the study, Luo Xiu lay on the bed and could not fall asleep. Holding the small porcelain bottle in his hand, he stared at the bottle over and over again. If you can gain power by pouring this liquid into your eyes, what kind of power is it? Luo Xiu was worried and scared in his heart. After all, the current knowledge has exceeded his knowledge of the Hokage world. I thought that relying on my own understanding of the Hokage world, I would be able to move between the world and the earth. Unexpectedly, this thing leaped out halfway. Now Luo Xiu is a little confused. This inexplicable power is something everyone would be curious about. The bold may have already used it. Luo Xiu frowned and slowly stuffed the bottle into his pocket. Just like that, Luo Xiu turned his body sideways and slowly fell asleep. And Xiaobai sneaked out again. Luo Xiu looked at Xiaobai beside him, who had already fallen asleep, and there were still some 1.5 million around. Advertisement. Xiaobai learned to be smart, and came to the stream to find those fish to eat. Just after class, Luo Xiu looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand absently. This Xiaobai is also fast enough. One bite in an instant, this fight will kill him directly. Suddenly, Luo Xiu had an idea and quickly raised his right hand. This time he didn't go around the village to make trouble. The next morning was approaching. Luo Xiu woke up early, as if woken up by a nightmare. I guess I also understand that Xiaobai went to the river to catch fish and eat them secretly. However, the teacher did not talk about it now. Immediately afterwards, he felt around his body, and after touching the small porcelain bottle, he relaxed. Walk all the way along the creek, back to Konoha village, and then came to Ninja Elementary School. Luo Xiu walked out of the house slowly and came to the woods. And what people generally recognize is that white eye and Sharingan. In the next second, it was swallowed directly into the mouth. Panting nervously, he quickly looked around his body. I want to ask, how many pupil techniques are there in this world? The teacher was also dumbfounded by Luo Xiu's sudden question. What the teacher said, now he can't listen to it at all. 249. Unknown power. The teacher also said something casually. Pupil skills should be just that, what Sharingan, white eyes, and Rinnegan, the rest should be gone. Everyone is still far away from this thing, and maybe they don't understand it very well. You will know it when you grow up. Luo Xiu was furious when he saw this guy. What kind of teacher should you be if you have no skills at all? After class, Luo Xiu walked out of the campus. This time Luo Xiu didn't go home, but walked straight to 3rd Hokage's house. Third Hokage stood up curiously when he saw Luo Xiu approaching. How did you come? Third Hokage asked curiously. After Luo Xiu walked over, he said slowly. You are the oldest person in Konoha village here. I would like to ask, how many pupil techniques are there today? Luo Xiu's sudden question made Third Hokage puzzled. Third Hokage took a slow puff of his cigarette. Let me think about it. As far as I know, Sharingan, White Eye, Blood Dragon Eye, Rinnegan, Tensagan. Some of the eyes are named after evolution. Luo Xiu frowned. These eye pupils also do not have the wind wheel eyes, air wheel eyes, meat wheel eyes, and water wheel eyes that I have seen. Advertisement. Third Hokage looked at Luo Xiu's question and stepped forward to ask it as if it had not been resolved. What happened? Luo Xiu frowned, shaking his head slowly. It's nothing, I'm just curious to ask, it was mentioned in class recently. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, he hurriedly left here. Third Hokage looked through the window at Luo Xiu, who looked so flustered, he must be hiding something. However, Third Hokage didn't say anything after taking a deep puff of cigarette. Luo Xiu returned home and immediately went to the basement study. I saw him start to rummage everywhere. He knows all the pupil techniques that Third Hokage mentioned. After all, as a person who has traveled through time, he still understands these things in his heart. However, there is no detailed description of other dying records. Luo Xiu rummaged through boxes and boxes, from this bookshelf to another bookshelf. From this pile of books to another pile of books. The underground study was about to be collapsed by him. Ruins and debris billowed in dust everywhere, but he still couldn't find what Luo Xiu wanted. Advertisement. Luo Xiu spread his legs and sat on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Xiu, who couldn't find the result, stood up slowly with a sad face. Luo Xiu is holding this small porcelain bottle tightly in his hand now. If he didn't get an answer, he was very afraid, although this thing is power, but the unknown power is always scary. Luo Xiu frowned, then looked at the bottle. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the stopper of the small bottle, opened his eyes, and was about to pour it into his eyes. But Luo Xiu hesitated about the last step. Luo Xiu slowly lifted his hand up. The liquid in the bottle was not poured out. Jiao Nuos. Luo Xiu regretfully corked the bottle again. If you don't understand now, just bear with it. In the afternoon, Luo Xiu walked slowly to the street to Donkey. Looking at these interesting things around him, he couldn't get interested at all. If it were in the past, he would almost finish eating the dumpling on the street. The ramen on the other side is about to be closed. The children on the street saw Luo Xiu and ran away one after another. But today's Luo Xiu has no interest. 250. Sullen Luo Xiu. Coming to the street, Luo Xiu returned to school. Luo Xiu, who was sitting on the chair, frowned. Uchiha Itachi, who was passing by, looked at Luo Xiu's expression, and then moved slowly from the window. Although Uchiha Itachi is only a child, he seems a little sad when he looks at Luo Xiu. Came to Luo Xiu's favorite extracurricular practice class. Luo Xiu is also always depressed, a big guy who can't cheer up. Even the teacher who taught Luo Xiu felt strange. After school in the afternoon, I saw Namikaze Minato standing there after Luo Xiu walked out of the campus. Luo Xiu frowned, thinking slowly in his heart. Perhaps it was someone else. 103. But before Xiu took 2 steps, he saw Namikaze Minato and shouted hastily. Why doesn't Luo Xiu say hello when we meet each other? I came to look for you, and you almost got lost. Luo Xiu stopped, turned his head, and looked at Namikaze Minato. What's the matter? Namikaze Minato nodded, and took out a list from his pocket. This is a mission list, and you need to go with us. Luo Xiu frowned, looked at Namikaze Minato, and then took the paper. Advertisement. But I'm not a ninja. Namikaze Minato explained helplessly. We originally wanted you to take the genin exam, but those high-level people are always trying to make things difficult for you. What do you say that you are not from the village, that you are dangerous, some random words. After talking to them for a long time, I finally agreed to complete an A-level task together. Luo Xiu looked at this piece of paper and then carefully sized it up. Look at the content above. Go to escort something? Namikaze Minato nodded and said slowly. There's a trading market in the north. Some merchants want to buy goods. They pass some hills on the way, and there are some rebellious ninjas from the Third Ninja World War. We need to help him protect these goods and transport them to the trading market smoothly. Luo Xiu nodded after understanding. Okay, let's gather at the entrance of the village tomorrow. After speaking, they separated, and Luo Xiu returned home with this list. Since we are leaving tomorrow, we must prepare some things in advance. Luo Xiu put some kunai shurikens and detonating symbols into his pockets. After tidying up, he lay down on the bed and took out the small porcelain bottle again. Luo Xiu always had some scruples. Luo Xiu frowned and looked carefully. Advertisement the next morning. This kid is none other than Hitaki Kakashi. Walk out the door and slowly walk towards the gate of Konoha village. After taking a closer look, Luo Xiu got closer to see clearly. Experienced the Third Ninja War, this is the first time Kakashi participated in the mission. Put the prepared things in the waist pocket. Coming to the gate, Namikaze Minato has already been there for a long time. Immediately afterwards, he slowly put Xiaobai, who was sleeping beside him, into his other pocket. Luo Xiu looked at Xiaobai at the side. On the other side, there was a ninja standing there. After Xiaobai heard this, he happily circled around. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu didn't think about anything and forced himself to fall asleep. It feels dangerous to carry this thing on your body, but if you don't carry it, you are afraid of being taken away by others. This ninja looks a little small, looks like a child. Luo Xiu wiped his eyes, and quickly stepped forward to confirm that it was indeed Hitaki Kakashi. I'm going out to do a mission tomorrow, do you want to come with me? Luo Xiu woke up as usual. 7LF 251. Luo Xiu's first mission last time after the Third Ninja World War. Hitaki Kakashi locked himself at home the whole time. Luo Xiu also understood, after all, he personally killed his partner. Whatever the reason, such an experience is sure to be unforgettable. And Namikaze Minato definitely wants to take him to do some tasks this time, to evacuate the sadness in his heart. Kakashi is Luo Xiu. Now that everyone is ready, let's go. I saw Kakashi cast a glance at Luo Xiu from the corner of his right eye. Luo Xiu looked at Seiki Kakashi's left eye, which had been blocked by him with the forehead protector. At this moment, Luo Xiu recalled that night. If he had rushed earlier, maybe, Lin would not have died. The three of them left the gate of Konoha village slowly. Luo Xiu followed the two of them to the client's direction. They didn't say anything along the way, and Hitaki Kakashi was also extremely quiet. Namikaze Minato always wanted to break the icy air, but Hitaki Kakashi never answered. Helpless, Namikaze Minato had no choice but to take the two of them forward. About 2 hours of driving, soon to arrive at the client's location. Suddenly, an unknown thing tripped Luo Xiu on the way. Advertisement. Luo Xiu almost lost his balance and fell, but luckily he was holding the tree trunk tightly with his left hand. Namikaze Minato and Kakashi stopped and turned to look at Luo Xiu. I'm fine, maybe I'm too big and got stuck by something. As soon as Luo Xiu finished speaking, he kicked the black thing under his feet. What is still kicking me? Just about to leave, suddenly this thing was not kicked away. So Luo Xiu frowned, bent down, and observed carefully. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his right hand and pulled it out. Luo Xiu, let's go, time is running out, please wait for a while. Namikaze Minato urged on the side, while Luo Xiu was still clinging to the thing that tripped him just now. It seems that this thing is hidden in the grass. Luo Xiu pulled it out with great strength. I almost fell for a moment, only to see that it was a person's body, lying here. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Kakashi hurried forward. After everyone rushed over, they only saw that the body temperature of this person was slightly cold. This person should have just been killed. Luo Xiu frowned, always feeling that the corpse just now was not simple. Advertisement. After disposing of the corpse, the three of them resumed their journey. It's here, the client should be nearby. Luo Xiu looked at the corpse with a hole in the back of his head. After recording the things inside, it was passed back, and then the corpse was buried on the spot. I can't figure out what kind of weapon this is. The three of them examined the body carefully, only to see one wound. If someone hadn't done it deliberately, it would be too coincidental. Ask for flowers. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he took the usual pigeon. It seemed that in an instant, it penetrated the brain of the deceased. Zero. In this way, after a while, they came to a village. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he looked around. Luo Xiu picked up the pace and Namikaze Minato and Kakashi followed closely behind. Maybe there will be bigger troubles on the client's side. At this time, this kind of thing happened on the way they must pass. Anyway, this also happened on the border around the land of fire. It seems that we still have to report it. 252. Dead bodies everywhere. Luo Xiu and Hitaki Kakashi looked around at the same time. I didn't see anyone at the entrance of the village. Continue to look around. Suddenly, Luo Xiu noticed something bulging in the grass not far away. Luo Xiu immediately ran forward, knelt down and brushed aside the grass. I saw corpses everywhere in the grass. These corpses fell in the middle of the grass. Luo Xiu observed these corpses and counted 510 from beginning to end. There are as many as 15 corpses here. Luo Xiu frowned, carefully observing the dead parts of these corpses. Some were pierced through the heart, and some were pierced through the forehead. All were killed in one move, obviously by well-trained assassins. After Luo Xiu finished watching, he immediately called Kakashi and Namikaze Minato over. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Sure enough, after the end of the war, it always brings some killings. Like these relatively remote villages in the country of fire. Sometimes ninjas just don't make it here, and the rebellion and tolerance of those other countries will do whatever they want. Advertisement. Luo Xiu frowned, staring at these corpses, asked quickly. Is there anyone here we're looking for? Namikaze Minato shook his head. No, Luo Xiu frowned, thinking carefully. The corpses found along the way all prove that this place is very dangerous. Everyone turned their heads and walked towards the village. The doors and windows of every household were tightly closed, and no one knew what was going on. There are dilapidated scenes everywhere on the streets of this village, and it doesn't look like people live. Namikaze Minato, Luo Xiu and Kakashi were walking in the middle of the street. Those people in the village watched the three of them secretly through the cracks in the windows. Do you feel a little strange? Luo Xiu asked questions. Namikaze Minato nodded aside. Kakashi did not respond. It always felt like someone was watching us. Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato looked around at the same time. Indeed, the villagers from door to door were watching them secretly. Luo Xiu and others didn't know what happened here, so they stepped forward and continued walking. I don't know how many houses and streets I passed. Advertisement finally came to the door of a house. This wooden house is the only one in the whole village, and the door is still open. Looking carefully, it looks like a bar. Luo Xiu and the others looked at each other in dismay, then nodded. The three of them walked towards the door of the bar at the same time. After opening the door, the dust was flying, and the inside was dilapidated. It is not so much a bar as it is a dilapidated wooden house with a few broken stools and chairs inside. The only thing that can be seen is the bar at the door. It should be the owner of the store, who is desperately making wine. After Luo Xiu walked in, everyone in the room stared at Luo Xiu and the others with strange eyes. The three of Luo Xiu faced the sun with their backs, bunches of tall black shadows enveloped the room. I saw that there were so many people sitting in this small wooden house. Every table is full of people. 2.2 They gorge on wine and meat. These people are tall and thick, with scars all over their bodies. Obviously, few of them are good people. Luo Xiu ignored them and walked straight forward. But this room is really too small. Before he walked a few steps, he bumped into a strong man next to him. Hey, blind, didn't you see that you bumped into me? Hurry up and apologize. 253. Ready to fight at any time facing this fat man's request, Luo Xiu ignored him. Just about to step forward and continue walking, another person stood up on purpose and spilled the wine glass in his hand. The unbiased and unbiased just sprinkled on Luo Xiu's body. The people at several tables around stared at Luo Xiu and the three of them with extremely fierce eyes. Kakashi and Namikaze Minato in the back are already ready to fight at any time. It turned out to be a ninja from Konoha village. I don't know what you were doing here. The boss standing in front of the bar held an 18 wine bottle and said. Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Kakashi realized they forgot to take off the forehead protector. You know, in this kind of place, sometimes it is more convenient to hide the forehead protector. Now that their identities are exposed, they can no longer hide. But at this moment, Luo Xiu did not reply. His eyes were red, as if he could eat the whole room in the next second. Snapped. Wow. Luo Xiu slapped the person who had just spilled wine on her to the ground. The ninja twitched non-stop after being slapped to the ground by Luo Xiu. White foam kept coming out of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was stunned by the slap. Advertisement Luo Xiu now has a burly figure. Standing in this room looks particularly abrupt. This move is nothing more than arousing the dissatisfaction of everyone around. The next second, everyone in the surrounding room stood up and slowly walked towards Luo Xiu. And Luo Xiu was not too afraid to stare at these people around him, as if the next second he could kick them away. Suddenly, the shop owner smashed a wine bottle and the people around slowly returned to their seats. Several of you are here to make trouble, right? If you want to drink, you can talk about it. If you are looking for trouble, I advise you to leave here now. Luo Xiu walked straight in the direction of the bar owner, and a few people bumped Luo Xiu's legs with their feet on the way. And Luo Xiu didn't care when he came to the shop owner's door and asked, what happened to those 15 corpses at the gate of the village? After Luo Xiu finished speaking, the people around him burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Namikaze Minato and Kakashi behind Luo Xiu were dumbfounded. They rarely come to such places. If there is a mission, it is also here to catch people. Wait until the surrounding shop owner speaks. Advertisement. Luo Xiu turned his head and looked at Namikaze Minato and Kakashi unsteadily. So it's an A grade, but in the current situation of 090, no matter how you look at it, it is at least S level. And Kakashi shot at the same time. Those who are disobedient will cut off their fingers directly. With just one look, the three of them understood each other. He immediately knocked down the strong man at the table next to him. There was also a bloody smell in the room. The soil under their feet was very wet. Needless to say, Namikaze Minato, Luo Xiu can't let his first mission go wrong. Obviously, there is no escape from this place. Those people died. What does it have to do with me? People die here every day. Do they have anything to do with me? A huge slap was slapped directly on the shop owner's head. In an instant, he was pressed firmly on the table, even smashing the bar. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at these people. The superb flying thunder god directly solved all the rest. Immediately afterwards, Wordy twisted his waist instantly. 254. Going up the pole to find a draw in an instant, all the strong men in the room were knocked down. Some of these guys fainted and lay on the table. Some had their arms and legs cut off and wailed in pain on the ground. Only Luo Xiu held back his hand and pinched the shop owner's head. A huge and rough hand directly hung the shop owner's head and body in midair. Can we have a good chat now? The store owner was taken aback. The whole person was scared and peed, and the pants were soaked. Tears flowed freely, and he begged for mercy. Grandfathers, please spare my life. Luo Xiu slammed him forcefully, and threw him heavily on the wine cabinet beside him. Crackling. This is one after another, the wine is broken and dropped. The owner of the store was grinning, his face full of humility. I'll tell you. Little did he know, the shop owner's right hand was quietly reaching into the cabinet behind him, and took out a machete. Slowly approaching Luo Xiu, and then suddenly slashed at him. Advertisement Luo Xiu also reacted quickly, twisting his neck back. In the next second, a slap hit the shop owner on the ground again. You dare to touch us, it seems that your death time has come. Today you will not even think about returning to Konoha village alive. Our boss will definitely kill you, and kill all your relatives and friends. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, it won't work. Luo Xiu couldn't help kicking and directly chopped the man's head to pieces. In an instant, plasma collapsed everywhere. Luo Xiu sat on the bar counter, thinking about the whole room. Kakashi stepped on the broken chair next to him and sat on the table beside him. Namikaze Minato leaned against the window, looking at the situation outside. For a while, there were only 3 of them in the room. Luo Xiu frowned, thinking carefully about everything he had experienced from beginning to end. Not long after, there was a lively discussion outside the room. Luo Xiu, look at Kakashi, Namikaze Minato yelled hastily. I saw a few villagers slowly walking out on the street outside the house. Immediately afterwards, there were more and more villagers, and they seemed to be gathering in the direction of this bar. Luo Xiu looked up at the situation outside. Advertisement. I shouldn't be looking for you. I won't send this batch of goods. You go away, or you will die. Namikaze Minato frowned, and at the same time, Luo Xiu came out of the room. Nuo S. What's going on? Who invented them? Namikaze Minato recognized it at a glance. Impossible. Suddenly, a man stepped out of the crowd with a kind face. That's our friend, but it looks a little burly. The client shook his head helplessly, looking at the corpses in this room. What happened? Didn't they agree to meet at the entrance of the village? Faced with Luo Xiu's questioning, the client trembled with fear after seeing Luo Xiu. Namikaze Minato quickly explained, could it be these 3 people? Who did this? The discussion outside the house became more and more lively. Are all these people dead? Is the principal? Namikaze Minato hurried out and looked at the client. The client sighed helplessly, then walked out of the bar with Namikaze Minato and others, and came to a small alley next to it. You guys did something wrong with good intentions. These are just a drop in the bucket, and the dark forces of that guy are simply too terrifying. 255. The mysterious man in black seeing the client's hurried expression, Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato seemed to understand that there was something else hidden in it. Namikaze Minato hurried forward to explain. We also found something wrong along the way, so you tell us what happened. Since we have accepted your commission, we will definitely solve it. Facing Namikaze Minato's explanation and persuasion, the client simply couldn't listen to it. In desperation, the 3 of them had no choice but to return the same way. Walking on the streets of this village, some of these villagers are complaining about them. Some secretly cursed them. What's the use of these ninjas coming here now? It's just a waste of time. Now I think of us, when we were bullied and lived in a cave, why no one cared about us. I don't think there is any need for these ninjas to exist. 943. The reactions of the surrounding villagers were also very strange. Logically speaking, Luo Xiu and the others should be happy to have resolved these bullies' rebellion. But instead, the result they got was cursing. Advertisement. The people chased them away one after another, trying to drive them away. Seeing this abnormal phenomenon, Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu looked at each other in blank dismay. In front of the villagers, after slowly leaving, he hid in the grass and returned the same way. Back at the gate of the village, hiding in the bushes, the 3 of them observed quietly. Find out what's going on in this remote village. What is it that makes villagers so much more likely to trust bullies than ninjas? After the client and the villagers saw that the ninja was gone, they turned around and hid in the house. In the next second, I saw the client running back sneakily. Come to the back of the village, on a dirt slope. Luo Xiu and others followed quietly. All I saw was a man in a black cloak standing on the spot. There were 2 other people standing beside them, looking at the client in front of them. Turning his head, he jumped vigorously and left here. Facing the client's constant begging for this gang, the man in black didn't respond at all. I have persuaded them to leave, they will not come again, please, let my family go. Advertisement. They were tied tightly and kept struggling, BIFB, to resist, but they were powerless. I saw 2 people walking slowly from the side, with big knives in their hands. I didn't expect to be bullied to such an extent by these traitors. Please, let my child go, I will definitely do things for you. I saw the client hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy. I saw them throwing the woman in front of the client. From now on, I will only buy your goods here, and I will serve you exclusively, and I will give you all my things. Namikaze Minato and the others who were watching secretly were gnashing their teeth in anger. Now, the Third Ninja World War has just ended, and there is not much energy to pay attention to the marginal villages. Just as Namikaze Minato was about to go up to stop those people, Luo Xiu quickly stretched out his arm and placed it on Namikaze Minato's head. To put a long line to catch a big fish, we have to figure out what's inside. In a while, we sneaked into the village quietly and went to the client to ask about it. Immediately afterwards, a child and a woman were dragged behind by ropes. Namikaze Minato glanced at Kakashi after hearing the truth, and the 3 of them changed their outfits. Give it to you first, this child will stay with me first, and after the matter is settled, it will be given to you naturally. 256. The criminal organization, One Line Sky, the 3 changed their clothes again. Luo Xiu also wore a black coat. The main reason is that its volume is too large, and most people may recognize it at a glance. They mingled in the middle of the street, only seeing fewer and fewer people in the street. After the 3 of them got mixed up, they walked slowly in the direction of the client just now. Follow the path. To the end of the log cabin, finally came to the client's house. Namikaze Minato, who was in front, knocked slowly on the door. Seeing the client in the room is still immersed in uncomfortable heart. And his wife was lying on the table in distraught. Namikaze Minato knocked on the door for a long time, and the client group stood up and said cursing. Who is who? Keep knocking. After pushing open the wooden door, only 3 people came into view. The client looked a little familiar, and the next second Namikaze Minato Luo Xiu Kakashi broke in directly. Kakashi in the back hastily closed the door. The distraught wife was instantly terrified. See Namikaze Minato and they're dressed in black. Advertisement. The couple knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Please, we have nothing left. We will do whatever you say. Give us back our children. Namikaze Minato looked back at Luo Xiu, only to see the 3 of them throwing off their black cloaks at the same time. All of a sudden, after seeing the true face, the client stood up. The face was full of anger and kept cursing. We often follow me to my house. Didn't I tell you to leave? Hurry up, it's all your fault that my daughter can't come back here. It's all your fault, it's all your Konoha village fault. The client cried and cursed at the same time, and slowly dragged Luo Xiu's leg to kneel on the ground. The client lying on the ground shed tears drop by drop. On the side, his wife also hurriedly supported him. In the next second, the client quickly picked up a fruit knife from the table beside him. Angrily, he was about to stab at his palm. Namikaze Minato immediately came to his side and grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? Can self-harm bring your daughter back? Luo Xiu did nothing but look down at the client. The next second after seeing this, the client seemed to wake up, looking up at Luo Xiu with tears streaming down his face. This gang is all rebels, and all the bandits on the mountain. They burn, kill and rob at the borders of various countries. Advertisement. Hearing this name, Luo Xiu felt very strange. Even looking at Namikaze Minato didn't know it. No wonder the 3 of them were being chased away just now. It turned out to be like this. Then create bases in different places, just like the bar just now. If you destroy it, they will definitely come to you. Sitting around the table, looking at the client lovingly, Namikaze Minato spoke first. The couple looked at each other, and then the wife called out. I beg you, please save my daughter. The client lowered his head and punched himself on the thigh angrily. Of course, you are my client. Everyone could finally sit down and speak slowly. Luo Xiu's expression didn't change at all. Tell us, what's the matter? Ask for flowers. It's all because of this gang of criminals. Their gang's name is Yi Shentian. Toss for a while. Luo Xiu, who was like a puppet, slowly bent down. Now we can only rely on them. Let's talk. Advertisement 257. Cause and effect. Luo Xiu took a deep sip of hot water, put down the wine glass and continued to listen to the client's complaints. I used to calculate all kinds of crops for this village. I charge a travel fee, which can also help the village improve people's livelihood. But the good times didn't last long. After the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War, the village has been continuously devastated. The houses you see now have just been built, and those 800 rebellious, they took this opportunity to stop me. Everything in our village was taken away, and I was asked to help them deliver all kinds of weapons. Didn't go to other countries to wreak havoc, just hid in my car. Hearing this, Luo Xiu raised his head in admiration and looked at Namikaze Minato. No wonder I heard that there were riots in various countries some time ago. The client shook his head helplessly. I still don't want to help them, but they took my family members away and threatened me. Later I asked you to help, but they found out halfway, and you all know what happened afterwards. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Luo Xiu nodded slowly. The problem is not big. We can solve it. Know where their base is? Advertisement. The client shook his head slowly. Luo Xiu blinked and said slowly. It's not a big problem. I've slowly found their way. Hearing what Luo Xiu said, Namikaze Minato and Kakashi were puzzled, frowning and looking at Luo Xiu. How did you know? It turned out that just now, after watching the men in black slowly leave, Luo Xiu let Xiao Bai out. Along the way, Xiao Bai quietly followed behind these men in black. For now, they've climbed 2 mountains and a bridge, and they're almost there. After the explanation, Namikaze Minato and Kakashi on the side were shocked. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu would quickly reflect the most important decision in that situation. In this way, take me next time you deliver something to them. I'll send it to you, and take them all in one pot. The client waved his hand quickly and kept talking. So much so that the corpses in the bar are looking for flies. No, it's just one of their stockades. Advertisement. Then Kakashi is small, so he can just hide in the car when the time comes. It seems that those traitors have never been tolerated. We're leaving tomorrow. Give them 1 mile. 1.1 Luo Xiu looked at Namikaze Minato Kakashi and nodded to each other. Don't worry, the problem is not too big, just leave it to us, and just bring the 3 of us with you when the time comes. Looking at Luo Xiu's words, he seemed very confident, and the client didn't know what to say. During this time they had been watching the outside along the window crack. Immediately afterwards, he picked up some tattered clothes on the stool and put them on his body. Some insects are coming to grab food one after another. Suddenly in the afternoon, a carrier pigeon appeared in front of the client's door. In this way, the 3 of them stayed in this house for 4 full days. Luo Xiu frowned and rubbed his eyes slowly. The client tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. They know that if their strongholds are pulled out, the rebels from other places will definitely gather, and we will still suffer when the time comes. Luo Xiu and others hurriedly hid it, and the client took off the letter paper from the carrier pigeon's leg. As for the 2 of them, they have their own ways to get in. Night is coming. 258. Home delivery. Luo Xiu looked at the client who couldn't sleep on the bed. Then he turned his gaze to the night sky outside the window. The two of them were not the only ones who couldn't fall asleep, and the others were also unable to enter their dreams. The night was getting dark. The full moon in the sky is slowly sliding down. A new day is coming. In the early morning, everyone opened their hazy eyes. It seemed that they didn't know when they fell asleep silently. The client slowly came outside the house. Take the wagon out of the stable. Pulling a huge 18 boxes on the flatbed behind, Kakashi hides directly inside the box. Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato drove the carriage with the client. The client followed the route given to him by those men in black. Go around the back of the village to an empty ruin. Pass through the middle of the ruins and continue along the river stream. This road is full of potholes. If you don't look carefully, you won't find such a road at all. After walking for a short time, I finally came to the deep mountains. Advertisement. The next step is their territory. You may encounter them at any time. Everyone be careful. Hearing the client's prompt, Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu nodded to each other. Along the deep Yamanaka mark, go up little by little. Obviously, the three horses in front of the carriage were struggling a bit. Before I knew it, I had walked all morning. The sun was hanging in the sky directly above everyone's heads. Luo Xiu and the others were sweating from their foreheads, continuously dripping down their cheeks onto the ground. Isn't it here yet? Luo Xiu asked questioningly, and the client looked up at the surrounding woods. It should be here soon. I was able to see their stockade when I came here last time. The crowd continued to walk along the deep mountain, among the woods, and finally walked out of the woods, suddenly enlightened. Immediately afterwards, a village came into view. The village looked like a lot of high-rise buildings. It seems that the development of this village is not bad, no less than some villages with ninjas. It's here. After the client finished speaking, he continued to drive the carriage forward. Finally came to the bottom. The village looks sparsely populated. From time to time, a few people walked up and down. The crowd pulled the carriage and drove slowly into the village. Advertisement. Ever since they came to this village, they always felt that someone was watching them. Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato watched their surroundings vigilantly. The tall buildings in this village are erected one by one. Each basically has 4 or 5 floors. Luo Xiu looked at these tall buildings, and then looked at those extremely hidden people around. Finally came to a red building in the village. The client stopped the carriage and slowly stopped at the door. I'll knock on the door. After entrusting 220 people, they turned around and came to the door of this building. Boom. After knocking on the door, it took a long time before someone opened it slowly. However, the door was not opened directly, but looked outside through the gap. Hello. Things have arrived. The client smiled all over his face, only seeing the person inside the door, looking around with the corner of his eyes. Seeing the 2 people beside the carriage, he asked quickly. What happened to those 2 people? They weren't there before. The client turned his head and looked at Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato. They delivered it for me. It's too much. I need a porter. After looking at Luo Xiu and the others and thinking for a while, the door slowly opened. 259. Rebellion Building. Luo Xiu looked inside the gate from the corner of his eyes. It was pitch black inside, and the sound of the door slowly opening was harsh. As the door opened, the client pulled the carriage and walked inside together. After Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato looked at each other, they continued to follow the carriage and walked inside. After entering, the light is a little dim. The space here is unusually large. Luo Xiu looked around. It seemed like a ruin. There are some huge stone pillars everywhere. This floor was clearly abandoned. There is dusty mess everywhere. Just put the goods in the kitchen in a while. The client nodded quickly, bowed his waist and smiled, and then asked slowly. Will you let me see my daughter again, just for a second? The guy who opened the door was extremely ugly with several scars on his face. He shouted grumpily, hurry up, don't waste time here. Advertisement. After speaking, the client had no choice but to pull the carriage to the kitchen, and the person who opened the door and his friends came to the broken room in the corner. Luo Xiu watched quietly, and it turned out that they were playing cards and drinking wine there. After coming to the kitchen, Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato lifted the wooden box down. Immediately afterwards, he tapped lightly on the box twice. This is to tell Kakashi in the box that he has arrived at his destination. After Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu finished moving, they walked out of the kitchen. You guys don't hang around here, get out quickly. These few people not far away were secretly staring at Luo Xiu and the others. Luo Xiu looked at the stairs on both sides, and had to find a chance to go up and have a look. But now these few people on this floor are in some trouble, and it's inconvenient to keep staring at them. Seeing the client pulling the carriage, Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato also walked out slowly, and the iron gate was closed again. The client looked helpless and lowered his head. I've tried my best, but they are too troublesome to get in. The client turned his head to talk to Luo Xiu Namikaze Minato, but in the next second he saw him swearing, turning into a white smoke and disappearing into the air. The two of them looked through all the houses on the second floor, but they did not find the client's child. Advertisement. After the two people hiding in the corner nodded to each other, they walked slowly up the stairs. It seems that we can only continue to go up. The two of them groped quietly, without panicking. The higher the level, there should be some powerful guys. In fact, Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu had already found a corner to hide in advance. It seems right, it is here. Save the child first. Kakashi observed along the wall little by little and saw the gatekeepers on the first floor. It turned out that Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu used clone technique at the same time just now, making those people mistakenly think that they have gone out. At this time, Luo Xiu and the others realized that it is very likely that this building has a basement. Huh? What's going on? It stands to reason that they should be locked up together in the same place. Goodbye Zhao. These rebellious drunks are swaying in the room, talking in their sleep from time to time. At the same time, Kakashi in the kitchen slowly came out of the wooden box. After Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato came to the second floor, they looked around and saw the smell of alcohol everywhere. There are not a few people who should be taken away by such a rebellious dark force. 260. Underground cage, but in the current situation of the two of them, it is too difficult to go downstairs, so they can only continue to move forward. Now it can only be given to Kakashi. I saw Hitaki Kakashi approaching quietly on the first floor. Come behind these gates. Seeing these people still playing cards happily, Kakashi slowly took out the shuriken from his pocket. In the next second, Kakashi turned around in an instant and threw 4 shurikens into the distance. Instantly stabbed the heads of these people and killed them on the spot without any resistance. On the other side, Ren, who had just returned from the toilet, saw this situation and was just about to run away, yelling loudly. Kakashi jumped forward and pulled out the short sword in his hand. Fall straight from the sky, instantly pierced the brain of Ren. After the rebellion was dealt with on the spot, Kakashi looked around 653 out of caution. After making sure that the place was safe and sound, I was just about to go upstairs when I suddenly found that the stairs seemed to lead to the ground. On the side, there was another staircase blocked by a pile of groceries. Kakashi moved all these things out, and indeed there is a staircase leading to the ground. Advertisement. I saw Kakashi holding the short sword in his hand, walking down step by step. One after another, flames were reflected on the wall. Kakashi carefully observed the surroundings, and when he came to the underground, Kakashi was shocked by the sight in front of him. Unexpectedly, the underground was actually a prison. Numerous children and various slaves were imprisoned here. Kakashi looked at the people being imprisoned in shock. Unexpectedly, these rebellious groups are so rampant. Now it has become like this, arresting people at will. Kakashi frowned, and was about to let them out when suddenly several guards came out. Kakashi immediately found a dark corner to hide, watching these people patrolling back and forth. The most important thing now seems to be to get rid of these guys first. Kakashi caught the time they missed and immediately stepped forward and wiped one of the necks off. Those who were caught in the cage were just about to cry out in surprise after seeing it. At the same time, Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato also slowly came to the third floor. Snapped. Advertisement, when those ninjas are vegetarian? And Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato, who were hiding in the corner, were frowning and clenched their fists tightly. They're here to negotiate and discuss exactly what to say next. The little fights before were really boring. Could it be that a little mouse came in? Immediately afterwards, the glass jar rolled to the next step. Do so many of us need to be afraid of them? We are all rebels, and we are already dead. I think it's better to kidnap the daimyo. I wanted to change my leg, but accidentally stepped on the glass jar next to me. Seeing this, Rebel immediately turned his head and looked at the corner of the stairs next to him with fierce eyes. I saw these traitors slowly stood up from their seats and walked towards the corner of the stairs unsteadily. For a moment, the sound of glass jars smashing attracted the attention of these people. Luo Xiu squatted for too long, and his feet went numb instantly. Kakashi hurriedly made a quiet gesture, so no accident happened. These guys talk rampage. It seems that these guys will do nothing but commit crimes. This place seems to be some high-level cadre-level rebels. 261. Luo Xiu infiltrates rebellious ninjas. Suddenly a face popped out. I saw this Ren, looking at the corner of the stairs with a sinister and cunning expression. But in exchange for nothing, the other traitors stepped forward and took 2 steps. Looking at the stairs, it is indeed empty. It turned out that Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu hurriedly followed the stairs to the second floor. This escaped a catastrophe. Otherwise, if they did something at this time, those hostages would definitely be dead. The traitors on the third floor returned to their seats after not seeing anything else. Rediscussing what to do next, and Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato hid quietly on the second floor, but they didn't know that there were a few waking up Ren standing behind them. Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato turned their backs to them, knowing nothing. After a few seconds, Luo Xiu felt something was wrong. I saw Luo Xiu immediately turned his head and there were 2 or 3 rebels, weapons in their hands, ready to attack them. Only then did Luo Xiu react, a left fist followed by a flying kick in the air, kicking the 2 into the air. But this movement is really too big. The people around who were drinking too much slowly opened their eyes. Advertisement. Looking at the situation on the second floor, I don't know what happened. What's going on here? Who are you two? These guys got drunk and woke up slowly looking at Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato. In Ren on the third floor, after hearing the movement below, one of them walked down swaggeringly. What's going on? You guys, can you calm down? Luo Xiu and Namikaze Minato saw that something was wrong. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire building will find the 2 of them. I saw Namikaze Minato transforming himself, using transformation technique to blend into the crowd. And Luo Xiu hid beside the corridor, only saw the traitor on the third floor. After walking down, Luo Xiu instantly twisted his neck. Crunching. With a crisp sound, Luo Xiu finished the guy and slowly dragged the corpse to the corner. The cadres on the third floor upstairs have been waiting for a long time. What's the matter? Dally. Luo Xiu looked at the situation and couldn't hide it anymore. The loyal traitor himself also used the transformation technique to become the traitor who he just killed himself. So Kakashi led these people to escape from the garbage passage, while slowly crawling out from the ventilation duct. Advertisement. It's too much to accomplish, and more than to fail. By the way, I heard that one of our bars was attacked? On the other side, a passage for throwing garbage was also found. Some wore strange costumes, and some wore strange masks, as if they were shameful. Why are those guys drinking too much and just playing around? It seems that this is the case. It was taken by the ninjas of the fire country, and we also killed more than a dozen people. The villagers fled this place one after another. Luo Xiu mixed into the crowd, sat on a chair and twisted his neck to look around. Seeking flowers, 0F*K. What a trouble, why did the ninjas from the land of fire come here? 0 After rearranging his clothes, he swaggered to the third floor. These people dressed differently. Some wore elegant suits, while others wore shabby suits. Kakashi led these people slowly to the ventilation duct next to him. Kakashi walked around the cell and finally found the client's child. At the same time, after Kakashi eliminated the patrolling guards in the basement, he released all the people in the cage. 262. Release the hostages. After the villagers fled, they fled in panic. For a while, the surrounding people gathered around. The client who had been waiting outside for a long time felt relieved when he saw Kakashi escape with his child. Thank you for saving my child. The client quickly thanked him with tears. Luo Xiu, who was on the third floor, mixed in with the group of traders, wanting to inquire about some news about this building. 300. But Luo Xiu didn't know how to say it now, for fear of revealing his secrets directly. Actually, it's not impossible for us to go to the land of fire to make trouble, or see what the boss means. After Luo Xiu said these words, the whole room fell silent instantly. Everyone was staring at Luo Xiu. For a moment, Luo Xiu thought he had said something wrong, so he bumped his fist tightly. Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. I've wanted to do this a long time ago. The land of fire will spoil our good deeds when we return. I can't get used to those ninjas. It shouldn't be necessary to find the boss. I think we should be fine. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at these people around him. Advertisement. In the end, nothing was said. At this moment, a rebel stood up and walked slowly to the edge of the window. It seems that we have been here for too long, and it is time to go out and relax. Just as he finished these words, he saw the bustling downstairs outside the window. Frowning, lowering his head, he looked down hard. Only then did they discover that the people locked up in their basement were released. What's going on here? How did those people escape? This sudden question made everyone unable to react. Everyone turned to the window and lowered their heads for the past, looking carefully. 3 of them hurried down the stairs. Namikaze Minato, who was hiding on the second floor, didn't know what happened. In an instant, the whole building became lively. After Kakashi fled with these people, he returned the same way. Mixed into the crowd, slowly came to the second floor. Ha ha ha. Now that the hostages have been released, they don't have so many worries about doing it. Advertisement. Now the 2 of them are no longer hiding, standing in the center of the crowd, their mouths raised slightly, looking at these rebels. This outburst of wild laughter made everyone present feel strange. These rebels surrounded the window and watched Luo Xiu sitting on his seat looking up to the sky and screaming. Namikaze Minato, who was hiding in the dark, saw Kakashi grab Kakashi's arm. Ha 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 ha. Those traitors who were drunk on the second floor also woke up one after another and hurried downstairs to arrest people. I released all the people in the basement, and the client's child was also found. After Namikaze Minato and Kakashi heard Luo Xiu's voice, they understood what was going on. What's so funny? Don't hurry up and chase him back. Kakashi's almost subconscious self-reaction in Namikaze Minato fight. Luo Xiu's laughter became louder and louder every time, and it was heard in Namikaze Minato and Kakashi on the second floor. What's the matter? It's such a mess all of a sudden. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato reacted quickly enough, immediately stopped Kakashi and the 2 of them, and hid in the corner like this. Luo Xiu laughed at Kakuzu on the third floor. It seems that Kakashi has indeed found the person in the basement. Luo Xiu didn't take into account that they raised their 0.0 heads and continued to laugh. Kakashi looked around and said quietly, 263, Unchained Battle. Now the 3 of them finally no longer have to be intimidated. The rebels on the third floor slowly walked in front of Luo Xiu. I advise you not to laugh anymore. In the current situation, it is not impossible for us to kill you first. These people slowly surrounded Luo Xiu. All of them looked disgusting. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly. In the next second, white smoke suddenly appeared around Luo Xiu. This frightened these people, and they took a few steps back. In the next second, a tall and terrifying figure slowly appeared from the white smoke. As the white smoke slowly dissipated, the rebels around were scared silly. He took a few steps back in surprise. Who are you, exactly? The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and then he looked at the traitors around him. A total of 13, you all go together, don't waste time. After Luo Xiu spoke, the rebels around were furious instantly. Since you've come here, don't even think about getting out alive. You should know what happens if you anger us. Advertisement. These rebels hold various weapons in their hands. There's the scythe, the bolus, and some assorted weird weapons. They attacked Luo Xiu one after another. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, and he didn't intend to hide. Instantly opens the third gate of the 8 inner gates. In an instant, green steam surrounded the surroundings. The toughness, strength, and speed of the body are instantly raised to a higher level. The weapons in the hands of these ninjas slashed one after another, only to see Luo Xiu being hit was like scratching an itch. In the next second, these weapons were bounced back. After these people saw it, none of them panicked. What's going on? Is this guy made of iron? I really don't believe it. Even if it's made of iron, no matter what, you have to show some holes, right? These people attacked one after another. Luo Xiu just stood there and let them attack. Under the defense of the 8 inner gates, the attacks of these people are not to be feared at all. And Namikaze Minato and Kakashi on the second floor stood in the center, only to see the renegades around shouting. What are you two doing in a daze? Hurry up and help. Facing these rebellious words, they didn't hear them at all. Advertisement: the traders on the second floor also reacted. Namikaze Minato and Kakashi are also traders. In an instant, the restless house became lively again. In an instant, the whole building became lively. If you don't use powerful ninjutsu, I'm afraid 590 can't hurt him at all. There are bloodline Madaras all over the windows on the walls. Is there no one upstairs? After the alliance surrounded, Namikaze Minato and Kakashi began to kill and kill. Luo Xiu on the third floor was fighting back and forth with these people. In the next second, Kakashi kicked them flying. After Luo Xiu disappeared in an instant, he punched Rebel on the head in the air. It seems that we can continue to go up, but it is so lively below. Why is there no response upstairs? Obviously, Nuensho is several times stronger than them. Luo Xiu's invincible physique makes him invulnerable. After a while, blood was everywhere on the third floor. And these rebels launched an attack crazily. With 3 blows, 5 divisions and 2 divisions, Luo Xiu eliminated the 13th enemy with his last punch. Luo Xiu turned his head, and when he was fighting, he found that there was still a staircase. He directly opened his head to the flower, and the blood flowed across the picture of the room. 264. Shark in the pool. Luo Xiu moved his shoulders and wiped the bloodline on his fist. Follow the stairs and look at the 4th floor where the stairs lead. At this time, Namikaze Minato and Kakashi solved all the rebellion on the 2nd floor. Luo Xiu walked up the stairs. After reaching the 4th floor, it was bright. Looking at the beautiful scenery all around, all kinds of flowers and birds. There is a large pool in the middle. Luo Xiu looked down from above. Inside there is a big shark swimming constantly. The small fishes in the pool avoid the sharks one by one. Luo Xiu stood at the door of the 4th floor, only to see a short man on the other side of the pool, with a round head, wearing a suit and sunglasses. Sitting on a chair, holding some fish food from time to time, feeding sharks and other small fish. In the next second, the witness sitting on the chair waved his arm lightly. At the same time, a person slowly appeared from the ceiling on the other side. The man was tied tightly with a rope and hung from the ceiling, and the rope was slowly lowered. Advertisement: give me one more chance, please let me go. Don't feed me to the sharks, everything else is fine. I saw this person was tied to the ceiling and slowly fell down. The shark was right there in the middle of the pool, and seemed to know he was about to feast. The shark wandered back and forth in the center of the pool, waiting for the big meal to come. In the next second, the man in the suit released his arm lightly, only to see the man tied to the rope fall into the pool in an instant. He was tied tightly all over his body, and after falling into the pool, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. After the shark sensed that other animals were coming, it became excited instantly. The more the prey resists, the more excited the shark becomes. Seeing that the shark's first bite was empty, it quickly turned around and immediately bit the prey's left leg. In an instant, the pool was directly dyed red. This bloody smell further inspired the shark's killing mood. I only saw 1 bite on the left, 1 bite on the right, and after a while, the prey was eaten and there was nothing left. Advertisement: the remaining bones were eaten up by some small fish and shrimps nearby. After Luo Xiu saw this scene, he didn't have any fear and took 2 steps forward, standing on the opposite side of the pool. Actually, you don't have to become an enemy with me, you can join me. The treatment here is much better than those bullshit ninjas. Luo Xiu didn't listen to this guy's words, and looked around at the wonderful design in this room. I have to say, your floor is really good. Luo Xiu wobbled around the pool, getting closer and closer to this person. You should be their boss. I saw this guy with sunglasses, smiled triumphantly. That's right, I am the famous Onimaru, the Ixian Tianchi I created with my own hands. These rebels have nowhere to go, so they have to come to me. I am a good man, good Wang Zhao, I took them in. Luo Xiu shook his head silently, then responded with a nonchalant expression on his face. That is indeed a good thing for you, but what about the people who were victimized? Luo Xiu didn't continue talking, and in the next second, his legs bent and exerted force. Immediately afterwards, the upper body driven by the waist punched in the direction of Onimaru in front. The powerful and domineering wind of this punch directly hit Onimaru in front of him. Advertisement: 265. I want to make 100. Onimaru stood where he was, and was instantly frightened. I have never seen anyone who can use their own fists to play such a powerful force. Luo Xiu clapped his hands and said slowly, if a shark is kept in a tank, it will suffocate sooner or later. The blood red in the pool slowly disappeared, only to see that the shark began to rest after eating. Hearing this, Onimaru seemed to understand something, nodded slowly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and raised his hands. With the light clapping of the palms, a door was instantly opened on the surrounding walls. One door after another was opened, and advanced people ran out from inside, receiving 447's rebellion one after another. These traitors completely surrounded Luo Xiu. These rebellious forbearances immediately filled the whole room. Seeing this, Luo Xiu raised a slight disdainful look at Yu. In the next second, the legs spread apart and bent, shaking the neck gently. At the same time, shaking his body left and right, he said disdainfully. You don't really think quantity trumps quality, do you? Just as Luo Xiu finished speaking, he saw this large group of rebels slashing at Luo Xiu. After finishing speaking, Luo Xiu instantly disappeared in front of the group of traitors. The next second, Luo Xiu appeared in the crowd, punching left and elbowing right. Advertisement: jump into the air and kick your legs lengthwise. In an instant, he came behind another person, grabbed the weapon and pierced his chest. Immediately afterwards, a roundabout kick kicked the other person into the air. Luo Xiu calmly walked around the center of these rebels, being knocked down wave after wave. Kill. Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly and patted the dust off his body. Just give it a try, the ninjutsu I just learned recently. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Following Luo Xiu's deep breath, he immediately spit out a large circle of fireballs from his mouth. The range of the fireball was extremely wide, covering the entire room in an instant. These rebels quickly defended. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water barrier. It took 10 people to use ninjutsu at the same time to hold Luo Xiu's fire style. BICJ. When water comes into contact with fire, a large amount of steam is produced instantly. In an instant, the whole room was full of steam, and no one could find Luo Xiu's location. From time to time, screams came from all directions. Advertisement: I saw these rebels fighting towards the surroundings non-stop and then began to kill each other. Only Luo Xiu and Onimaru were left in the room. I saw that these rebels were frightened, and they took up the weapons in their hands regardless of the situation, and slashed towards the surroundings. There are not many rebels standing in the center. Luo Xiu's arms were folded in front of his chest, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. From time to time, saw the few traitors who came to him. After a while, the whole room was filled with all kinds of wailing and screaming. Looks like you're done. Luo Xiu stood on the side and sat on the mountain watching the tigers fight. Luo Xiu was like a ghost, coming and going without a trace, no one noticed him at all. The rebellion of these hundreds of people has now been resolved. The rebels quickly turned their heads, only to realize that Luo Xiu had been staying in the corner. After a while, there was a wailing sound from the other side. Luo Xiu stepped forward and took 2 steps forward. Ren, who rushed over one after another, was easily dodged by Luo Xiu, and punched him with his left foot and right. This time Luo Xiu from the province did it. Some bodies fell into the pool and were eaten up by piranhas and sharks. Waiting for the fog to dissipate slowly, Luo Xiu walked out slowly. Luo Xiu was not stupid enough to be hit by them. 266. 4 elephant seals. Luo Xiu swaggered towards Onimaru. Onimaru backed away, while raising the corners of his mouth slightly. It's because I didn't see Mount Tai with my eyes before, so you let me die. I'll definitely be fine, I'm so grateful to you. As soon as Onimaru finished speaking, he immediately took out a knife from behind his right hand, and stabbed directly towards Luo Xiu's abdomen. Seeing that the dagger pierced through Luo Xiu's abdomen, he smiled triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be just a little dull. Just when Onimaru was happy, Luo Xiu suddenly turned into a large cloud of white smoke. What? Clone technique. I saw Luo Xiu hanging from the roof from the very beginning. Hanging in midair, I just want to see when the scene will end. Ha ha ha, I won't say anything, you have a lot of thoughts. Luo Xiu couldn't help laughing, only to see this ghost Maru instantly frightened. I didn't mean it just now, just let me go. Luo Xiu shook his head slowly and then moved his shoulders. Tell me, if I throw you into the pool, will these sharks die of joy? Advertisement: as soon as Luo Xiu's words fell, his right hand instantly touched the muscle lines of his fist, like a knife carving. As the fist swung out, Gamaru was instantly deformed by the blow. It was as if a hole had been opened in the stomach. With this punch, even if Onimaru didn't die, his internal organs would be smashed to pieces. Onimaru was spitting blood from his mouth, and at the same time, he was hit hard on the other wall. Boom. The entire wall was cracked. Onimaru kept spitting blood from his mouth, lying on the ground, his body twitched non-stop. Okay, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Today, even if I die, I will pull it back. On seeing Onimaru, he immediately took off his clothes. There are all kinds of strange lines drawn on his body. Immediately afterwards, his hands quickly formed seals. Sealing technique. 4-element seal. After Luo Xiu saw this scene, he backed away in fright. Carve the sealing technique of the 4 images seal on the body. Luo Xiu knew that only Danzo would do this kind of experiment on himself. Unexpectedly, this guy also has it. Advertisement. Luo Xiu turned around and was about to run out the door. Onimaru, who was kneeling on the ground, twitched his mouth and smiled wildly. Asterisk 0120121055181742933391. Ha ha ha, now that I know I'm running away, it's already too late. These 4 seals will seal the entire floor. No matter how fast Luo Xiu's speed is, the seal of this guy's death has been completed, and only the black liquid-like ink can be seen spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Luo Xiu's pupils dilated, and he muttered to himself, looking around while running. 0. No way, Laozi's first world fame will be planted on this little thing. While running, Luo Xiu suddenly felt something stuck in his chest. At this time, I suddenly remembered that small porcelain bottle that I had been carrying with me all the time. Now I can't control the 3721, the most important thing is to survive. After speaking, Luo Xiu directly pulled the stopper off the small porcelain bottle. Quickly widened his left eye, and then poured the liquid inside on the eyeball. In an instant, an inexplicable tingling sensation directly penetrated Luo Xiu's eyeballs. Spreading from the eyeballs to the brain, Luo Xiu felt that his brain was about to explode. I saw more and more bloodshot eyes on Luo Xiu's eyeballs, and the veins on his forehead bulge. At the same time, the 4-image seal behind him is about to be completed. 267. Shocking pupils. I saw a large amount of black liquid appearing directly above Onimaru. Different hexagrams appeared from various directions. This sealing technique began to continuously expand its scope. The 4-phase seal is getting stronger and stronger, slowly wrapping the entire floor. Luo Xiu couldn't bear the pain, knelt on the ground, and then tightly covered his right eye with his right hand. Ah! At the same time, the 4-elephant seal behind him is about to wrap 540 Luo Xiu inside. Luo Xiu fell to his knees on the ground, and was instantly covered in jet black ink. In the next second, the wrapped Luo Xiu was seen emitting one light after another in an instant. This light continuously radiated from Luo Xiu's right eye. The black liquid produced by the 4-elephant seal was absorbed by Luo Xiu's eyeballs one after another. In an instant, these liquids gathered in the air and quickly flowed towards Luo Xiu's eyeballs. Namikaze Minato and Kakashi on the second floor felt strange. Quickly ran towards the direction of the stairs. Advertisement. In an instant, the whole building began to shake non-stop. Many small black dots appeared on Luo Xiu's right eyeball. After Onimaru saw this scene, his face was full of anger, and his heart was full of various doubts. Impossible. What is going on here? This is the 4-elephant seal. How could there be someone stronger than him? In the next second, Giwan directly exploded to death, and was sucked into the eyes by Luo Xiu along with the 4-elephant seal. After Luo Xiu absorbed all the 4-elephant seals around him, only Luo Xiu's head suddenly fainted. Immediately afterwards, the whole person knelt on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Xiu didn't know what happened to him for a while. Walked slowly to the top of the pool, looking through the pool to his right eye. There are black dots all over his pupils. Careful observation reveals that these black dots are distributed throughout the eyeball like stars. Luo Xiu rubbed his eyes, but there was nothing abnormal. He looked around and found nothing unusual. Dead. When Luo Xiu felt strange, Namikaze Minato and Kakashi hurried over. Advertisement in Luo Xiu's right eye also returned to normal. Did something happen to Luo Xiu? We just felt that there was a lot of movement here. After Luo Xiu nodded silently, he walked towards the stairs. Luo Xiu staggered, touching his right eye, and walked outside the building, feeling a little strange all the time. Namikaze Minato came to the client. While chatting with the client, Luo Xiu leaned against the wall, always feeling that something was wrong with his eyes. If it is a Sharingan, it can observe the enemy's body, and everything around it can be observed in extremely fine detail. But this eye pupil was extremely strange just now, not to mention absorbing the 4-image seal. His appearance also makes people feel creepy. Luo Xiu frowned, covering his right eye from beginning to end. Kakashi looked at Luo Xiu, with a preoccupied look since he came down from the stairs. After Namikaze Minato talked with the client, the three of them prepared to return on the same road at 4.9. Along the way, no matter what Namikaze Minato said, Luo Xiu was always absent-minded. Luo Xiu is about to start the Genin exam. You have to hurry up, this time the task is a bit long. After you go back, you have to master chakra and ninjutsu as soon as possible. At this moment, Luo Xiu didn't seem to hear it in his heart. 268. Mysterious pupil art. After returning to the village, Kakashi, Namikaze Minato and Luo Xiu separated. When Luo Xiu returned to the house, he was very depressed all the way. What is my pupil technique now? In that critical situation, I didn't think much about it. The liquid in the bottle was poured directly into the eyes. But in exchange for this kind of strange eyes, Luo Xiu frowned. Under what circumstances can he be allowed to come out again? Luo Xiu stood in front of the mirror and stared hard. Immediately afterwards, perform various actions, as long as the new power obtained by 18's right eye is summoned. But no matter what, Luo Xiu still couldn't make the pupil technique of the right eye appear again. It's so troublesome. If this is Sharingan, I still know how to use it. What the hell is this pupil? Luo Xiu recalled that his eyes were like vacuum cleaners. In an instant, Uzumaki, like a tornado, sucked everything straight into the eyes. Are my eyes the same as Uchiha Obito's? Is it possible to create a space to put things in? Luo Xiu thought about it again, and it seemed that it was not the same. Luo Xiu was lying on the bed, tossing and turning. Originally, after completing the task, he should lie happily on the bed and sleep soundly. Advertisement. But now, Luo Xiu couldn't sleep because of the pupil. Luo Xiu thought carefully about the situation at that time. Perhaps the power of the pupils needs to be stimulated by some kind of emotion to be used normally. Or you need the blessing of chakra to release the pupil technique of the pupil. Luo Xiu turned around and started to do it. After extracting the chakra, he condensed it on his head. Immediately afterwards, chakra followed Luo Xiu's meridians slowly to the area around the eyeball. Sure enough, Luo Xiu felt his right eye was very hot. As chakra slowly spread, the ball of his right eye seemed to be in a boiling hot pot. It was covered with an extremely thick layer of armor. Luo Xiu immediately opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. This suddenly frightened Luo Xiu. Oh, I'm going. Luo Xiu almost sat on the ground, only to see him touching his right eye with his hand. In the mirror, my right eye has no pupil. Luo Xiu rubbed his eyes, thinking he was wrong. But after resting for a while, there was still nothing. Luo Xiu frowned and rubbed his temples. Advertisement. Hey, that's really weird, what's going on here? Luo Xiu stared at the stone, and it turned into a bowl of ramen in the next second. I saw a stone in front of him. 403 Luo Xiu was frightened, and after slowing down on the spot, he finally came to his senses. Then what can this eye pupil do now? Can beads change? Damn, I was just hungry and wanted to eat a bowl of ramen. How did this turn into ramen? There was only one white eye, however. Luo Xiu looked around and didn't feel anything strange. I'll go, it's too tasteless. Luo Xiu was frightened, blinked his eyes quickly, poked his head and looked forward. The aroma of the ramen is wafting out. For a while, he was a little dissatisfied with his own eye. Luo Xiu kept complaining. Besides the ability to absorb objects into the eyes like before, what kind of ability does it have? Then rub your eyes. Speaking of the ability of this eye, can objects be changed into other forms? Luo Xiu randomly found a reference object and stared at it with his eyes. 269. Juggling, is this randomly changing objects? Luo Xiu stayed where he was frustrated, but after resting for a while, I realized that this ability seems to be quite powerful. If this is changed at will, can it still change into a person? Luo Xiu was gearing up, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Luo Xiu fixed his eyes on the broken pot next to him. Become me Namikaze Minato. No matter how much Luo Xiu stared at the broken pot in front of him, there was no change. Is it too difficult? Luo Xiu scratched his head and tried again. Become a turtle this time. As Luo Xiu used the chakra in his body, the broken pot in front of him remained unchanged. Luo Xiu rubbed his chin, thinking carefully. It seems that this thing cannot become a living thing. Luo Xiu was thinking while eating the ramen that had just been conjured up. The changed things are all real, so what if you want to change the building? Luo Xiu murmured to himself, then walked outside, facing a big tree. Advertisement, see if I can turn you into a building. Backquote. Luo Xiu closed his eyes and took a short rest. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly opened his right eye for a moment, staring at the tree in front of him. Luo Xiu focused all his attention on this tree, as the building in Luo Xiu's heart slowly became concrete. I only saw the tree in front of me, and it started to change. The shape of the tree gradually widens, and the color of the bark gradually turns dark red. The shape began to change unimaginably. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, looking at the situation. At this moment, Luo Xiu was extremely excited. When Luo Xiu was ready to go all out and transform this building completely. All of a sudden, there was no energy under my feet. The body collapsed to the ground like noodles. Oh, what's the matter with me? Why'd I suddenly lose my energy? Luo Xiu was paralyzed on the ground, without any strength in his body, and he struggled to speak. At this moment, Luo Xiu's right eye slowly disappeared and returned to normal. Luo Xiu quickly checked the situation in his body. Advertisement, it took me a long time to realize that the chakra in my body was used up in an instant. Luo Xiu just spread out on the ground and waited for nearly 10 hours. Only then did my body recover slowly, with some strength. After standing up, tremblingly, he returned to the house. Leaning on the wall along the way, he faltered, it doesn't make sense. At this moment, Luo Xiu stood up slowly, came to the ground, and looked at the tree just now. I only saw that the shape of the tree changed in half. It's just a few layers of bricks and tiles built around it. Some stones were added to it. As soon as the prototype of the house came out, Luo Xiu fainted. Luo Xiu squatted here, while eating the dumpling in his hand, he suddenly realized. I know, the size of the object should be related to the chakra in my body. The more complicated things become, the more chakra will be consumed, and vice versa. Li Qianzhao. Luo Xiu seemed to have suddenly realized, touching his chin, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seems that I will focus on my chakra training next. As long as I have enough chakra to create a village, it will be fine. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth rose, and she couldn't help smiling. Luo Xiu stayed at home and didn't go out for 4 or 5 days. Change what you want to eat by yourself. In this way, Luo Xiu stayed at home and kept practicing his cohesion ability for chakra. 270. Bustling Konoha village. Time flies by. Luo Xiu locked himself at home for more than 20 days. I haven't seen him at school during this time. I have never seen Luo Xiu on the street. For a while, everyone still missed him. Such a big person suddenly disappeared, which inevitably makes people feel suspicious. And Luo Xiu is unkempt and disheveled at the moment. There are a lot of changes on the site in advance. As long as you are hungry, you can go to eat and continue to practice after eating. During this period of time, Luo Xiu has become somewhat proficient in the mastery of chakra. 340 only saw Luo Xiu open his right eye again. With his attention, he stared at a distance in front of him. In the next second, the wash basin turned into a carriage. And Luo Xiu's current state is also very relaxed, but it seems that chakras is constantly increasing. Nowadays, the transformation of objects is quite easy. As long as it is not particularly difficult or particularly large, there is no problem for now. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he stood up slowly. After stretching his arms, he looked at the appearance in the mirror. Advertisement: it's been almost a month before I know it, Bika, and the hair is so long, and the beard has grown out, it's time to tidy up. Luo Xiu came to the mirror and took out a handful of kunai. Use kunai to shave off all the excess hair on the face, and then rearrange the hair again. In an instant, a handsome young man stood in front of the mirror again. Stretching, Luo Xiu walked out of the room. Luo Xiu, who hadn't come out of the room for a long time, suddenly saw a little discomfort in the eyes of the sun. Rubbing his eyes, he came to the center of Konoha village. I only saw here, it seems to have changed, and the surroundings have become lively. The yelling of the vendors became louder and louder. Luo Xiu walked on the street and saw many strange faces. Looking at these people, it seemed that Luo Xiu from Konoha village frowned and looked around. There were many such people. And they all have a forehead protector on their foreheads. What are the ninjas from other villages doing here? Luo Xiu frowned and looked around, came to the boss of a shop selling dumpling. Boss, same old. After the boss saw Luo Xiu, his eyes lit up. Advertisement: young man, I haven't seen you for a long time. Luo Xiu asked after nodding with a smile. By the way, why do so many other Ganzi people suddenly appear in the village? The store owner looked at Luo Xiu and said, don't you really know? The Genin exam is about to begin. These are ninjas from other countries who came to take the exam. Hearing this, Luo Xiu suddenly realized that he remembered that Namikaze Minato said that the exam would start in a month. I stayed for more than 20 days without knowing it, and I almost forgot about it. Luo Xiu took a bite of the dumpling and hurriedly asked the boss. If they want to take the exam, where should they go first? The boss stroked his chin and thought about it carefully. Be sure to report first. Luo Xiu turned around with the dumpling and prepared to leave. Along the way, ninjas from other countries all gathered here. Luo Xiu lost his way several times, mainly because of the Genin exam. Ninjas from various villages came, and the streets of Konoha village have also undergone many changes. Luo Xiu wandered around the village for a long time, and finally found the place where freshmen report. There is a long line here, and ninjas from various villages are registered here. Point 271. The young master who is close to the billions. Luo Xiu stood at the end of the line and slowly moved forward. Feeling bored in line, looking around, suddenly there was a loud voice from the crowd behind. Come, come, let's all give way. The people around gave way one after another, and some ninjas also stood on both sides. The people in line turned their heads one after another, looking back to see what happened. All I saw was a wealthy young master with a ninja forehead protector on his head, walking swaggeringly in the middle of the street. Several other bodyguards opened a way for him around. Luo Xiu looked at nothing and turned his head curiously, continued to line up. I saw the guards around the young master walking forward slowly, passing through the long line and walking straight to the front. Our young master is a child of a daimyo from the land of Earth, and he came here to take the Genin exam. Should he sign up here? The ninja who made the registration blinked and nodded slowly. Then hurry up and register, this is our young master. Only at this time did the people around understand their feelings. This is jumping in line here. The ninja who did the registration did not lose his temper and suddenly slapped the table. Advertisement: is this really your country of land? This is Konoha village, you have to register and go in line. I only saw this young master, and after hearing this sentence, I burst into anger instantly. You actually asked me to line up, okay, then I will line up. The young master who walked unsteadily came to the end of the line. I'll give each of you 100 yuan now, get out of the way, and let me be the first to register. Is there any problem? Luo Xiu stood at the back of the line, ignoring the children. The ninjas and other people around the front gave way one after another. It's not because of the 100 yuan, it's mainly because the big names children are not easy to mess with. In the next second, the young master threw out a lot of money. The people around were blinded by the money and lay down on the ground to grab the money. The originally neat team instantly became disorganized. Luo Xiu folded his hands on his chest by himself. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, he took 2 steps forward. The young master thought that there was no one in front of him, so he swaggered forward with his eyes closed. But he didn't know that Luo Xiu was right in front of him, hitting his head on Luo Xiu's ***. Oops. It hurts to death. Advertisement: ask for flowers. Who is it? Seeing this, the young master hurriedly covered his head, and the surrounding bodyguards stepped forward to surround him one after another, and immediately moved away from Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu turned his head slowly, without any expression, which frightened these bodyguards. At this moment Luo Xiu murmured in his heart, sure enough, the daimyo's children are all virtuous, and they can do whatever they want with money. Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked towards the registration office directly in front of him. The ninja who signed up also shook his head helplessly, looking at the unsatisfactory ninjas around him. For those few money tickets, I would rather lie on the ground than sign up here. At this moment, it seems that money is more powerful than ninjas. Hi, I'm signing up. The sudden appearance of Luo Xiu surprised the registered ninja a little. He looked at Luo Xiu, blinked, and looked at the money on the ground around him. This man didn't pick up the money on the ground. Did he just want to sign up here? The corner of the mouth of the person who signed up slightly raised and said, "Okay, say your name, and then give me your forehead protector." 272. Civet Cat for Prince Luo Xiu frowned and asked back. "What do you want a forehead protector for? I don't have it." Hearing Luo Xiu say this, the man became annoyed instantly. "Without a forehead protector, how do I know which country you are from? Have you graduated from primary school? Are you eligible to participate in this competition?" These repeated rhetorical questions made Luo Xiu at a loss, and a burst of ridicule came from behind Luo Xiu. Ha 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 ha. September 17th. I really didn't expect that a guy without a forehead protector would dare to take the exam. Let me show you the forehead protector made of 24K pure gold. Seeing the golden forehead protector protruding from his hair, under the sunlight for an instant, golden rays of light burst out towards the surroundings. People around are attracted by this light, and some guys with malicious intentions even want to steal it. Luo Xiu frowned and ignored the child. "Do you really need a forehead protector?" The man nodded, and the kid behind him was still aggressive. "Get out of the way, since you can't sign up, why are you still standing here? Waste of time." Advertisement. Luo Xiu looked at the kid, wanting to punch him in the head. The kid is still showing off a gold forehead protector. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth raised, and he smiled slightly. After turning his head, he released his right eye pupil technique. Focus on the child's golden forehead protector. As Luo Xiu used chakra for an instant, the golden forehead protector turned into an ordinary forehead protector. The young master was still on the spot with his eyes closed, laughing loudly. Little did they know, Luo Xiu had already changed his bag, replacing the forehead protector on his head with a normal light. Afterwards, Luo Xiu picked up a stone from the side and put it on his head. Then, the pupil technique was used to turn the stone into a forehead protector, and the Uzumaki mark of Konoha village was engraved on it. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Looking at the child, he knew that the eyes of the people around him also slowly changed. At the beginning, the light from the golden forehead protector slowly dissipated, turning into a dull iron bump. The guards beside him didn't know how to speak for a while. "This. Young master. Master. What's the matter? Didn't you see that I'm showing off here?" Advertisement. The guard didn't dare to speak too much, but seeing the embarrassment of the current situation, he said slowly. "Master, the forehead protector on your head has changed." Seeing this, the young master still had an indifferent expression on his face, shaking his body. "What has it become? Is it a particularly bright big gold?" Young master's mouth, Kakuzu's grin almost reached to the ear, and the people around slowly dispersed. After opening his eyes, seeing that there was no one around, the young master was dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, I took off the forehead protector on the forehead, and found that it had really become a metal skin with meat. "Ah. What the hell, what's going on? Why is my 24K pure gold forehead protector gone?" The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help smiling, then turned around and handed the newly transformed forehead protector to the registration staff. "This is my forehead protector." The 3.9 registration personnel were also dumbfounded. It was true just now that the golden forehead protector instantly turned into a metal scab. What is going on? Everyone present didn't know what happened. Didn't you just have a forehead protector? Where did this come from? The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, and he responded casually. "Find it out of your pocket. Stop talking nonsense and register quickly." 273. Information monger. The registration staff slowly wrote Luo Xiu's name on it. At this moment, Namikaze Minato hurried over from the other side. After coming here, I happened to see Luo Xiu hurriedly waving his hands and shouting, "Luo Xiu! Luo Xiu!" Luo Xiu turned his head in the direction of the voice, saw Namikaze Minato stop, and waited slowly. "Namikaze Minato, why are you here?" Namikaze Minato gasped and said slowly. "I forgot, I haven't given you the forehead protector yet." 18. Namikaze Minato took out the forehead protector from his pocket in the next second. After Luo Xiu put it away, he nodded slowly. "Okay, I just signed up." Namikaze Minato looked at Luo Xiu with a smile. "That's good." Luo Xiu put away this forehead protector treasure. On the other side, the rich young master finally completed the registration, and he was still complaining about how his 24K gold forehead protector had turned into iron bumps. "I almost dropped the forehead protector along the way." Advertisement. After Luo Xiu signed up, he followed the signs all the way to the central hall. Ninjas from various villages gather here. These people work in groups of 3 or 4. Discussing each other and then discussing ninjas from other villages. Luo Xiu stood in the center, looked around, and suddenly saw an acquaintance. After taking 2 steps forward, he stopped. "Uchiha Itachi, why are you here? Are you also here to take the genin exam?" Uchiha Itachi nodded silently. The two stood in their respective positions, and those who didn't know thought they were father and son. Uchiha Itachi is too young, and Luo Xiu is too old. It's a bit too weird that these two people appear in this genin exam report place at the same time. I only saw a guy in black clothes and a black hat dangling around in the crowd. Attention Luo Xiu, this guy has been around for a long time. I saw this guy swaying around, whispering from the crowd, and then moved to the side of other people. They didn't look like people from other villages, nor did they look like people who came to take the exam. After a while, this guy swayed, beside Luo Xiu. Advertisement. Brothers, do you want first-hand information? Luo Xiu frowned, seeing this guy dressed mysteriously, and didn't know what it meant. What do you mean? What first-hand information? I saw this guy say something quietly, but Luo Xiu didn't hear it clearly. Maybe he was too tall and the distance between the two of them was a bit far away. In the next second, Luo Xiu bent over and listened carefully. I have taken the exam, everyone's information. Do you want to see what they are good at? I have everything they are not good at. It's not expensive, just 1,000 yuan, and you can have everyone's information, 740. Hearing this, Luo Xiu realized that this guy dared to sell his personal information. This is of no use to Luo Xiu. In terms of fighting, no one present could beat Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu waved his hands with disdain. No, you can find someone else. Seeing this tight-knit guy, he turned his head and prepared to leave here. Brother, if you need anything, just come to me. This guy didn't forget to leave a word before he left. It seems that he has been battle-tested for a long time. This kind of thing must be done frequently. After all, business is not about benevolence and righteousness. Luo Xiu raised his mouth slightly and shook his head helplessly, watching this guy slowly go away. 274. Dormitory allocation. Luo Xiu looked at Uchiha Itachi slowly, and then asked a casual question. Do you think there are any enemies that are difficult to deal with here now? Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, but shook his head slowly. I can't see exactly what strength they have. I can't decide. I can only know when they fight. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he nodded slowly. It also fits your guy's tone. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi were chatting when suddenly there was an extremely ear-piercing electric sound on the podium not far away. Zzz. Cough cough, everyone be quiet, everyone be quiet. The first one standing on it is Third Hokage, followed by individuals from other countries standing on it. Third Hokage said slowly. Today is your first day at Konoha village, and a resting place has been prepared for everyone. This is the first time that everyone has gathered here in a peaceful manner since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Although the Genin exam is not difficult, it should be based on peace. Luo Xiu heard that his ears were almost calloused and scratched his head impatiently. Third Hokage also raised the corners of his mouth after seeing Luo Xiu from the crowd, and quickly resolved the topic this time. Then I wish this exam can be successfully held, thank you everyone. Advertisement. After Third Hokage finished speaking, the surrounding people applauded. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi slowly followed the crowd out of the hall, tossing and turning to the back house. Luo Xiu looked up at such a towering building. It has 8 floors. When did this village build such a tall building? I didn't even notice. According to the assignment, Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi lived on the top floor. There are 4 people in the dormitory, occupying a room. Luo Xiu took the lead in lying on the bed, crossing his legs comfortably. Uchiha Itachi sorts his luggage. Immediately afterwards, the door was opened again, and a girl actually walked over. Hello, my name is Liang Zi, and I'm also here to take the exam. Luo Xiu lowered his head and shook his legs, silently nodded. Liang Zi watched as the beds below had been selected. Then I lived in Luo Xiu's upper bunk. After throwing his things on the bed, he slowly climbed up. Luo Xiu frowned and looked at the girl, who was probably in her early 20s. It's a very good age. Advertisement. The next second, the door was opened again. This time it was very heavy, and it was obvious that someone kicked it up on purpose. Bang! The sound startled Liang Zi, followed by Luo Xiu's bed trembling. Almost flipping the bed, Luo Xiu looked at the person at the door. It has the face of a handsome scholar. But those eyes were extremely arrogant, as if no one could see in the room. Quite Uchiha Sasuke style. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly. He liked to deal with this kind of unruly guy. I want to live in the lower berth. The man spoke to Shu Luo, Li Hao, and Uchiha Itachi, but no one paid any attention to him. Oh, I'm going to sleep on the lower bunk. I saw him kicking Luo Xiu's bedside while talking. Now Luo Xiu was annoyed. Luo Xiu was not used to this kid's temper, so he put down his legs and stood up directly from the bed. In an instant, a figure towering into the sky, like a devil. After the haughty kid swallowed nervously, he walked in the direction of Uchiha Itachi. 275. Tear gas scroll. What about you, kid? Get out of the way. Uchiha Itachi ignored the haughty guy and folded his clothes on the bedside. It seems that none of you know who I am the famous Longshan. Naturally, Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi had never heard of this guy's Liangzi above, so they repeated in shock after hearing it. Longshan, are you the one with the strength of Chunin? This Longshan was arrogant and conceited. With his arms folded in front of his chest, he let out a triumphant cry. I advise you to make room for me, little brother, lest I bully you when the time comes. In the next second, Longshan was just about to put his right hand on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. This Uchiha Itachi's eyes are really sharp. He reacted instantly, twisted his body slightly, and this Longshan flew into the air, almost lying on the ground. Uchiha Itachi didn't want to get too entangled with this guy, so he threw his luggage on it. Longshan smiled triumphantly. That's right, listen to me. I can absolutely guarantee that you all pass the Genin exam. There are people in my family, don't worry. Luo Xiu looked at Long Shan, and there was nothing strange about him. In this way, everyone was resting in bed safe and sound. Advertisement: the night is slowly falling, and there are still 2 days before the start of the apartment. Everyone slept peacefully in their dreams, and Luo Xiu also rarely slept extremely easily. Uchiha Itachi was a little wary, perhaps because of the family. Since she was a child, she held a shuriken tightly in the hand next to her when she was sleeping. After everyone fell asleep, the window suddenly broke. Immediately afterwards, several scrolls were thrown in directly. Uchiha Itachi and Luo Xiu reacted instantly, opened their eyes, and got off the bed directly. Long Shan on the side was also awakened by fright, and walked over tremblingly, looking at the 2 scrolls on the ground. What is it? At the same time, there were many chaotic sounds from the corridor outside. Liang Zi got out of bed and was just about to open the door, but found that the door was locked. Long Shan curiously opened the scroll, and Luo Xiu hurriedly shouted, "Do not move." Luo Xiu punched the door lock and Uchiha Itachi dismantled the wooden door. Luo Xiu frowned and looked around. Advertisement: Luo Xiu hurriedly covered his nose and mouth and looked around. Now they can't get out at all, but it was too late, only to see white smoke slowly drifting out of the scroll. Looking down from the window, I saw only a few people wearing gas masks walking up the stairs with weapons in their hands. No wonder there was such a loud noise outside just now. I'm afraid everyone's situation is the same. No matter how they beat the barrier, it was extremely hard. Uchiha Itachi also began to look around. The white smoke smelled extremely high in the nose, and tears kept flowing out. After breaking the glass on the window, just as he was about to go out, he saw only a special barrier that directly separated them inside. If the window doesn't work, replace the door. Sure enough, the situation was still the same as the window, with a transparent barrier blocking them inside. I saw both of them open the window at the same time. Since there is no way to open the door, then use violence to destroy it. Laozi just said, "Don't let you move around." Luo Xiu frowned and looked at the surrounding situation, only to see that Long Shan's consciousness was already extremely weak. And Liang Zi was already drowsy. 276. Genin exam kicks off. It won't work like this, we will all faint here sooner or later. Uchiha Itachi was extremely calm and began to analyze the surrounding situation. Luo Xiu looked at the place under the bed and observed it carefully. Quick! Uchiha Itachi quickly covered himself with chakra and hide under the bed. I only saw the 2 of them using chakra to wrap themselves up. Use chakra to reduce the inhalation of white smoke into your body. Meanwhile, some guys in gas masks rushed into the building. They held weapons in their hands and shouted everywhere. Everyone is not allowed to move around. Put your hands on your head and come out with me. Knowing that these people are extremely arrogant and domineering, they are like bandits. With a weapon in hand, anyone who refuses to accept it will be hit directly on the body. In the next second, those sober people were grabbed by these guys, pressed to the ground and dragged out. And those who fell asleep had long been dragged out as corpses. What's going on here? Has Konoha village been hacked? Someone's targeting us. Genin. Luo Xiu frowned and hid under the bed without saying a word, murmuring countless thoughts in his heart. In the next second, a loud noise was heard from the room next door. Advertisement: Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi hid further in. The 2 hid in the bottom corner of the bed. In the next second, only a few people were seen walking towards the house. Luo Xiu lay under the bed, looking at the feet of these people. Finding out that they are wearing the same style of shoes means they are some kind of team. These masked guys fanned the white smoke in the room. Look everywhere and check behind the cabinet door. But from the beginning to the end, I didn't see the 4 people in the room. Where are the people in this room? Why are they gone? These guys were also at a loss. It was the first time they encountered no one in the room. Could it be that you took advantage of the chaos and escaped? With their strength, there should be no way to break the barrier. Go out and look for them separately. Don't let this group of children have an accident. If they are really missing, report them quickly. After these guys with gas masks ran out, Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi slowly crawled out from under the bed. Children? Are they ninjas? Rot. Advertisement? Oh, there is no other way, we can only take them out together. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi and Luo Xiu looked at each other, as if they had guessed the result. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the barrier. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi immediately came to the window, and the commanding perspective allowed them to observe all the situation. Only the 4 of them were left, and at this moment the smoke in the scroll finally dissipated slowly. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi said this sentence in unison. The smoke that started by itself, and now the appearance of these people. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and looked at the 2 people lying on the ground. Uchiha Itachi also heard their conversation, and the 2 began to analyze it. If you want to escape now, you must first deal with the enchantment. Uchiha Itachi followed suit with a few swipes. Luo Xiu touched this barrier. Does it mean that the exam has already started? First, he swung his fist a few times, but it was obvious that it had no effect on the barrier. I'm afraid everyone in the whole building has gone out. What should they do? Luo Xiu looked at Hushin, and Liangza frowned. 277. One Punch Man. It seems that it is not easy to break this barrier. Lean back and let me try again. After Uchiha Itachi glanced at Luo Xiu, he took 2 steps back. In an instant, Luo Xiu opened the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates. In an instant, the green smoke around his body was terrifying. His skin became dark, and the veins on his forehead bulged, like a demon. Uchiha 717. Itachi, who was behind Luo Xiu, looked at Luo Xiu's current appearance, and suddenly had cold sweat on his forehead. 8 inner gates, so terrifying. After Luo Xiu's legs were bent, he clenched his right hand tightly to accumulate strength. Ah! With a roar, the sun is on the result. In the next second, this barrier shattered, turning into glass and falling down one after another. After Luo Xiu saw that it was done, he lifted the 8 inner gates and turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi also looked at Luo Xiu in shock, not expecting to break this barrier. Let's go, those guys will be back in a while. Advertisement. At this moment, Luo Xiu is carrying Liangza on his back, and Uchiha Itachi is carrying Longshan on his back. The two of them quietly walked to the position of the stairs, observing that there was no one around. I saw them climb directly to the top of the tallest building. Instead of going downstairs, they climbed directly to the top of the building. It seemed that they had other ideas. Standing on the roof, Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi looked around. Through the observation just now, it is not difficult to find that those people lead all the candidates to the same direction. Throw the two of them on the roof first, it's safer here, no one will pay attention here. Let's go to the north to take a look first. Those people have been taken there. After all, we still have to observe what happened. After reaching unity with Uchiha Itachi, the two threw the roommate on their backs to the ground. Instantly jumped off the roof. After hiding in the grass, I saw them watching their surroundings vigilantly. If you are not careful, you may be discovered. You can see a few guys with gas masks around the building, running around. Probably just to find Luo Xiu and the others. Little did they know that Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi had already started quietly going to the place where they kidnapped the students. Advertisement at the same time, those students who were stunned by the smoke gradually woke up. After individual students opened their eyes, they looked around. Where are we here? Why are we all tied up? The students looked around and found that they were tied up in a cave. They were thrown together in a huge pothole, surrounded by darkness. Some students turned pale with fright, clamoring and wanting to go home. Who are you guys? How dare you kidnap us students? I'm a child of a daimyo. If you are sensible, let us go as soon as possible, otherwise if someone comes from my house, none of you will be able to escape. This young master is still shouting proudly here, but at this moment, there are no bodyguards beside him. Those 2.8 other people around him didn't have time to care about him. Now the comatose people around are waking up one after another. Some are calm, others restless. For a while, the cave became more and more lively. Let us out quickly, catch us, and you will have no good fruit to eat. Who am I? The ninjas of our country will never let you go. 278. Candidates in times of crisis. For a time, the cave was filled with noisy sounds. Hurry up and bring out the delicious food and drink, and my family will naturally pay for it. Don't you just want money? Anyone? What the hell is going on here? I don't want to take the exam anymore, let's go home quickly. I'm really useless, I'm scared, I'm still a ninja. Now we need to calm down and see how we can get out. The group of children was arguing everywhere, and everyone disobeyed each other. At this time, everyone was in a state of panic. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere above them. Da da da. La la la. Suddenly someone sang loudly, and everyone was quiet for a moment. Everyone was watching carefully in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a tall black shadow cast in their cave. Everyone was taken aback and turned their heads quickly. Advertisement. In the next second, they only saw a guy wearing a gas mask and a hat on his head, who was very serious, appeared in front of them. Holding a fierce mace in his hand, he was dressed in tatters, but he looked a little well-trained. Wow, it looks like you're all awake. I thought you'd be able to sleep longer. The man's eccentric speech caused dissatisfaction among all the people below. Who are you? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Don't you just want money? My family has enough money, let me go. Please, let me go first. We're all just kids, not ninjas. All of a sudden, there were all kinds of noises in the surrounding caves. The masked ninja became more and more impatient, shaking his neck and waving the mace in his hand. Boom boom boom. Quiet lousy, if you dare to scream again, none of you will get out alive. At this moment, Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi quietly came to a forest. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi stopped and hid quietly in the treetops. Along the way, I followed the traces of their dragging to this place, only to see that the end of this path turned out to be a cave. Advertisement, we are the famous One-Line Sky. This is the biggest criminal operation we have planned. Luo Xiu, who was outside, figured out these teachers, and used the first line sky destroyed by Luo Xiu as a title to take the exam. The last one alive can join us. Outside the cave were 3 or 4 masked men with maces in their hands. Be quiet, lousy. Next we can play a game, randomly place 4 people and survive our hunt. Since you are all about to die, let me tell you about our next move. The children around began to look at each other quietly. No way, how could such a horrible organization target us? Next, I will make you lose your memory first, and then I will sell you to various places, ha ha ha. Hearing this, the ninjas below grew up one after another. Luo Xiu could hear clearly from outside, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Don't stay here, I'm going home. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi split up and approached the entrance of the cave slowly. In the next second, the mace hit the nearby mountain again. Didn't the Yishentian organization have been destroyed in room 053 some time ago? 279. Killing and silencing Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi also did not choose to show up, and continued to hide on the hill outside. Let's see what they want to do next. At this time, the person in the cave was holding a mace and casually looked at several people. Just the four of you, come here quickly, we are bored now, just play with us. I saw these four people looking at each other after being named. Then, stand up slowly, and one of the timid fellows quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Please let us go, you can agree to whatever you want. Another child with a big name kowtowed quickly. Yes, my family has plenty of money, I can give you all my family's money. However, although the other two gritted their teeth and persisted, their legs were still shaking. Why are you so moaning? Are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'll beat you to death right now. The blood on the mace was so frightening that these people quickly covered their mouths. In the next second, the examinees nodded in agreement. Advertisement: after pulling these four people up, untie all the ropes tied to them. The four candidates looked at the three men in gas masks in shock. One of them muttered to himself. Let us go like this, if he uses a ninjutsu while he is not prepared at this time, it will be able to solve it. The four looked at each other and seemed to have the same thought. Water-style water bomb. One of them quickly formed seals with both hands, and at the same time shouted a famous minister of ninjutsu. In the next second, I thought that a large number of water bombs would be ejected, but nothing happened. All of a sudden, everyone was at a loss. What happened? I saw another man wearing a gas mask hitting the examinee directly on the back with a mace. I knew you guys would play tricks, this place is already surrounded by our enchantment. In this enchantment, you can't use ninjutsu, ha ha ha. You four are so disobedient, then leave the opportunity to others. In the next second, four masked mace men dragged the four of them aside. Advertisement: we were wrong, you let us go. Give us a chance. Facing the candidates begging for mercy, these people did not respond in any way. After a long time, only these three people came back slowly, covered in blood, and blood was also dripping from the mace. Those screams just now were all heard by the candidates in the cave. I only saw these three guys with maces walking into the cave at the same time. He was covered in blood, and the mace in his hand was also covered with luck. All of a sudden, the candidates inside were terrified. They seemed to have realized the danger now. At the same time, Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi took advantage of the three, Li Haojiao, entering the cave at the same time, and followed them quietly along the route they had just taken. After following this road, I found that there was a house on the other side. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi climbed to the roof and watched secretly. These four candidates are still here, without any scars on their bodies. I saw them squatting aside with frustrated expressions on their faces. On the other side, Luo Xiu saw a big red barrel full of red liquid. 280. Chase. Now Luo Xiu figured it out, the blood on their bodies just now was all those pigs' blood. It seems that this time is indeed a test. Luo Xiu frowned and looked around. Uchiha Itachi looked at Luo Xiu and asked, do you want to save them? Luo Xiu frowned and shook his head quietly. It's not the time yet. Rescuing them will only make the mess worse. Wait. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi returned the same way again. Now that you know that these are exams, you don't have to worry about life. Luo Xiu looked up at the enchantment around him. Clone technique. Luo Xiu also tried it, but he couldn't use ninjutsu. In this enchantment, they were all under control. Now we need to get rid of this layer of enchantment, otherwise we will be in trouble in a while. Uchiha Itachi also silently nodded. 460. This kind of enchantment should be launched by a certain device, not artificially controlled, so as long as the device is broken, it will be fine. Luo Xiu nodded, then looked at Uchiha Itachi. Advertisement. Go and get rid of the enchantment, I'll keep watching here. After Uchiha Itachi glanced at Luo Xiu, he turned and left. Luo Xiu returned to the entrance of the cave, saw only these three examiners, and arrested four more examinees. After the four students were released, they ran away. Luo Xiu squatted aside, analyzing carefully. Why three examiners? But BIFH needs four students. Luo Xiu frowned and observed carefully. Indeed, the examiner will randomly chase three examinees, and the other one can escape at will because he was not chased. As long as the other three hold on long enough, one of the candidates can run out. Can only one person survive this battle? Luo Xiu frowned, carefully observing the chase between the examiner and the candidate. After a while, the first examiner grabbed a candidate's leg and dragged it back abruptly. The examinee was still begging for mercy and struggling, but it was still useless. Please, give me one more chance. As the screaming sound slowly spread around, this candidate was obviously eliminated. The other two were caught shortly thereafter. Advertisement. At this time, there was only the last candidate left. Looking at the forest in front of him, he lost his way. Getting lost at a critical moment is not a good situation. Just as he found the right direction, one of the examiners had already been waiting for a long time. Just as he was about to turn his head and run in the opposite direction, he was also blocked from behind. The two examiners held maces in their hands and smiled triumphantly. Now, no matter how the examinee escapes, it will not help. Hey, the candidates who took the exam this time are not very good. If they don't use ninjutsu, they will be rubbish. The three examiners turned their heads and walked back, still complaining non-stop. Luo Xiu also covered his mouth and almost laughed. After returning, the three examiners returned to their previous appearance, with fierce expressions on their faces. Before leaving, he splashed more blood on his body. Ha ha ha, the three of us had a great time, is there anything else that can make us happier? The previous one didn't escape, can someone be useful? As soon as the words fell, they saw that they randomly picked 4 more candidates. After the 4 candidates stood up, one of them was unusually calm. Boy, you are very calm. 281. Instant technique. Luo Xiu also watched secretly. I only saw this child from the land of Earth, and he was indeed very calm. Compared to the famous young master before, this guy is much more mature. Luo Xiu looked at this kid's age, and estimated that he was not much different from Uchiha Itachi. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at this examinee, it shouldn't be easy. Thinking calmly in this situation, I have experienced many scenes fixedly. There was something wrong with the 3 examiners. So, they first caught all the other 3 timid ones. In the end, the 3 of them were catching candidates from this land of land. The competition started to heat up immediately, and the distance between the other 3 candidates and the 3 examiners was getting closer and closer. While running, I looked back and saw that the distance was getting shorter and shorter. They were all caught in the next second. However, at this time, the ninja from land of Earth had reached the top of a tall tree. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at this guy. What exactly did he want to do? Why didn't he run away? But in the next second, 2 or 3 candidates who looked exactly like him suddenly appeared. Then Luo Xiu was dumbfounded by this situation, and even the examiner was fooled. Advertisement, what's going on here? How can this guy use ninjutsu? No, the barrier has already sealed chakra. Luo Xiu watched this person's actions, and suddenly recalled that someone could do it before. That is Shisui. Uchiha Shisui can do this kind of instant technique. By moving at a high speed, he can instantly generate several clones. Rather than being clones, it is better to say that they are all bodies, and they don't need chakra, they only need good physical fitness. Luo Xiu frowned, he didn't expect the boy from the land of Earth to be able to do this trick. Uchiha Itachi, who was looking for the device on the other side, also saw this scene. This is Shisui's trick, how can this guy do it? Seeing this situation, the examiner had no choice but to chase after them separately. I only saw the candidates from this country of Earth, and they had already determined the direction of escape from the moment they stood on the treetops. Instead of running around without knowing the target, it is better to stop and observe the situation carefully. After confirming the direction, I saw the child shuttle through the woods at a speed faster than ordinary people. These examiners felt that the situation was not right, and threw away the maces in their hands one after another. He is trying his best to catch up with the candidates in this land of Earth. Ask for flowers, advertisement, damn, why is this kid so fast? I saw that the forest was coming to an end soon, and a faint light shone from the front. Quicken your pace, don't let him rush over. I only saw the examinee's body, and the 2 surrounding avatars that were the same as the main body began to interfere. Repel these examiners one after another. In the next second, the examinee immediately jumped and escaped from the barrier. However, the examiner also stopped inside the barrier. The candidates in this land of land were just about to fight back, only to see that there were all teachers outside the barrier. Third Hokage at Konoha village is also here. Only then did he realize that this was where all the children who could escape the exam were here. But now it was only her for a moment, and everyone present was shocked. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly in this scene. If I sneak past, it should count. The 3 examiners stood on the edge of the barrier and said, "You passed the test." After finishing these 3 words, the examiner turned his head and went back the same way. Teachers from various countries around saw this child, and they all smiled in relief. Point 282, the finale team. Jonin from other countries around, as well as the teachers who accompanied the candidates, were all shocked. So fast, the first one came out. The children of this Earth country are not easy. Only to see third Hokage nodded in relief, and then looked into the forest. I don't know what happened to Luo Xiu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Itachi finally found the 883 device where the nodule occurred. No wonder I've been looking for it for so long and can't find it. This device is small, basically similar to a scroll, and is secretly hidden in the treetops. It is difficult for ordinary people to find it, but Uchiha Itachi barely found it using Sharingan. This test is still going on. Some children escaped smoothly, and some children were arrested and returned. The 3 examiners have not shown any signs from the beginning to the present. Luo Xiu watched the number of children in the cave gradually decrease until the last group remained. Well, we can't stay here forever, don't be in trouble when it is judged that we failed the exam. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared behind Luo Xiu. Advertisement. Luo Xiu looked up at the enchantment around him. What's the matter? Didn't find it. Uchiha Itachi shook his head slowly. I found it. It's on a maple tree in the forest. I marked it, but I don't feel like I can do it now. After Luo Xiu heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Good boy, I actually thought the same way. There are no more students inside. Wait a minute, let's expose it. When these 3 teachers were chasing us, they destroyed the device halfway. At that time, it was easy to escape by using ninjutsu casually. Waiting for ninjas from other countries outside, some are happy, some are depressed. Now, at this point in the exam, those who succeeded have already escaped, and those who failed must have been eliminated. However, what puzzled third Hokage was why Luo Xiu didn't come out for so long. Waiting anxiously alongside is Namikaze Minato. There are a lot of very strong students here, but why haven't I seen their traces? At the same time, Longshan and Liangzi slowly woke up. Advertisement: the two who woke up in a daze didn't know what happened. When they opened their eyes, they were dumbfounded for a while on the roof. Going down from the roof, along the stairs bit by bit to the first floor, just happened to be discovered by two teachers. We found two students, and we will bring them to you now, and the other two are trying to find them. Just like that, Longshan and Liangzi didn't know what was going on, but they were taken away by the two teachers running along the woods. Meanwhile, this last group of candidates finally came to an end. Unfortunately, all four of them were caught. I saw the teacher slowly take off his mask on the way back. Well, it seems that few of these students are good at it. It seems that we can't find a team that can rely on our companions. These children, 1.4, still have to be tempered. If they go to the battlefield, I'm afraid it will be more cruel than this. There are no candidates? I heard there are two more on the way, brought here. That's not enough, there are two more. Just as the teacher finished speaking, Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi jumped directly from the nearby treetops. Two people stood right in front of the cave and blocked the teacher's route. 283. Everyone starts the exam. This frightened the teacher a lot. The three teachers quickly put on their masks again, with expressions of gnashing their teeth. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi stood where they were, as if they were not afraid of anything. The fearless expressions of the two made the three teachers unable to figure it out. Could you two be the ones who ran away in the first place? Luo Xiu nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his evil smile made this teacher feel that these two people were not simple. Come on, you've been observing us in secret, until the end, are you willing to come out? It should be because we are afraid that we will not give you grades. Luo Xiu nodded and said slowly. Indeed, our other two colleagues should have woken up and are on their way. It just happens that 18 is enough for 4, why don't we try? The three teachers looked up at the time. I saw them throwing the mace aside after taking off their masks. Others know about it, so let's stop pretending, and let's start when everyone is ready. The three teachers realized that these children were not easy to use, so they started warming up on the spot. And those students who were eliminated were slowly released. Walked to the side of the leaders of their respective villages. Advertisement: some people cried loudly, and some people were extremely angry in injustice. Some people were not convinced, and their faces were full of arrogance. Isn't it over yet? The people around were watching curiously. Those who were eliminated hurriedly asked. Is there anyone else? We're the last group, isn't it possible? It should be over. Oh, go back quickly, this exam is too difficult. Facing the emotions of these candidates after their failure, third Hokage who was on the side also felt nervous. Logically speaking, Luo Xiu and the others have already come out, but why is it that they have not been seen for so long? With Luo Xiu's strength, this test should not be difficult. Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi waited quietly. Not long after, there were traces of a few people running not far away. A few people ran to and fro, dusty, with Longshan and Liangzi beside them. Yo, here we come. Luo Xiu and the three of them had no choice but to run while shaking their heads. Advertisement: Luo Xiu and Uchiha Itachi are fine, but the beam doesn't seem to be moving very fast. Then, the exam begins. Although Longshan was awake, he still looked at Luo Xiu with an arrogant expression. I only saw that after the three of them moved, the speed of pursuit became faster and faster. For details, I'll talk about it on the road when I run for a while, hurry me up. The original plan was instantly disrupted. Longshan turned his head and smiled evilly. The next three examiners pursued bravely. Luo Xiu was about to stop him, but helplessly, the little boy ran too fast. After Longshan and Liangzi rushed over, they looked at this place with befuddled faces. Let me introduce to you, here are the examiners, and the four of us are going to escape under the chase of the three of them. Luo Xiu nodded silently, only to see Longshan rushing out first. Longshan, come back quickly, cooperate with me, all four of us can go out, if this goes on, only one can go out at most. Why follow you? I can run out by myself. That's what I thought, the three of you were being cannon fodder, and I just passed by. After the three examiners moved their bodies, they spoke slowly. 284. The soldiers are divided into three groups. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly, then looked at Uchiha Itachi. The two nodded to each other, only to see Uchiha Itachi leaving quickly in another direction in the next second. After the three examiners behind found out the situation, they hesitated for a second, and one of them went after Uchiha Itachi. Luo Xiu looked at Liangzi, only to see the examiner behind him approaching step by step. You come with me. Luo Xiu immediately changed another direction, and fled quickly with the roller. At this moment, a teacher chases Luo Xiu and Liangzi. Another teacher chased Uchiha Itachi, and the remaining one chased Longshan. I only saw Longshan here, and the invigilator behind him was getting faster and faster. After a while, the distance between the two was shortened to a few meters. Longshan turned his head, just about to use ninjutsu, but found that he couldn't use Chuck in his body. Damn, what's going on? The teacher behind him jumped forward in an instant, almost catching Longshan's right leg. You should trust your companions. You may have a higher chance of winning if you cooperate. Now it seems that you are the stupidest one. Hearing this, Longshan frowned angrily and accelerated to run forward. Luo Xiu directly put Liangzi on his back and moved quickly through the woods. Advertisement: good boy, it seems that I was careless at first. I thought you were so big and your speed is not good. it seems that I guessed wrong. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he ran at an accelerated speed, looking up at the sky from time to time. Then take it as you were praising me. Liang Zi lay on Luo Xiu's back, always feeling uncomfortable. Put me down so you can go faster, Luo Xiu frowned in response. Put you down, your speed is too slow, you can be caught easily, besides, throw you here and let me pass, am I still a man? After the examiner heard it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect that, you are quite affectionate and righteous. Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. I can't help it, and I don't want to worry about her. Who asked him to share the dormitory with us? There's no way. Luo Xiu kept his head up and looked up. The examiner who was chasing after him was also curious. What was this guy looking for when he looked up? This chasing battle slowly entered a white-hot stage. On the other side, there was a sudden sound. Boom. Advertisement. This sound is transmitted throughout the forest. It turned out that Longshan and the examiner had started exchanging fire. While running, he threw the explosive symbol behind him to increase the distance. While Luo Xiu was running, he raised his head and the examiner behind him was still talking non-stop. It seems that your partner has already fought. What should we do? Do you want to save him? Luo Xiu shook his head slowly. I don't need others to be powerful, I can escape. After speaking, Luo Xiu looked up into the distance. Finally, I found the mark of Uchiha Itachi on a treetop not far away. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he turned his head to look at the examiner madly. It seems that the battle situation has changed again. Wang Nuos, the examiner replied, not knowing what Luo Xiu meant. Maybe all four of you will be caught. I saw Luo Xiu jumping to the branch of a tree beside him, but he didn't move when he stood on it. The examiner's speed also slowly slowed down. Seeing Luo Xiu stop suddenly, he realized something was wrong for a moment. Why did you stop? Did you give up resistance? The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, and he didn't say anything, but his expression was very strange. 285. 1 for 3. The examiner didn't advance rashly, but wandered around first, walking slowly. And kept testing Luo Xiu with words. You've been keeping secrets before, can't you be making traps all the time? Then take this opportunity to let us jump into the trap. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he shrugged helplessly. Liang Zi behind Luo Xiu didn't know what was going on. You can come and have a try. This suddenly made the examiner a little embarrassed. I am afraid that if he did it without authorization, he really fell into a trick, and it would be broken. In the future, if it spreads out and is tricked by students, then what kind of teacher should I be? But if you don't do it now, it is tantamount to fearing the students. Can a dignified teacher be intimidated by students? The moment he saw it, the invigilator suddenly made a move. This Luo Xiu's reaction was fast enough, and immediately lifted the leaves of the tree behind him. The nodular apparatus was taken directly from the treetops. Seeing the invigilator of this device, the teacher's eyes widened instantly, and he stopped attacking immediately. It turns out that this kid kept looking up at the beginning, just to find the enchantment device. Advertisement. If this thing is broken, there is no way to explain it. The invigilator was frowning and muttering to himself, while Luo Xiu stood on the treetop and smiled triumphantly. What? Teacher, what does this expression mean? Are you scared? The invigilator looked at Luo Xiu and said slowly. It's nothing. What's in your hand? Luo Xiu suddenly burst out laughing. Are you asking me if it's redundant? You should know exactly what this thing is. Cold sweat dripped from the invigilator's forehead. You put things down, let's talk slowly. Luo Xiu shook his head slowly. That won't work, we'll rely on this thing to win. How about this, you call the other two teachers over first, and I'll give it back to you. The invigilator frowned when he heard this, rolled his eyes, and nodded helplessly. Immediately afterwards, Bide used the heart-to-heart technique to talk to the other two companions. It's not good, the enchantment device was discovered, I was threatened, you two come here quickly. What? The other two invigilators shouted in unison, their expressions shocked, and they stopped slowly. Advertisement. Originally, Longshan was about to be caught, but the invigilator stopped suddenly. Longshan turned around and ran away to Uchiha Itachi. After seeing the invigilator stop, he knew that Luo Xiu had succeeded. I've already called the two of them to come over, you should take the things away first, and don't break them. Luo Xiu nodded silently, then looked back at Liang Zi. You go first, the things are with me, they dare not do anything to you. Take me holding this thing to delay their time. Liang Zi frowned and looked at Luo Xiu, slowly leaving with a reluctant expression. After seeing Liang Zi leave, Luo Xiu was relieved. The examiner who had been stalemate with Luo Xiu below looked at Luo Xiu with a frown. You have to know that once you do this, even if you hand over the device to us in a while, you won't be able to pass. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly. That's not necessarily a mule or a horse coming out for a walk. Luo Xiu smiled triumphantly, only to see the other two examiners rushing over. I saw Luo Xiu standing on the top of the tree, and then looked at the device where his right hand rose from time to time. Good boy, hand over the things quickly. I advise you not to break it, or you can't bear it. 286. Luo Xiu's righteousness is awe-inspiring. Luo Xiu looked at the two examiners. Then looked back at the time. It should be almost there. Throw something for you to pick up, it's done. I saw Luo Xiu gently throwing it forward. The three examiners hurriedly ran forward with their teeth and claws open, holding hands. Afraid of breaking this thing. After seeing the enchantment device fall into their hands, the three examiners finally let out a sigh of relief. Good boy, if you dare to threaten the three of us, don't even think about going out today. After the three examiners put away the devices, they quickly chased after Luo Xiu. We admire you for sacrificing yourself for the three of them. Yeah, you also managed to arouse our anger, so you can't go out today. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, watching the three guys behind him chasing madly. Really? Then let's see. After speaking, Luo Xiu turned around and instantly opened the 8 inner gates. The three examiners frowned, their faces full of surprise. Advertisement. That's right, although 8 inner gates is a physical technique, it also requires chakra. How does this guy use it? After Luo Xiu opened the 8 inner gates, his body was in the state of the 3rd gate. Veins popped up on his forehead, green dust was everywhere, and he ran forward quickly. In an instant, the three examiners were thrown tens of meters away. One of the examiners quickly took out the device. Looking at the enchantment device, he turned around, only to find that the circuit on it had already been destroyed by Luo Xiu. Damn it, boy, I've already broken this thing just now, hurry up and chase him, even if you use ninjutsu, you won't be able to make him escape. Earth style. Dirt truck. Earth style. Earthquake wall. Water style. Great waterfall technique. The success of ninjutsu made Luo Xiu feel overwhelmed for a while. I saw the tree trunks beside Luo Xiu being knocked down by ninjutsu one after another. The land on the ground is constantly churning. Cooperating with water style, I can only see that the soil seems to become more solid, with an inexplicable suction. The movements under Luo Xiu's feet became slower and slower, obviously controlled by these ninjutsu. On the other side, Longshan and Uchiha Itachi jumped out of the woods one after another. These three examiners are not vegetarians either, and all the ninjutsu they use are coordinated. Advertisement. Longshan said jokingly. Liang Zi angrily punched Longshan directly on the head. That's right, I can escape by myself, Zhao, why should I listen to your plan? Hearing this, Longshan was instantly shocked. Ask for flowers. After a while, I saw Liang Zi also ran out in a hurry. Meanwhile, 3rd Hokage and Namikaze Minato looked anxiously into the woods. Longshan was more or less dissatisfied. After coming out, Uchiha Itachi looked into the woods with a worried expression on his face. Longshan smiled triumphantly. Then you don't know how you got out, do you? TCH, what do you think it is? It's not as good as a woman after a long time. Do ninjutsu cooperate with each other to become extremely powerful? At this moment, Luo Xiu used 8 inner gates to distance himself from the 3 examiners. Now Luo Xiu has to deal with 3 examiners alone. No wonder it stopped suddenly when fighting the examiner before. After a long time of trouble, it turned out that Luo Xiu was helping out at the central government. It's because Luo Xiu threatened them with the enchantment device on the other side, those examiners, that's why I didn't chase you halfway. 287. Fire consciousness. The teachers from other countries outside were surprised when they heard Liang Zi's words. The first time I saw someone, I would sacrifice myself to let my teammates leave. This guy named Luo Xiu sounds like he has some strength. This kind of strong guy usually doesn't last long on the battlefield. Leave the chance of life to others and seek death yourself, that's not smart. Shouldn't it be the powerful, 050, hurry up and run those weak ones behind? Facing other people's doubts, 3rd Hokage and Namikaze Minato frowned. In Konoha, there will always be people who will die, but those who are strong will always take the initiative to protect the weak. This is exactly, the fire of Konoha is constantly passing on and burning. This is Konoha's consciousness of fire, Konoha is endless. The words 3rd Hokage said made everyone feel unprecedented knowledge for a while. At this moment, Luo Xiu was running desperately in the woods. The 3 teachers in the back used ninjutsu crazily. He kept attacking Luo Xiu. Boom, this deafening sound kept echoing. Advertisement. The ninjas of other nations watching from outside the woods were shocked. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu could last for such a long time. This one named Luo Xiu is not easy, it's not easy to survive for so long under the pursuit of 3 teachers. 3rd Hokage and Namikaze Minato were nervous. I saw Luo Xiu walking around in the woods, frowning at the teachers behind him. You can't hide your hole cards anymore, or you won't be able to get out. I saw Luo Xiu directly open the 4th gate of 8 inner gates in the next second. In an instant, the aura of the explosion continued to spread towards the surroundings, and the 3 teachers were also taken aback. Trouble, this guy can open the 4th gate for a quick victory, don't let him run away. I only saw these 3 teachers suddenly maintaining formation with each other. Stick to each other. A speed increased in an instant, and the chakra of the 3 people merged into one of them. Luo Xiu frowned, looking at the group of persistent guys behind him. One of them rushed forward with the 0.4 carats of the other 2 examiners in an instant. When the examiner saw a stone, he didn't have any worries, so he turned his head casually and avoided it. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head and stared at the stone with his right eye. Absolutely don't let this guy go out, leave it to the 2 of us, you go after it. Why are you alone? Be disrupted by these sudden appearance of animals. In an instant it became a chase. Luo Xiu looked at the person behind him. It's really troublesome, but you can still do ninjutsu like this. For a moment, the 3 teachers were dumbfounded and flustered. I saw Luo Xiu instantly open the pupil of his right eye. Luo Xiu took this opportunity to quickly distance himself, seeing that there were less than a few hundred meters left before he could go out. There are monkeys and elephants, and they chase after the three teachers behind Luo Xiu in an instant. At the same time using other ninjutsu to make Luo Xiu very troublesome. Damn it, what's going on? Luo Xiu ran faster, only to see these three people emerging one after another behind him. After the pupil of the right eye gathered chakra, Zhang saw specialist staring at the tree in front of him. Directly turned this tree into countless animals. Luo Xiu said while throwing a stone, 288, last 3 minutes. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, the stone that was just thrown. In the next second, it turned into a scroll. Immediately afterwards, many weapons flew out of the scroll. One after another kunai, all kinds of shurikens emerge in endlessly. The invigilator who beat him had no time to take care of Luo Xiu, so he could only stand still and defend passively. Damn transformation technique. Luo Xiu did not forget to tease him before leaving. Then I'll go ahead. After Luo Xiu turned his head, he immediately rushed forward with all his strength. 18 at the same time, the other students were waiting quietly outside the forest, distraught. Third Hokage and Namikaze Minato were sweating with nervous hands. Uchiha Itachi's expression didn't change at all. Maybe Uchiha Itachi knows Luo Xiu's strength and won't be stuck there by them. Third Hokage looked at the time on the wall next to him. On the other side, the other eliminated students became a little impatient. Why isn't it over yet? He has already been eliminated, and we still have to wait here. Advertisement, if it's over, please let us know. We also want to go home and rest, after all we have been eliminated. Yeah, we are already in a bad mood, do you want us to wait here for him? Third Hokage frowned, looking at the clock beside him. The time was lost minute by minute, and only the last 3 minutes were left. If Luo Xiu can't turn the tide and run out in the last 3 minutes, Luo Xiu may also face being eliminated. At the same time, Luo Xiu finally came to the edge of the forest, looking at the flickering light in the distance. Get out now. Luo Xiu saw that the light at the end of the forest was getting brighter and brighter, and it was getting closer and closer to him. Boom. But in the next second, a burst of explosions suddenly swept over him in front of him. Luo Xiu frowned, and hurriedly jumped aside. As everyone knows, the other two invigilators were waiting at the end of the forest early in the morning. Taking advantage of the favorable terrain of the forest, the two invigilators came here ahead of time to wait for Luo Xiu. The examinees who were waiting outside looked up and saw two invigilators. The two of them were stuck at the end of the forest. After the dust slowly drifted away, Luo Xiu also walked out slowly. Advertisement, I didn't expect you two to catch up so fast. The two teachers gritted their teeth and looked at Luo Xiu. HMPH, you can't go out today. The next second, the two of them suddenly gathered the chakra in their bodies, and then bit their fingers. Summoning. In an instant, a huge stone man stood in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately afterwards, another huge chimpanzee also appeared. These two teachers used the summoning technique to summon the summoning beast, obviously wanting to fight Luo Xiu to the death. 473 The people watching the battle from the sidelines were all surprised. Has the teacher even used the summoning technique? Isn't that a little too much? Luo Xiu doesn't even count as genin now, how can he fight them? Luo Xiu frowned, cautiously looking at the two behemoths in front of him. This is troublesome, these two big guys are not easy to deal with. Even Jonin from other countries came to see this scene and frowned. Isn't it a little too much to use the summoning technique to deal with candidates? Isn't it too much? Isn't it a hit on the head? It's too ugly to eat? 289. Big Ball Rasengan Third Hokage and Namikaze Minato also clenched their fists nervously. But they are not good at interfering too much. Too much interference will cause this exam to lose its balance. But in terms of the current situation, these two summoning beasts are really huge, and it may be difficult for Luo Xiu to deal with them with his strength. Cold sweat slowly flowed from Luo Xiu's head, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly as he said. I didn't expect that. You two even used the summoning beast as housekeeper, my salary is quite high. Seeing only these two invigilators, without too much hesitation, they directly controlled the summoning beast to charge forward. To deal with you, we can't keep our hands, give it to me. In an instant, two huge summoning beasts attacked Luo Xiu directly and quickly. At this moment, there are only 2.5 minutes left for Luo Xiu. I saw Luo Xiu open the fourth gate of the 8 inner gates, moving at an astonishing speed between these two huge summoning beasts. After dodging, the next second, the huge chimpanzee quickly threw a boulder towards it. And Luo Xiu immediately stepped on these stones and jumped into the air. At the same time, the right hand is still tightly grasping a stone, not knowing what to do. Immediately afterwards, in the next second, the huge stone monster next to it also rushed over. Advertisement This thing was smashed by Luo Xiu's punch and then slowly recovered. It's so troublesome, this thing can still be restored. I saw Luo Xiu rush forward again with all his strength. This is planning to give up resistance. Without any strategy, rushing directly is equivalent to giving away the head. This saw the chimpanzee fall directly from the sky. It hit directly above Luo Xiu in an instant. The audience who watched the battle were almost dumbfounded. This kind of battle is about to catch up with the Third Ninja World War. I saw the chimpanzee slowly lift its butt, only to find that it was empty underneath. But just now Luo Xiu escaped the catastrophe by using the clone technique. Luo Xiu took the opportunity to slowly come to the chimpanzee. In the next second, Luo Xiu actually got out from the chimpanzee's fur. Immediately afterwards, he immediately raised his right hand. In an instant, everyone turned their gazes to Luo Xiu's right palm. What is that? A rock. All I saw was the triumphant mockery of the Invigilator. Advertisement. There are very few people who know Rasengan themselves. It seems that the stone is not sure, look again. In the next second, Luo Xiu used the pupil technique of his right eye to instantly turn the stone in his hand into a big ball Rasengan. I've never seen anyone gather a Rasengan in such a good way, and a big ball Rasengan was formed in an instant. Namikaze Minato's pupils were shocked when he saw it. Facing the ridicule of the Invigilator, Luo Xiu didn't care. For a moment, the other people watching the battle outside were dumbfounded. This is Namikaze Minato's Rasengan, how can you? The audience around frowned, not knowing what Luo Xiu wanted to do. The Invigilator was also scared to pee after seeing it. What? Are you trying to stone me to death? As soon as Luo Xiu finished speaking, the big ball Rasengan directly hit the chimpanzee in the face. Who knows? Don't worry, it doesn't hurt, take a deep breath, it's just a rock. What happened? No one at the scene could explain it clearly. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, only to see that this Rasengan was still enlarging constantly. This small blackened stone turned into a blue chakra sphere. 290. The last place in, ordinary, boom, with a deafening explosion sound spread around. I saw that the Rasengan in Luo Xiu's hand had hit the big chimpanzee's head heavily. Everyone watching the battle outside poked their heads curiously, just to see what the result would be. Everyone stared wide-eyed, paying close attention to the battle situation in the forest ahead. I saw dust everywhere, and another Invigilator was controlling the giant stone beast, but there was no way to get down. Everyone on the side was discussing one after another. Who's winning? That big ball Rasengan is no joke, 480. Don't talk about hitting the summoning beast, even if it hits a mountain, a hole will be blown out of a mountain. In the heart of Uchiha Itachi on the side, he muttered to himself. This guy actually knows such ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato frowned, feeling suspicious for a moment. I have never taught others how to use Rasengan, is it teacher Jiraiya? For a time, this battle was full of many doubts. Just when everyone was eager to check the battle situation, a sudden breeze blew slowly. Advertisement. I saw that the dust was also rapidly, scattered. The dust dispersed, and a teacher was vaguely seen lying in the middle, drowsy. But what about Luo Xiu? Everyone looked around anxiously, but did not see Luo Xiu's position. Where is that person named Luo Xiu? Won't you be killed by the explosion? How can anyone be so stupid? For a while, everyone was discussing one after another, but in the next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the side tree trunk. The Invigilator also reacted immediately, turned his head, and just stretched out his hand, ready to grab Luo Xiu's leg, but it was still a step too late. I saw Luo Xiu jumping into the air with a 360-degree roll, and escaped smoothly from the range of the barrier. Slowly landed at the end of the exam, and at this moment, the time is just right, with 10 seconds left. Luo Xiu pinched the time of this battle to death. After third Hokage Namikaze Minato saw it, they burst into laughter. Luo Xiu's ability to survive a catastrophe is considered extraordinary. People at the side gathered around to look at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu, you are good enough, and you know how to play big ball Rasengan. Advertisement, it's amazing, such a big summoning beast can be solved by a single Rasengan. What kind of test is there? Just let you pass. The surrounding people celebrated the end of Luo Xiu's exam pass. And in the forest, the summoning beast that was released in the city was also lifted miserably. The three teachers walked out of the forest slowly, each walking out with injuries on their bodies. Luo Xiu saw that he happened to come out on time, and his face was happy. He turned his head and hurriedly ran towards the positions of the three teachers. I'm sorry, I injured a few of you with some small tricks. Seeing only these three teachers, they shook their heads helplessly. It's because our skills are inferior to others, young man, your future is boundless. After the three people finished speaking, they supported each other and slowly walked aside for treatment. Everyone was immersed in the joy that Luo Xiu passed the exam. Third Hokage coughed suddenly. Luo Xiu is not Tsunere, but just an ordinary last one. The crowd cheered and cheered, seeing that the new generation has such a talent as Luo Xiu. Jonin from other villages frowned. They don't know whether to be happy or worried. If there is a war in the future, people like Luo Xiu will definitely be in trouble. 291. The big tree attracts the wind. The Jonin of the land of wind frowned, chatting with Jonin from other countries. A person like Luo Xiu is placed on the battlefield, and in the future he can only defeat 100 or even 1,000 people with one. Use it well, he is an excellent ninja, but if you don't use it well, I'm afraid no one can control him. Hearing this, the ninjas in other villages seemed to understand the meaning of his words. Everyone stared at Luo Xiu meaningfully. At this moment, although third Hokage and Namikaze Minato didn't look at them directly, they already sensed the danger. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. Luo Xiu's actions this time clearly caught their attention. So in the next period of time, either Luo Xiu will become stronger very quickly, or Luo Xiu will give up becoming a ninja. No matter what the result is, it will be extremely painful and difficult. In order to break the current situation, third Hokage picked up the microphone and spoke slowly. The first test has been successfully concluded. Everyone should go back to their houses and wait until tomorrow morning to take the second test. Those who were eliminated, don't worry, you can continue to take the exam next year. The crowd dispersed slowly, only to see many girls slowly pacing beside Luo Xiu. Advertisement seeing the scene of Luo Xiu fighting like that before, they all felt handsome and charming. But Long Shan stayed where he was, his face full of anger. Thinking that he was able to escape because of Luo Xiu's help, he felt even more shameful. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy to help this young master. I don't need your help at all, and I can escape. You still dared to steal my limelight. Okay, Luo Xiu, I remember you. At this moment, a log slowly drilled out from the side of the treetop. The wood slowly turned white, and white Zetsu was formed. It seems that white Zetsu noticed the problem early in the morning, so he waited here. White Zetsu stared at Luo Xiu with a strange smile on his face, and then turned his gaze to Long Shan. After returning to the dormitory, Luo Xiu finally got rid of those who called him fans. And Liang Zi blushed, lowered his head and slowly entered the dormitory. Sure enough, I observed carefully enough. Fortunately, my right eye observed faster at that time, or else he would have discovered this. How did you use Big Ball Rasengan? I was still using Sharingan to observe. It was just an ordinary stone, how did it become a ninjutsu? Luo Xiu smiled embarrassingly, so he lay down full and rested. Advertisement, so it's like this, I think that ninjutsu should consume a lot of chakra. Thank you Luo Xiu. Without you this time, I can't escape. Let me give you a massage. Zero Luo Xiu thought for a while, then suddenly spoke. You're welcome, hurry up and rest, the exam will continue tomorrow. Liang Zi suddenly asked curiously. Where's Long Shan? I saw him outside just now, isn't he coming back to rest? Hey, it's nothing, just use that stone as the center point, otherwise I can't always grasp the center and gather chakra. Asking for flowers. Uchiha Itachi asked suddenly. Everyone returned to the dormitory, swaggering and resting. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have some truth. Uchiha Itachi questioned suddenly, and then Luo Xiu was covered in cold sweat instantly, and Luo Xiu murmured in his heart. Looking at Luo Xiu's tired body, he quickly expressed his thanks. Luo Xiu hurriedly dodged and said slowly, 292, White Zetsu's plan. Luo Xiu looked up and looked back. That's right, this guy didn't come back, could it be made of iron? At the same time, I only saw Longshan outside, standing on the mountain behind, constantly cultivating himself. Damn guy, you actually made me feel ashamed, and I will make you embarrass yourself in tomorrow's exam. I want to take back the glory that belongs to me. Longshan threw out his shuriken angrily and used all kinds of ninjutsu. Ling-ling-ling. Saw this scene in the dark, White Zetsu raised his mouth strangely and disappeared secretly. In the next second, this White Zetsu unexpectedly appeared at the foot of Longshan. Kid, you look like you've been bullied. Longshan was startled when he saw it and immediately took 2 steps back. Looking at White Zetsu's appearance, his whole body is pale, and there are 2 flower-like things growing on his head. Who are you? What do you want to do? White Zetsu shook his head slowly. Tut tisk tisk. I should ask what you want to do? Longshan frowned, looking at the guy in front of him, as if he had malicious intentions. What do I want to do? I want to gain strength, I want to make that guy Tianshan. Advertisement. That's exactly what White Zetsu wanted the answer to. I saw White Zetsu take 2 steps forward in an instant. In the next second, after the strength of his palm, he waved to the distance. In an instant, several thick branches were inserted directly. What do you think of my strength? Longshan was shocked when he saw it. What kind of strength is this? The only thing Longshan can associate with this wooden branch is wood style. And these attacks just now directly pierced 2 or 3 huge rocks. Longshan was very surprised, and looked at White Zetsu in front of him with a shocked expression. Who are you? Why do you have such power? White Zetsu shook his head slowly. I can't tell you this, but I can lend you this power, do you want it? Hearing these words, Longshan was instantly surprised that someone was willing to lend his power to others. At this moment, Longshan swallowed the smear nervously, looking at the sharp wood not far away. And those huge rocks that were pierced. After White Zetsu heard the answer, he slowly transferred a part of the white wriggling substance to Longshan's body. Advertisement. I want this strength. With this strength, I can save training for who knows how many years. Tomorrow I will make him look bad. Slowly climbed onto Longshan's arm, and slowly hid under Longshan's neck. Luo Xiu, wait to die. In an instant, these woods quickly spread over the surrounding land. Longshan laughed wildly while driving chakra in his body. Well, she's yours, enjoy it, spread your palms towards the giant tree not far away. Longshan's gritted smile makes people feel even more terrifying and uneasy. I only saw this white jelly-like thing. After seeping into Longshan's body, Longshan instantly felt like a tadpole swimming in his body. I only saw this white jelly-like thing twisting around. Plants like tree roots quickly spread around. In the next second, Longshan watched him use chakra with his right hand. Immediately afterwards, Longshan slapped his palm on the ground. 5.5 These sharp trunks are launched instantly. Immediately afterwards, from Longshan's arm, many sharp tree trunks suddenly appeared around him. Ha ha ha, my strength. Ha ha ha, I'm too strong. In the face of strength, the corners of Longshan's mouth rose slightly. 293. Konoha Village murder case. Luo Xiu was half asleep when he was suddenly woken up and sneezed. How can you have such a dream? It's scary. Luo Xiu slowly sat up from the bed. It seemed that it was almost morning, but it was still a little deserted. Luo Xiu put on his clothes, quietly closed the door, and went outside the house. Woke up a little early. Now if Luo Xiu wants to sleep, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep. Looking at the blush slowly rising not far away, it must be morning soon. Luo Xiu sat alone on the roof, blowing the cool morning breeze, feeling a little refreshed for a while. Luo Xiu sat on the roof, thinking slowly. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato appeared beside Luo Xiu. If you don't sleep in the morning, what are you doing? It's still early for the exam. If you don't have a good rest at 18, you won't do well in the exam. Luo Xiu smiled helplessly. I can't sleep anymore, come out and get some air. Namikaze Minato took out a piece of bread from his pocket in the next second and threw it to Luo Xiu. Then let's eat something. Advertisement. Luo Xiu took the bread and asked curiously. Why are you here? You can't just guard me, can you? Namikaze Minato looked around. I am the protection officer of today's examination room, otherwise I will protect your safety. Luo Xiu frowned and asked curiously. Keep us safe, did something happen? It wasn't there yesterday. Namikaze Minato hesitated a bit, and after taking a look at Luo Xiu, he sat down and said slowly. There have been homicides around the village. It is suspected that someone took advantage of the village exam period to get involved. It is unclear what their purpose is. It's just that the murderer has not been found yet, and it always feels that their goal is you. When Luo Xiu heard the news, he frowned and rolled his eyes. During the exam, I didn't notice anything suspicious. Today I will help you to pay attention to the situation in the exam room. Namikaze Minato nodded, then jumped out of Luo Xiu's sight. Luo Xiu sat on the roof, and after eating the bread Namikaze Minato gave him, he grew up. It's almost time, it's time to go. Did this guy practice outside all night? But in the next second, Luo Xiu slowly came out of the building behind him, and several people also set off to the examination room. Advertisement. After Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly, he walked along the avenue facing the sun, towards the examination room. Just as Luo Xiu was about to walk towards the examination room. Shouldn't this second exam be a face-to-face exam? After Longshan saw Luo Xiu, his face was full of excitement, his pupils dilated, and his mouth almost reached the back of his ears. Luo Xiu frowned, watching Longshan's back and slowly leaving, always felt a little weird. Hey, Longshan didn't come back last night, why did he go? Don't you want to rest? After jumping up, the body was light, and there was no noise. This Longshan also put his face together and slowly put his hands away. After about an hour, I came to the examination room, only to see that the examination room turned out to be a teaching building. Longshan slowly raised his hands and walked towards Luo Xiu. With a blank face, without saying anything, 383 went straight back to the dormitory building. After speaking, Luo Xiu jumped vertically from the roof of the building. Luo Xiu doesn't know anything about books. Walking into the building, each person has a desk. Luo Xiu was shocked instantly. Luo Xiu stood at the door, his pupils dilated, dumbfounded. Suddenly, Longshan came out of the nearby woods. 294, scary written exam. Luo Xiu frowned, his face was pale. It never occurred to me that there would be a written test in this test. I saw the people lining up behind Luo Xiu discussing one after another. Hey, can you get in or not? There are so many people queuing in the back. If you don't want to go in, hurry up and let us in. Yeah, what's the calendar when I'm late? Luo Xiu looked helplessly at the team behind him, and had no choice but to raise his legs and walk inside. Walking into the classroom, Luo Xiu sat at the desk. Sweat dripped from his tense brow. The inside of the palm was already wet. A pen paper is prepared on the table, and it will be distributed uniformly when the exam starts after a short sleep. Luo Xiu nervously swallowed the smear and looked around. It seems that everyone around is very confident. Luo Xiu wondered, where did their confidence come from? Did they study well? Just when Luo Xiu felt that something was wrong, Liangzi slowly walked around from the front of the podium. For some reason, today's Liangzi is extraordinarily beautiful. Wearing a violet skirt, those big eyes are like grapes. Advertisement. The curved eyebrows of the willow leaves are particularly moving, and the small mouth of Sakura Peach is crystal clear and beautiful. After Luo Xiu blinked, he still couldn't hold back his nervousness. Other people in the classroom also stared at Liangzi. He thought about letting the girls sit next to him. However, Liangzi only has Luo Xiu in his eyes. After Liangzi saw Luo Xiu, he walked straight in the direction of Luo Xiu. What a coincidence, Luo Xiu and we are in the same examination room. After Luo Xiu smiled awkwardly, he clasped his hands nervously. Seeing Liangzi stretching out his right hand first to shake hands, but his palm was full of sweat. For a moment, Luo Xiu was at a loss and rubbed his right hand on his leg. After slowly stretching out his hand, Liangzi took the initiative to grab Luo Xiu's right hand. This frightened Luo Xiu, and the sweat on his head became more intense. Why are you sweating so much? Is it hot in the room? Luo Xiu shook his head slowly. I didn't like exams when I was a child. When I take an exam, I get nervous, and when I get nervous, I sweat. Hearing this, the corners of Liangzi's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but sneered. It turns out that you also have things you don't know. Advertisement, then let you live another day. At this moment, Luo Xiu didn't care about the danger around him, and still gritted his teeth nervously. After seeing the invigilator walk up to the podium, he looked around. It seems that Long Shan didn't expect that this second test was also a written test. After finishing speaking, he was also very surprised to see Long Shan's expression. The teacher walked into the classroom slowly, but at this moment, Luo Xiu has not seen Uchiha Itachi yet. After finding Luo Xiu, he sat down slowly beside Prison Xiu. Hold your hands tightly together, the sweat on your hands is about to flow to the desk. Fortunately, he was still practicing all kinds of fighting skills outside last night. Thinking about how to get rid of Luo Xiu by accident during the game. Fill in carefully, no cheating is allowed, if found out, you will be immediately disqualified from the exam. On the other side, Long Shan walked into the classroom slowly and looked around. Luo Xiu frowned and looked around anxiously. Long Shan frowned, staring at Luo Xiu from the corner of his eye. At this time, the teacher opened the paper and distributed it to each student slowly from front to back. Maybe he went to another classroom. This second test is what everyone calls a written test, and I will distribute it to everyone in the circle next. 295. Learn from learning. Luo Xiu was shocked when he got the paper. Looking at the densely packed, every question is about to die in an instant. Luo Xiu immediately forgot this sentence after reading it. What was the question asked earlier? How to do this question? Any ideas? Luo Xiu's head now has everything but thinking questions. A Rasengan popped out for a while, a Shuriken popped up for a while, and a clone technique popped out for a while. After a while, 8 inner gates popped up in Luo Xiu's head, but none of the ninjutsu was related to the questions of this exam. Oh, what can I do now? I don't know these questions, but it's really hard for me. Luo Xiu complained helplessly in his heart. Looking up and looking around, the other students are writing with their heads down, and every second is very precious. It seems that in this class, except for her being an idiot, everyone else is a top student. Luo Xiu slowly shifted his gaze to Long Shan. Long Shan's pen hadn't moved since the beginning, and the guy's legs kept shaking. Like Luo Xiu, he raised his head slowly, having nothing to do, and looked around. Advertisement. At this moment, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Could it be that this guy doesn't know how to solve problems? Now he has company, hee. The invigilator standing on the podium saw Luo Xiu and Long Shan everywhere, so he coughed twice and said, all candidates take the time to answer the questions, don't look around, once you find cheating, you will be disqualified immediately. Luo Xiu immediately lowered his head and turned around with the corner of his eyes. Luo Xiu secretly observed Liang Zi beside him. This guy has been writing with the pen in his hand since the beginning, and he hasn't stopped. Looking at the circle, he has written more than half of it. Luo Xiu was frowning. Why did the words on his paper become clearer and clearer? Luo Xiu couldn't believe it, rubbed his eyeballs, and continued to observe. Indeed, every word on Liang Zi's examination paper is clear and picturesque. Ah, I am truly immortal. Luo Xiu picked up the pen next to it with a glance, and slowly followed all the content on the beam. I copied it down 10 times and 10 times. Liang Zi also noticed that Luo Xiu saw it, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Actually, BICC, Liang Zi's pen has a problem. This is actually a ninja. Advertisement. After infusing chakra into it, the writing can be written clearly and beautifully. Luo Xiu can see clearly, mainly because its right eye observes carefully. The more noisy Luo Xiu became, the more excited he became, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Long Shan next to him frowned, with question marks all over his face. Does this guy know how to do the questions? This guy writes so fast, and what he read just now was a blank paper. There must be something tricky. I absolutely can't be eliminated in this round, otherwise I won't be able to kill him later. This Long Shan also began to search everywhere, as the vines under its soul slowly stretched. I saw only the top of the vine, which seemed to have eyes, and came to a classmate along the desk. Hiding in the gap, quietly watching all the contents on the paper. After Long Shan looked at it, he quickly picked up his pen and wrote vigorously. This frightening written test almost killed both of them. Luo Xiu's face was full of light, and the paper was finally half written. The invigilator glanced at the time and said, there are still 10 minutes left, everyone check the papers, it's time to collect the papers in a while, don't be copied by others. 296. Give me 10 minutes, I will create a miracle. Luo Xiu was dumbfounded when he heard the 10 minutes. For such a large paper, only one side is written, and the back is full of big questions, all of which are time-consuming. Luo Xiu's tears were about to flow from the corners of his eyes. Even if I copy this time, I'm afraid it's not enough. At this moment, Luo Xiu wanted to cry, but suddenly recalled the time when he was in junior high school. The representative of that class had to collect his homework, and he only had 10 minutes between classes, so he could only write quickly. It was possible to do it before, and it is absolutely possible now. Give me 10 minutes, and I will create a miracle. Luo Xiu instantly ignited. The 8 inner gates directly opened the first gate. I only saw Luo Xiu's arm moving faster, and the speed of his wrist shaking was almost invisible on the test paper. The written characters are like wild grass, flying in circles. Luo Xiu Street copied all the answers they saw on the test paper one after another. At this moment, Luo Xiu divided the big question on the paper into 3 parts. Write the questions with higher scores first, and then write the simpler questions. In this way, a higher score can be obtained. Liang Zi on the side was amazed when he saw Luo Xiu's writing speed. Advertisement. Luo Xiu looked up at the clock while writing. There are 5 minutes left, everyone, get ready, when the bell rings, stop answering questions. Luo Xiu's eyeballs were about to pop out. The second gate of 8 inner gates opens. In an instant, green smoke was emitting from Luo Xiu's body, startling the surrounding students. The invigilator standing on the podium frowned and looked at what Luo Xiu was doing. After looking carefully for a while, I found that Luo Xiu had opened 8 inner gates. One of the invigilators was just about to step forward to stop him when the other teacher said, "Oh, time is running out. 8 inner gates is not cheating, it's just speeding up." After the invigilator nodded silently, he looked out of the window. Time went by little, and there was not much left for Luo Xiu. I only saw that with the blessing of 8 inner gates, the speed is faster, more than one level. Luo Xiu's right hand no longer listened to the controls, shaking rapidly. The pencil on the finger leaves line after line of writing on the paper. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu used his eyes to read and write. At this moment, he only needs to stare at the paper in his throat. It seems that his right hand has eyes and knows which question to write on. The teacher didn't even see Luo Xiu copying the papers. Advertisement. Luo Xiu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. There is one last minute left, everyone tidy up and get ready to collect the papers. Liang Zi on the side also felt anxious for him. 0. Ask for flowers. In an instant, the bell rang outside. At this last second, Luo Xiu's whole body was limp on the chair like mud. The saliva was about to flow out from between the teeth, and his face was full of ferocity. This Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and instantly opened the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates. Diddy. Luo Xiu's eyes widened, and there was only the last big question left, but it was also the most tedious one. These two teachers are really blind. In this battle, he absolutely can't lose to his previous performance, but he can lose to this paper. Okay, students, start collecting papers and stop answering papers. Almost at the same time, Luo Xiu finished writing all the questions in an instant, and relieved Luo Xiu let go of his right hand. All I saw was that Luo Xiu's eyes were like light bulbs, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Grandma's legs, it's finished. I'm exhausted.